What is going on? What is up? How we doing, everybody? It is a Friday night here at BestBet Jacksonville, and that means live stream action and high stakes action tonight. Doing a 10-25 Nolan Hold'em cash game. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by card room manager, BestBet Orange Park. Been a while since I've had a chance to talk to this gentleman, but Mike Kruger in the house tonight as well. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
Not too much. Excited to see this one. We'll make up for that lost time with a nice, long, high-stakes cash game tonight.
Yep. Yeah, we are going to go to midnight tonight for tonight's live stream. So, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us and appreciate you guys being with us. And here we are starting things off. Clear up the static a little bit. But we are starting off with a bomb pot to get things going.
Double board, bomb pots on the dealer change, usually the norm. Looks like tonight will be no exception. Everybody in for 50, off to 2 boards. I see George there with top 2.
Yeah, on the bottom board.
He's going to bet out half pot, 200 into the 400.
Oh, Dave's got the flush on the bottom board, and he's got a pair of 7s on the top.
This could get pricey. Looks like Dave just elected to call. Maybe trapping a little bit. George known to be on the more aggressive side.
Yeah, these two have definitely logged a lot of hours against each other. Definitely play in our 2-5 games quite a bit.
And now Dave's bringing the raise on the turns. George going to call, though. See if he can improve, find a chop.
And it looks like it's going to be a scoop for Dave. Dave does go all in.
He's going for the maximum here. Maybe he assumes there's a chance his 7s are no good up top, and he's trying to push George off the top.
George said, I'm going to be stuck 5K already, huh?
And he is.
Yep, and he is.
That's a self-fulfilling prophecy move right there. So you see George put in the call and does see that he's getting scooped and immediately stuck 5,000. So fireworks on the first hand.
Yep, and you already heard George right away adding on 5K. So, yeah, this game's going to play massive. Joseph, don't worry. The players, they were on this list for the 25-50, but they decided to do 10-25 for tonight. That way they could do 25-50 tomorrow, but
they're planning for a long weekend.
They're playing for a long weekend, and I can guarantee you the game is still going to play very massive tonight. So you don't need to worry about that.
Probably see the $50 straddle on the vast majority of the time, so this is a way to kind of keep it a 25-50 rather than essentially turning it into a 25-50 100.
Right.
Especially since they're going to play a little bit long today and tomorrow as well.
Right.
A lot of the same names on the list for tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a very entertaining weekend with these guys.
You want to straddle on now? Or?
Definitely a busy, noisy weekend going on. You can hear the crowd in the background. We got the card player tour in full swing.
Yeah, flight
in addition to this high-stakes game.
Yep, flight number 4 taking place right beside us, actually.
Okay, well, we're definitely filling fast.
Yeah, for the day flight number 3, there was 137 entries in that one, so 14 players will advance to the final day on Sunday. All right, Don getting into the mix. Going to bump it up to 175. Now Roadhouse. Ace Trey.
Wheel ace. Going to put in the call. Easy to defend the straddle position. Closing the action here.
5 queen 6. So Don does hit a queen on this flop.
Great flop for Don. Let's see what size he wants to go with. 2 clubs on board. Plus, Roadhouse going to have a lot of the 7-8, 7-9 type hands, so you want to deny the equity to any straight draws. Roadhouse is going to float with ace high. Maybe looking for a scary turn card to take it away.
What is it?
A card that opens that door. Something that connects with his range more than Don's.
Is it like a bourbon?
I don't remember. You said you like.
Don assembling a pretty large bet.
You said you were drinking a restaurant out of it.
That's fired near full pine.
Happy,
We're
maybe?
going to see Roadhouse let it go. I think if
you
Don
can get
bets
it,
small,
but, like,
Roadhouse
it's hard to find outside of
trying to bluff him, but for that size, Don was pretty much committed to calling Roadhouse a stack. Should he have tried to make a move?
Remember that, guys. Got to show your hand.
Fan favorite Don gets to win a pot. Second hand of the day.
Yep,
Nice to see.
and Don did confirm with me that he is indeed going to be doing the 5% tonight. So,
Yeah,
especially with this type of game, with the way it's playing, that could be a big night for one of our lucky viewers. The prereq is you have to have an Instagram account. That is the only way you can qualify for Don's giveaway, is that you have to have an Instagram. Well, I mean, hey, listen, Mike, you got plenty of time to set one up. Just saying.
I don't know. I don't know if I could figure it out.
And here we go, another raise from Don with the Ducks.
Well, I can't, but like.
Now Roadhouse with Queen Jack in the big blind here.
Yeah.
Gonna let it go. And Don's gonna. Oh no, Nicky's in the hand, so he's gonna put in the call with 5-4 offsuit. And we do see a couple face cards on this flop. Doesn't seem like a great flop for deuces. Absolutely not. But Don is going to go ahead and fire out, and Nicky's going to let it go.
He shows it. Don getting a little bit of his own luck today. He did draw a pretty rough seat there.
Yeah, he did.
In between George, we saw in the first hand, losing a big one. He's known for being a very aggressive player. And then Todd, there in the 7th seat.
Yeah, you too.
Seen him on the live stream tons. In case you haven't tuned in before, he's also a very good aggressive player. So
yeah, so one thing when Don drew his card and saw that where he was, he's like, oh, really?
it might be
But,
kind of easy to go into a shell and just wait for some premiums in such a tough seat. But we're seeing Don battling early.
Yeah, he
Maybe
is.
he's going to kind of go the opposite route, not be pushed around.
Here is Dave now. Queen 10. Going to put in the raise, the 175. And then Mooch immediately 3-bets at the 500 with the ace-6 suited. And Mooch is going to take this one down.
Another one he doesn't get a button.
Oh, I'm really bad.
Oh, I forgot to show. Whoops.
Oopsies.
Oopsies.
These guys are ruthless. We're playing the same game. It's on nonstop. Like a game he's hosting.
Mooch, happy to direct the chips on a pretty late 3-bet.
And I'm like, should we pause the same game till he gets back?
Good to see early aggressive action. A lot of times going to these live streams, you'll see players be a little bit timid, try to get a feel for one another, but this group is just firing right out the gate.
Yeah. Which, I mean, we kind of knew when we saw this lineup. And again, some of these guys you might recognize from the last big live stream that we had that featured George and Mooch and Roadhouse. There's a couple other guys. Maybe the most memorable one being Mustache, who is not with us in this one, but yes, definitely with some of the highlights there. But a couple of those guys are from that group that's playing in this tonight.
Be with us in spirit.
Yes.
And there in the middle, we do have Nicky. Last time we really saw him on the live stream, he was final tabling back-to-back events. Nice to see he spun up his tournament winnings and is going to start splashing around the cash game streets again.
Todd now getting involved. 3-bets at the 375 with the 9-4 off.
We talked about Todd being aggressive, and well, there you go. I present Exhibit A.
Yep.
9-4 offsuit 3-bet. Now Roadhouse did open the button. You'll see a lot of light button opens. And Todd hoping that's the case, but you'll see Roadhouse defend.
6 queen, so Roadhouse does connect with a 6, but 2 queens on the board as well, and Todd is going to go ahead and just continue the aggression.
Yeah, paired board. You're going to see a lot of continuation bets.
Stop right there.
See how Roadhouse wants to react. If he thinks Todd has a real hand that's like a pocket pair, he could be in a lot of trouble, but again, if he's aware at all of Todd's aggression, he's not going anywhere.
Also 2 hearts on the board too, but Roadhouse going to call. Now 10 peels off. And an all-in jam from Todd right out of the gate.
Todd fast act.
Yeah.
Let's see Roadhouse think it over here. Easily see him put in the call to 6.
Todd just went all in with a pot that barely had 1,000 in it.
He was all in for Roadhouse's effective stack.
Yes.
About the pot size. So.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, because that's what Roadhouse had left behind. I forgot Roadhouse was actually, I think he was the min stack actually for this one. I think he was in for 2,500 to start. So he was in the mid.
I did see him let it go there.
Yep.
Again, like you said, 2 hearts on the flop. Maybe he thinks Todd was trying to push him off of a flush draw with a made hand.
But looks like Roadhouse is loading back up.
Saw a couple of
play good.
Orange 1K chips, so it doesn't look like he's going to be super short by any means.
No. I think maybe he was just starting off with the min buy for now and then looking to top off. Add back on.
So we get all the way to the river here. Mooch going big, putting max pressure on George after small bet, over bet. It's going to get the job done.
Just kidding. Probably the best thing.
No, actually a pair.
Oh, wow.
Not a good one.
Joseph says, no glass cases on the stacks tonight. I agree. I think all of them are going for it.
They all laugh. 50 to play. 5 strikes. Have fun what happens. Raise 150.
So after Mucho opens it up, we're going to see Todd call from the button with the 9-7 suited. Easy button defend. Mooch.
I know you don't.
Todd going heads up to the flop. It does come down king high as both flop a pair, king 7-6 rainbow. Mooch checks that top pair over. Todd obviously going to bet, and Mooch happy to call. Trail on the turn goes check, check, and now ace on the river might freeze the action once more. But actually, you see Todd kind of turn his hand on a bluff.
And then Mooch stab called him off.
Yeah.
Wow. That was quick. Like the camera hadn't even got off the flop yet before all that took place.
Two players that are very fast in their actions.
Yep. Which, if you know Todd, which I know quite a few of us have seen Todd on the live show before, fast games are what he wants. He does not want a lot of tanking. So, definitely going to be seeing quite a bit of that for sure. But appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. If you guys could, just let me know how the audio levels are. Did tweak a couple things just to make sure the audio is a little better. Well, let me know if you know, you guys are hearing everything okay.
Thought I'm seeing everything okay as we see Mooch put in the 3-bet.
Yep.
Queen 9 off up to 800. So Mooch and Todd, looks like they're going to keep battling. Hopefully that dynamic just kind of keeps on rolling through the night. It's been fun to watch so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in the first 30 minutes of this live stream, and we're seeing how everything is going action-wise.
Well, we've seen a 3-bet from Queen 9 offsuit there, a 3-bet from 9-4 offsuit earlier.
Yep.
Definitely a fun one.
Yeah. And just a heads up, guys, we are going to go till midnight tonight on the live stream. So just so you guys know, we are going to add on 1 extra hour. Because as Mike mentioned earlier in the live stream that we will be back with most of these guys tomorrow for the 25-50.
Which I'm sure will evolve into a 25-50, 100 game.
Yeah.
I want to say on the third hand. So I'm going to set the line at 2.5.
And there he's here 3-betting, continuing. George on the button. 3-bets to the 1,050.
Raising and re-raising every hand.
Lots of pre-flop action for sure. Looks like George is going to maybe take this down. Now Todd wants to give action.
Especially with how deep these two are.
Yeah, Todd definitely wants to give action.
10K effective stacks. Now we're not going to see it. Almost.
Yeah, I think Todd was saying that a little too early.
I've seen a 3, 4 out of these like 4 times. Not once has it been an 8. I want a double sting. Get the lamb right. Yeah, I've seen.
We doing pick somebody up? We doing that, George?
Oh yeah, we can do that.
What does that mean? Not literally, right?
Oh no, I mean yeah, you gotta, somebody has to stand back up.
Fun. I help people. I like that. If you want a hand with a big bond for a quarter, you get to take away somebody's bear.
Oh, no way.
That's an interesting wrinkle to that.
In case this game couldn't get any better, that would be the best wrinkle to add ever.
That would be.
What was that, Jeff? Get out of your way.
Oh, look at Don.
5 of spades in the muck.
But after Nikki opened it up, we're going to see a domino of callers. Guess the Roadhouse with a suited king, getting a great price. He's going to call, closing the action. So we go 5 ways.
Yeah, we like to call this the best bet heads up. Pair of 7s and a 5 on this board. Mooch in there with the 8 tray, with the Octo Crab.
Throws out a little hundo. It's actually going to get a couple of folds. The old 1/8 pot-sized bet.
And then Nikki is going to go ahead and put in the raise here.
Smelled some weakness, and he's going to pounce. George going to have to let go of his gut shot straight draw, facing that action.
Chips. Fold.
And he does show he was trying.
Who are you picking up?
George.
I'm gonna fold with that one, but yeah. Probably not an ace.
Shove, 9 of words.
Joe, 9 times out of 10, I think you'd be right with that, but this particular lineup, I think they actually would welcome that.
Yeah, we got some killers on
This is not a usual 10-25 table that you would typically see. This table is, listen, these guys are prepared. They are prepared to put chips in play.
The last person to win a hand owes everybody $100. That's why you're getting a bear.
Could get fun here as Roadhouse and Nikki flop the 2 pair with their queen 10.
Now 7.
Yeah, last person without a bear.
Gives a gut shot to Mooch.
If you're the- if
Roadhouse is going to bet out first, though.
And then it starts over on the turn.
Nikki.
Clicking it up.
Hand with 8-3 and show
I
it.
think he's trying to name his own price to potentially check back river.
And you get to take away somebody's bear.
He was obviously doing so assuming Mooch would fold behind, but instead we see Mooch call, and that brings Roadhouse along. Looks like action is just going to check through as everybody happy to show down their pair on this river, and Roadhouse and Nikki get to chop it up.
Get more action doing nothing.
I was in the hand.
If you run it twice, it's the first board, but just a chop.
I was in the hand. I wasn't listening to you guys.
No, you gotta win that five. So you guys, I battle them up, if you chop it, you don't get it. You gotta win the whole pot.
Definitely been a pretty entertaining game so far to start things off.
Don raising it up. No, Don let it go. George is going to be raising up with the king 10. Another 3-bet from Mooch. He makes it 400 to go. We see Frank think about it, but let go of the 10-9 suited. Especially against George's early position open. You don't want to put in the call from the button and see a raise behind you.
So there we go. George and Mooch are heads up now. 8-8 tray. Well, that would have been a great flop for the Octo Crab. Mooch is going to go ahead and bet.
out a pretty small C bet after George checked it over, and now George going to check raise.
Check raise.
And it works.
Very nice. That's 6 high.
I didn't think you had much.
No, I never
think
had
that's when you lay down a pair.
That ace king.
Always miss with ace king.
Mooch putting in the lie about his hand.
Yeah, right.
It's a draw hand.
He's 3-bet, I think, 4 times in the last orbit. Going to be hard to convince these guys you're only doing it with premiums.
Yeah, that's just the way this game's going to play. And here's George putting in another raise. George with ace-queen suited. +1. And then Dave puts in the 3-bet. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of pre-flop 3-bet, 4-bet action in this one, it looks like.
And hard to blame Dave for putting in a 3-bet here with a suited connected in hand against a person who's been opening a lot of hands.
Oh, and then Todd in the big blind with pocket 10s.
Goes with the flat rather than the cold 4.
Yeah, just going to flat.
Obviously, it's first hand we're seeing Dave put in any sort of 3-bet, so maybe Todd wants to tread a little lightly.
Well, good reason, because he just flopped trips.
Very disguised, too, as the 3-better pre-flop. That's why we're going to see him just slow play it.
Oh, wow.
10 on the turn fills Todd up.
Jeez.
And now Dave starting to bet for value. No reason not to.
What a
Todd just going to put in the call and trap.
What a massive turn card for that.
Let's see what the river can do.
Oh, I swear to God, if that was an 8, that came off.
I mean, there's a lot of cards that could have been even worse for Dave here. Obviously,
Yeah.
a 9, another 5, anything that fills him up.
Right.
All of his chips gone. Instead, looks like he's going to check over Todd.
Todd bet 2K.
Full pie, and
Yeah,
Dave
full
probably
pot.
checks hoping that Todd could find a bluff. Nothing to do but check call. A lot of times, Todd could have been bluffing there with some sort of missed straight draw. Problem is, one of the big ones in Jack 9 got there, so that's why we see Dave just check call.
Yeah.
Todd gets big pot on a big turn card.
Yeah. That was like the magical turn card to appear for Todd there.
I mean, the only saving grace for Dave, too, is because the action checked around the flop. Kept
Right.
the pot small.
Yeah, it did.
If he puts out a small C bet, Todd's calling with his overpair.
That pot could have potentially grew a lot massive if that did not happen.
May have lost the minimum there.
Yep. Yep, that's what George got to
just
say.
said,
Yep.
you bet the flop, it gets even worse. Yep. A lot of times you kick yourself for slow playing. That was not the case there. Todd wasn't folding an overpair.
No, he was not.
Looks like Roadhouse is going to open things up here. No, he pump faked us. Lets it go, and Nikki's going to raise from the button. 200 to go.
You help me out.
I just like, I'm looking at like, there's no cards here. I'm like, okay, most of my cards.
Yeah, I guess the box and the 5-seat kind of throwing them off. But we are 8-handed. It's just, again, that box being the, in the 5-seat. We have to have that still for, like, especially when we have final table, like coming up Sunday night.
Sunday. Can't wait. Event 1 final.
The event 1 final table.
Always a blast.
Yeah, it'll be you and Adonis that will be doing the commentary for that one.
So if you like Adonis and you can stand me, come on out Sunday night. I mean, I like Adonis, and I stand myself, so
Yeah.
I'm throwing myself in that boat. But event 1 final tables, always a lot of fun. You got usually a good mix of experienced and beginner players kind of making a deep run. Obviously, main events are a lot bigger money on the line, but it just tends to be a lot more seasoned tournament players, where event 1 just kind of has that big mix.
Right.
You never know what you're going to get.
All right, Frank is going to get involved here now with the Jack 8 suited, and Nikki puts in the raise. Now Todd on the button with ace queen. Yep, you knew the 4-bet was, or yeah, 3-bet was coming.
Yeah, we did see some early limps rather than early opens. Nikki's raise is a little large because it's the $50 straddle over 2 limpers.
Not be ordering that again.
Kind of 3 and 4-bet sizing. Just kind of got there in a weird way.
Todd will take down the dead money after that 3-bet on the button with ace queen off.
See if they can do a vodka Red Bull before we ask for something more complicated.
Saw Todd do a little pat on the back there to Nicky, saying nothing personal.
Yeah.
I just want to beat you. It's not personal.
I mean, it is a game. It's a competition, right?
So 50 to go. Qualifier.
Frank gonna limp in again. This time it's suited king, king 6. Till he's itching to get in the mix. He's been really card dead so far.
Yeah.
Always rough when you're staring at all of the action, just sitting there, garbage hands.
Now Don gonna get back in the mix here.
Raise 500.
And then here is Dave.
3 bets it up with the ace jack.
Again, we almost every hand that we've seen, there's been a 3 bet.
And it's gonna work. Takes it down. Yeah, a lot of action on this table. All these guys like taking the aggressive route, having control of the hand. I'm sure that's what got them to playing on this level. So they're not going to stop now.
Yeah, been a very entertaining first 30 minutes so far for sure. We'll be doing a stat check shortly here. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this. So again, yeah, card player poker tour going on right now with event number 1. Flight 3 saw 137 entries, so 14 players will advance out of that flight to get to the final day on Sunday.
I'll bet flight 4 gets a little bit more. Tonight's flight underway. I think it's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, we've already seen some of the tables that's behind us that's already been put into use.
Which means we're probably creeping up to 100 entries by now. I'll be flirting with it anyway.
Right. Ace 10-10, so Todd flopping 2 pair. Plus a backdoor to spades.
George bets out. Todd puts in the call. Actually, it's going to check. Yeah, George slows it, just goes ahead and shuts it down on that 8 turn.
Yeah. Looks like it does go check, and Todd's on to kind of another pot there.
And Todd checked it over on the river, hoping George would take one more stab. Obviously, going into check call mode. Can't really get too much value if you bet, so just bluff catching might be the most profitable move. And we know George likes bluffing, so why not? If George didn't hit a deuce, maybe he does it. Gains a little bit of showdown value with that deuce from the river.
Right.
I think that'll affect. You were close to feeling it from this game.
So we're seeing some early success for Todd half an hour in. Wonder if he can keep the momentum going, or we know that he's going to keep the aggression going.
Yeah.
Not really a question.
Yeah, it looks like, I guess, one of the cards got stuck together as Trey was dealing it out, so just took them back just in case Nicky saw both of them. Continuing the action. By the way, dealers tonight are Trey and Kirk the Cooler.
Oh, George with pocket 9s gets to raise it up to 200.
And now Frank, king, queen off in the big blind.
So finally a very playable hand for Frank.
Roadhouse, suited 1 gapper.
And closing the action, I would imagine we're going to see him put in a call.
Yep.
Anything that's borderline, when you have nobody to act behind you, no reason not to come along.
7, Trey, 10, rainbow board.
So Roadhouse with the gutter ball, looking for one of George's 9s.
9 would be a intriguing turn card for sure.
Looks like Frank's going to put in a call. Float with the 2 overcards this board. In all honesty, king high might be best when George is c-betting. You never know.
Yeah.
Like there's a chance George has king jack, king 9.
That's the caveat. You never know with George. And a 10 pairs the board, so now George has 2 pair, 9s and 10s. And it's going to check over to George.
Just a question of whether he wants to check back against 2 opponents or bet to charge draws and then maybe check back river. He goes with the half pot, bet here now. Anybody that has a 7 may put in a call. Anybody that has a straight draw may come along as well.
So that's the first 30 minutes.
Woo.
Pretty
that was a lot of hands. A lot of notable hands.
Yeah, well, you said a lot of hands, too. Trey got out
That's true.
19 hands in that 30 minutes. That's pretty fast.
These guys are playing fast, aggressive, and a lot of pre-flop, so
Yeah.
those big pre-flop 3 and 4 bets to take it down. Just moving on to the next one.
Yep.
Makes
All right.
sense.
So first we'll show the V-pips. This is the way it looks. Yeah, Mooch 52%. 50% actually now. George 44%. Don and Dave 16% right now. Nikki 27%. Everyone else in the 30% or higher though. So, but again, it's been a lot of 3-bet action so far.
So no surprise that Don and Dave, the guys next to Todd and George, the lowest V-pips, they're kind of...
I mean, and look at this. Even though Dave lost that one hand to Todd, he's still up 2,300. Todd up 45. But again, these chips are all in play. There will be no glass cases in this one.
I like that saying. I don't think I've ever heard that one before, but
Yeah.
no, they are definitely not locked up.
No.
Rebel asking, this might be an unusual question, when it comes to multi-day flights, why is the last flight usually the busiest? In all honesty, I think the second to last flight is usually our busiest, the Saturday day flight.
For us, yeah.
A lot of times you see the Saturday day blow up because, you know, average person works 9 to 5 during the week. They'd rather play the daytime Saturday than the nighttime for the turnaround for day 2 Sunday.
Oh,
But
wow.
the last day is definitely the busiest.
Mooch has a boat on the bottom board.
Oh, wow.
And then
Roadhouse top 2.
top 2 for Roadhouse. Todd is open-ended on the top board.
How the fortune swings.
That would have been a tragedy. But
So, yeah.
Crazy turn card is it? Don gets a flush draw to go with his straight draw up
And he's
top,
got two
and he's
pair
got
on the bottom.
Yeah, improved to the bottom.
Oh, boy.
Don bets out. I would imagine we see Mooch. Actually, he's just going to call. I was going to say I imagine we're going to see a raise, but actually, if he knows he's got half of it locked up, and we're this multi-way, by calling, he can invite some people to keep calling behind. And
Yeah, and
know you're getting half of whatever they put in.
right, inflate this pot a little bit more. And Roadhouse, yeah, with his 2 pair.
Todd pretty aware the jig is up, just gets out of there with his straight draw.
So a 4 on the bottom and a 5 on top. So yeah, Mooch and Roadhouse are going to be chopping this up. Roadhouse with his 2 pair on the top, and then Mooch, of course, with his boat on the bottom.
Don thinking about maybe making a move. Decides to just shut it down. Lucky for him he did, since Mooch was going nowhere.
And Mooch does
Just
clip
overbet
the all
rip,
in, yeah.
which is smart. Gets most likely could get Roadhouse to let it go here. So he pushes him off the chop. We obviously know Don's not going to be calling behind. After Don whiffed everything up top, has to know that his king is no good on the bottom. Tough for Roadhouse with a player behind. Holding just queen high on the bottom, you have to really hope your hand is best up top to chop it.
Yeah, because he's not connecting with anything at all on the bottom board.
It's a really tough. Your opponent could be pushing you off a chop with a hand that still scoops you, like Tray 4. So he
does put in the call.
Maybe, you know, I know that we don't see these two play here too often, but I know that they play together a little bit. Maybe he knows Mooch gets frisky in these spots. You never know. Came to the right conclusion and put in a very tough call.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely was not easy.
Didn't expect it. I'll tell you that much.
Aces, kings. Playing cards. Yeah, I guess.
But we're 2 for 2 on exciting bomb pot hands.
Yeah, yeah.
That's for sure. Sick call by Roadhouse.
Like, well, they don't have a waiter. That's a waiter blocker.
And Mooch with 9-8 on the button.
Raising it up. 150 to go.
Frank with king 7 going to go ahead and put in the call. Roadhouse ace 10 in the big blind.
Just a question of whether he 3-bets.
Yeah.
Calls. I would imagine 3-bet seems pretty mandatory, knowing how loose Mooch would open a button.
And it is a 3-bet from Roadhouse, and he is going to take it down.
Send the bears back.
There's back, guys. There's back.
Down to you two, and you just lost.
For the stand-up game, yeah.
Everybody $100. At the end, but we don't pass chips. You're good, George.
Just making sure.
You know the answer to that.
I know that. Fold 8. 200.
There we go. George raising up with 8-7 offsuit from early position. In case there was any doubt, the action may slow down. It's gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Fold 1, 2, 3.
So he's going to write it down and get a little bit later.
Fold 4.
It's folding so far. Now Nikki with suited king. Out of the blind. Just gonna let it go, especially with Todd behind.
Todd, of course, in there with 4 tray off. Any 2 cards. Ace, 6, Jack, 2 diamonds. George quickly betting and Todd letting it go.
Flip over to 8-3 one time.
Also, guys, this weekend, I know we've been talking about the card player, but if you like your online poker, World Poker Tour has a thing happening where if you just type in the YouTube chat, ! WPT best bets, you will see the online passport qualifier for the Best Bet Scramble. Ooh. Actually, it's WPT Best Bet Scramble. That's the keyword to type in to get information on that. Again, this is an event that is happening this weekend online, and it will get you a main event seat in our Scramble main event, $5,000 seat, and as well as some travel expenses that will be covered as well. And again, that's this weekend only, so make sure you click that link and sign up and try to get involved.
I have to pack my laptop this weekend, you're saying, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, here, we're going to see Frank bet out 300. Todd with queens, puts in the call. Now action went check, check, turn.
There you go. Can't wait for college football to start.
Todd going for value on the river.
That 8-3 out there?
So excited.
Frank giving it some real consideration with king high. Really didn't believe that Todd had a hand, and Todd actually had a monster.
Major one bluff for the day, and now you're just not pedaling.
So what does that mean? He didn't run with 8-3. Yeah. He has to have 8-3 in the hole. He has hand. Yeah. Right. Not on the board. Yeah.
That's exactly what I would. That's exactly how I would respond. You're a clone of me. For long lost family members.
That's fair. That's good. Fold 1, 2. Straddle. 50 to go.
All right, Frank with a very playable ace-10. We're going to see him reaching for chips.
250.
We're raising it up to 250 now. Nikki with queen-8. Going to call from the button. Feeling frisky. Now Todd with king-queen puts in a 3-bet from the small blind. 800 to go, and you see Don semi-reluctantly let go of the pocket nines, facing all this action.
That tray out.
Just like Frank puts in the call, Nikki puts in the call, so 3 ways for 800 a pop. Pot ballooning up fast as we go off to a flop. Comes down ace queen 10, so Todd, middle pair plus gut shot, goes small. Frank's just gonna rip it with his 2 pair.
Oh, sharks. I thought you were talking about like
Todd's asking for the count, has to see if he has the right price to put in a call here. Obviously assumes his hand is not best right now, but
there's an investigator
if his king is live, obviously queen live,
on YouTube TV.
in addition to hitting the jack, is he getting the right price?
Yeah. I don't remember what the verdict was on what.
Oh, you little rat.
Wow, that's a poor one. I think
Frank finally gets to drag one in. About time.
Starts in the next
George, he needs a bear.
Not this time.
You guys want a glass of wine down there?
Oh, sure, I'll take a glass of wine.
There.
Yeah, I'll take one.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
We got Nikki. Those two guys are named.
This wine's incredible.
50 to
You
go.
stay on a while, I'll get the next bottle.
What is it?
So they just got a
200,
shell
right?
station.
C2.
Thanks, buddy.
Folding
You
three.
would
You didn't hit it straight?
Yeah.
Thank God that didn't do that.
Oh, thank God I had this.
So Mooch with the trade deuce, making it 200 to go from under the gun.
I bet too small.
Roadhouse with king queen suited. Tell he really wants to 3-bet. That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, he's got 3-bet.
He's like, I know it's an under the gun raise, but you're also Mooch, so
Yep.
I know it's light.
I wonder how like a lot of these hands are going to play out because of that.
He raises it.
Wow. Mooch puts into 4-bet to 1,000 with the dirty diaper.
But it's funny because he went with a very small, almost click back
Yeah,
size.
yeah, almost a min click. Yeah.
Got anything?
So heads up we go.
9 ace jack. So king high still good for Roadhouse, but Mooch gets gassed
But he goes
on
so
the pedal.
goes so small that Roadhouse can call for the Broadway draw.
Yep. Now 4 on the turn. Now,
Wheel draw for Mooch.
yeah, they're both. Yeah, Roadhouse with his Broadway draw, and now Mooch open-ended. Or no, actually, yeah, wheel draw for him. And he's on bet 900. Well, this pot is ballooning up a little bit. And Mooch is going to take it down. Mooch aggression, winning that hand.
Had to float the flop.
And that's how you win with trade deuce.
Yeah, exactly.
Take all the notes, guys.
Well, I mean, also, remember JK when he got the diaper bluff through on a mustache after rivering 2 pair? Probably the biggest bluff we've seen that to go through on our live stream. The biggest bluff attempt still belongs to Buffalo Sam. Which, were you here for that one, Mike?
No, I was not. Which I remember it was
It was he and Carson that were in the hand, and Buffalo Sam.
it was
Yeah.
during something I had to do with family. I know I couldn't play in it.
Oh, right.
And I'm
yeah,
one
yeah.
of like the 18 subscribers at the time of Buffalo Sam.
Right.
I saw that he was coming, and it made me immortally sad.
Yeah,
And then I missed the biggest hand of all time.
right. I'm sure
It's
you.
like, come on.
And I'm sure you saw the short though.
Oh, I saw the whole video. I mean,
Yeah,
I watched all of Buffalo's YouTube videos. Not a very well-known vlogger, but high-quality vlogs, I would say.
That that bluff attempt was the talk of the room for like almost a week.
I mean, hard not to be.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the talk of this room. I can tell you it leaked over to mine. We were talking about it the next day.
Yeah.
Like, breaking it down from all angles, mostly the funny ones. I think, honestly, my favorite part of that whole thing was watching Buffalo Sam's vlog a few days later, and him in the Best Bet parking lot just saying, like, what the hell did I just do? Like, he was kicking himself in real time. It was, like, he was saying everything we said to himself right after it happened. It was pretty good.
I think my favorite comment of that though was like, he just bluffed 13K into a $900 pot or something, or to win 900 or something like that. It was definitely wild. Well, Todd is in there with the Octo Crab. Don and George both putting in the calls. 10-9-6 flop. And Todd shows it. Octo Crab. Of course, that hand also made famous by the one and only Cairo.
Small blind, big blind, guys. Straddle the boat.
No, we don't have to.
50 to go. 7, 200 to go. There's 500. Roll the 9. Roll 1, 2.
All right, another 3-bet from Don this time. Ace deuce. Nikki in there, pocket 4s. 9, 8, king. Not exactly the greatest flop for 4s.
But Don, as a 3-better too, going to c-bet here. Nikki snap fold.
Yep. It's definitely been a very entertaining game so far, and you kind of see it in the background a little bit there, but flight number 4, excuse me,
No, I haven't
taking place right now
came
for
out
event 1. $400 buy-in tournament, 100K guarantee in the prize pool, which I'm sure we will meet that guarantee tonight. No issues. But still 2 more flights tomorrow.
Oh, really? Well, I should-
Flight number 5 being at noon,
I mean,
and
I
flight
feel
number
like
6
that's
being
like
at
the
6
bad
p.m.
all I have is jumpscares. I don't really have any.
Start to the Card Player Poker Tour.
It's just like, why am I at this? Why did I pay money to watch this?
I don't like jump scares. It's like,
You know the movie that I thought was good though, that was like always kept me on edge of your seat was the last what's the name of it? Quiet Place.
I
Yeah.
like that too. Yeah. I had a feeling that's what you were.
Yeah.
talking about.
I before I watched it, I watched the.
Wow, Roadhouse 3-bet, Pocket Kings.
Yeah, I think it was too.
No, this is like the prequel, like to the other one. I liked it more.
I like the Apocalypse movies. They like
5.
show like the beginning stage.
Put in the call.
It's just like pure
I mean,
chaos.
I will say I wish we got to know more about the creatures.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be more movies.
That's about as good of a flop you could ask for Kings.
Quiet Place.
Don does have a wheel draw, but
Does, yep.
see Roadhouse playing it tricky, checking it over.
Don checks it back.
Didn't fall for the trap and gets rewarded for not
Ace,
falling for
yeah, he
it.
does.
He's never gonna
Ace
say
shows
another
up on
word
the
after he
turn.
watches the movie. He's
Roadhouse.
gonna be, like, tiptoeing everywhere.
Doing that, come on.
The whole like thing in the movie is like basically Earth gets
Yeah,
invaded.
good check back for Don. That, as you said, it gets rewarded for it.
They can't see yours. All they have
So
is
it's gonna
like,
call.
hearing, and they use that to like guide them. So they get to attack anything that makes noise.
Well, now we get trips. Get double rewarded.
No, it's called Quiet Place.
See Roadhouse check it over. We may see him check call when Don value bets.
Turn it up.
You don't want to turn it up with me on your right. You want to just mute that, honestly. If I had the option to mute me, I would. Like, if I was somewhere else.
There's the value bet from Don, about 1/3 pot.
Yeah. An imp snap call there, basically, from Roadhouse, and Don's going to show you had the ace.
Yeah, flush draws, straight draws all miss.
Saw that.
Harder for your opponent to have an ace when the second one comes out. Just
I mean, none of the Deadpool movies have like.
nothing Roadhouse could do there but check call river.
A lot of-
Just an unfortunate run out for him.
Deadpool was really good. I was like, I saw it, it's okay.
It's okay. Like, it was worth it, but
About what I expected.
it's what I expected.
I heard it was like really bad, like one of the worst.
Like, so everybody hears it.
I mean, it definitely wasn't anywhere close to the best.
One person says it.
It wasn't bad.
Right. Because I liked it.
The other
I
ones,
liked the first two.
I mean, they're pretty much the same. Like,
I think the second one was probably the best one.
It's gotta be around the same.
Falling 8. Rabbit. Holding 9. 200. 14.
you know, I'm a sicko. I look out very carefully. I don't want pocket four.
Looks like we got 4 players to this flop. Trey, 10, Jack. So I'll check around. 4 on a turn. Let's see, 10 for Dave is what's in the lead.
And he gets to bet pretty safely now after checks around flop and checks again to him on the turn. Obviously, Frank would never check back a jack last to act, so. Dave bets out a little bit for value, some to deny equities. A lot of straight and flush draws available, and you got to charge them. Nobody really had a hand worth sticking around, and Dave gets to take it down.
doing fucking around, but when that bear game is on, you have to show it to get the bear. If you don't show it, get a bear.
You must show to get the bear. If you don't show, you get no bear.
Well, I saw George open it first act and folds all the way around to Roadhouse's button with 9-8 suited. Gonna put in the call.
Todd in there as well as he's chowing down on the fried rice.
You know, they say if a player takes a break from eating to put in chips, it's usually a sign that they have a stronger hand.
Right.
Todd's got 8 deuce.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Right. Now a heart draw for Roadhouse with the pair of 9s, with the king for George.
Checks all the way around the Roadhouse. Threw out a little bet. George called and
Wow, trips again.
George bets the river. Trying to make it look like he missed a flush draw, but Roadhouse had the flush draw himself, so he lets it go. George dragged another pot.
Wow. Octocrab back in play.
So limping in.
And then Nicky gonna go ahead and put in the raise. Todd snap calling with 5-4 suited. And of course Mooch, yeah, he's not going anywhere. He is putting in a 3-bet. So a call and then 3-bet from Mooch. Todd is going to call his 3-bet, so here we go. Already 2,600 in the middle. And Todd just flops the wheel.
Mooch is gonna fire out.
400, there you go.
You ever see a live misclick? There it is.
Yep.
Todd trapping, just gonna call. Checks it over.
Let's go check, check. Now there is a 4-liner on the board.
And it brought the front door flush and
It
clubs.
does, yep. And Todd's gonna bet 1,000 here.
Gonna be hard for me to get paid off.
Yep. It's just with the pair of trays.
He YOLO's the pumpkin in.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
And it's gonna be gone.
Yep. He knew he was beat too. He just did, like air hockeyed that that pumpkin over to Todd.
So nice little over 5K pot goes Todd's way.
Wow, Todd, I think he's up close to 10K now in the first hour.
Pretty good hourly.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And I mean, not that much. I forgot there was one hand that he lost earlier, but he's still, at this moment, he's still up over 6K.
Still good. Still good.
Still good hourly. Yeah, I forgot there was one hand he did give some back to.
Poor guy lost one hand.
Yeah. Oh. Sad how that works, right?
Mike asking, what is a pumpkin? Pumpkins are the 1K chips.
They're the orange ones.
Affectionately called pumpkins because they're very orange. Very, very orange.
All right, George puts in a raise to 800.
Oh, I can't flop just be something else, and I get to win.
You gotta love a game where it was 825 and you caught it, still would have been. Okay, after the
Yeah, if I
block,
call it,
it's
it's
a back
still
hole or a stand-up game. So show your hand.
Do that, Frank. After this,
All right, 1 hour down.
stand-up game's back on.
Let's go ahead and show the stats.
Oh, hey, Todd's up almost 6K.
Yeah, Todd's
That's funny.
having a good first hour. Dave having a good first hour as well. Don up a little bit too, which is good news for you guys. That means 5% could be going to a lucky viewer on YouTube. And Frank even for the most part. George still the most stuck, but listen, we've seen a lot of live streams with George where he's stuck for the first little bit, and then all of a sudden he just runs like crazy.
To be fair, if you don't count the very first hand, George is up.
Yeah. Yeah, the bomb pot hand that Dave got.
Yeah, lost 5K on the first bomb pot hand to start the stream. So being stuck 4 now, that means he's in the right direction.
Right.
You play here.
Queen high board on both the top and the bottom.
Dave in there with the Octo Crab 8 tray.
Good for 2 pair up top.
Yeah.
And somehow nobody had anything worth sticking around.
And he also had a heart draw on the bottom board too.
I get it. He's writing it down.
What'd you use there?
You owe me 100. He owes me 100. He owes me 100.
I thought it did count. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's asking.
no, we're paying at the end. George is writing it down, so we can't pay.
Yeah.
At the end, George is going to go, yeah, you owe 3,000. What do you mean?
The douchebag with his hand up, it's 900.
Big blind, Dave.
7 plus 2 people got it. Oh, maybe. Yeah, okay.
Certainly a bit different than the 2-5 winnings. Yeah, you're right, Steve. Definitely. There's opportunity for.
It's about 10x.
Yeah.
They're playing, with the $50 straddle on for the most part. So just add a 0, If somebody was up 600 in a 2-5 game, it's pretty normal.
Yep.
But yeah, this game's a little wide open.
Yes. Especially with the stakes the way it is. But yeah, it's definitely been a lot of action.
Run it up 20K in like an orbit.
Wow, all hearts again, and George and Todd both with the heart.
Oh, I had you so dead pre-flop. It was unbelievable. So dead.
See Todd put in the call after George bets out.
Ace high still good for George, and he's also got a gutter to a wheel now too. Queen under river. Ace high, gonna be good.
Neither player with a pair. Goes check, check. Todd didn't bluff at it on the end. Kind of bemoaning himself, I think, as he knows he could have gotten away with it.
Yep.
Let me know when a good weekend is.
Not often you see a guy that mad at themselves for not bluffing, but
Todd's like, yeah,
that is his specialty.
Yeah, Todd was like, yeah, I could have taken that. Wonder if George factor was a little bit in that too.
I'm gonna go with yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad I'm not gonna get many tickets
From who? Oh yeah.
Actually, I want to see like how many of these guys are back tomorrow for the 2550. While I'm thinking about it, kind of curious to see. A pretty good portion of them are back tomorrow.
There's a lot of soccer bets place, that's for sure.
I would imagine so.
You thought you were a huge soccer fan. This guy's betting Brazilian soccer at midnight on Tuesday.
I'd rather be on NBL.
And here we go, 3-bet from Todd. This time ace tray offsuit. After Nicky opened it up with a mystery hand. Now he is jamming.
Going to go ahead and jam all in.
The juice is really high because like
mystery hand is
so easy.
in play here. So guess what Nicky has.
I go with ace queen, ace king, pocket tens.
There's ace queen.
Oh, and first guess was ace queen.
Yeah,
nailed it.
Ace queen.
Do you really like to fire with tables? Do you like to fire with tables? I should probably start firing more table tennis.
I do fire. How do you think we got
So I need to bet more table tennis. That's
darts. I like this on the big blind.
But I mean, with table tennis, believe it or not, there's always like a live table tennis match, especially late at night. There's usually like 10 of them going. You can bet on.
They look like they're using the same TV cameras that like the squash players. That's like I'm thinking of right in front of here.
This one of those, some of the live streams pick up.
All I know is I need
give up. Like so far ahead.
I need the Orioles to win.
This time, no mystery. We know what Nicky's got in Queen Jack. Opened it to 200. Dave put in a call. Looks like we're going to see Frank put in the call. That'll be it. So 3 ways we're going to go. Dave and Frank both with suited aces. Nicky with the betting lead. Unfortunately, him, it came down at 9-5 tray. So Frank, top pair, top kicker. Can't imagine we're going to see him go anywhere after he checks it over. Nicky does c-bet. Dave gets out of the way, and Frank going to put in the call. Heads up, they go to a turn, and Nicky gets there with the jack on the turn. Frank checks in flow. Nicky's going to bet again. Went from bluffing to value betting, did Nicky, firing out 800. Gets a pretty quick call. King on the river. Frank checks it over. Nicky just going to check it back. King froze the action. Not sure if Frank would have found a call on a sizable river bet or not. Not sure how much value Nicky could have gotten, so just going to see Nicky drag that one in. Fortunate turn card for him. Because Frank going nowhere with that 9. If it ran out clean. Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight here on a Friday evening, coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. As things are getting underway in the background of the Card Player Tour. We got some high-stakes cash games going on today and tomorrow on the live stream.
These cocktails are great. You should get a sex on the beach. That's what you need.
10:25 tonight, 25:50 slated for tomorrow.
They probably got them back there. Ask them.
No shortage in action as you see here. Mooch, 3 bets with the 8 tray. Nicky the only caller. Action did go check. And look at that. Mooch fills up on the turn.
You don't have the best hand. Your feelings are wrong. Why don't you just raise if you thought you had the best hand? I don't get it. I think you have the best hand. It's like as he puts his hand in the wall. I don't get it. The universe is trolling me. This is bullshit.
I had king high. It wasn't the best fight.
You thought you had the best hand.
I'm always worried about the three.
You had 8-3, right?
I had a full house, correct. Yes.
What do you get with 8-3?
Everybody pays them 100.
Frank, that's what's happening.
How many Dan?
Anytime you want to know how much you owe, just ask George.
Frank,
Yeah,
Everybody
basically.
owes 100.
Frank, everybody owes you.
Anytime you want to know how much you owe, just ask George.
George, you might want to explain.
How much I owe,
George. Add it to the tab.
I've told him 12 times.
He thinks Dave's joking.
I was
No
telling
matter
you
what I
about
ask you, I owe
I
$100.
can't take him serious either. I don't blame him.
Look, if you want to bet table tennis, just let me know.
I don't even know if I believe the first 800.
If anybody wins with 8-3, everybody, including you can do it too. Everybody owes that guy $100. You understand?
I got that for him, but I don't understand how I lost the first 800.
That's a different game. That's a different game. So we're doing it every time he starts dealing.
I hope it's not
If you win a hand, you get one of these.
You got to pick somebody
The
to
last
take up
person
hand.
that doesn't get one owes everybody $100.
Yeah.
So are we in that now?
Yeah, if he's starting to deal again.
Cam,
Yeah.
you got to pick somebody to take up.
Excuse me?
You get to
Oh,
take a
yeah,
bear.
you're right.
You're a sicko. You're taking your own bear? God, this guy's
Who all has a bear? Well, you are not going to have a bear anymore. Absolutely.
War.
Of course, it was always war.
Don under the gun, opens it up to 100. The straddle was not on this hand. We've seen the 50 on the majority of the time. This one will be an exception.
That is technically, technically, you can't take my bear, because you should have taken only bears when you won the hand. But I understand now where you have your mindset at, which is good for me. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I just see red every time I look up.
How much is that?
Was George the only one that had a bear?
You can't take his bear. No, Nicky has a bear. You can take a bear, you just can't take mine. Yeah. Why?
Who has a
He
bear?
didn't have a bear either.
Wow, we're going to see a all-in rip from Roadhouse. Just started the hand with about 1,000.
It's just a crazy game. I think we should just sit around and play.
See if Don wants to call the king, queen, or not.
What do you want to know?
Who come up with this?
Before it gets to him, you see Todd put in the call with the ace-10 of clubs. Makes Don's decision easy to get out of there. And off to a run out we're going to go. And, well, Todd locks it up on the turn.
Oh, no. You gotta
Things continue to go his way.
Because he didn't have it there.
That's all right. He doesn't want shoes. Nicky, you want to red black for who's this guy?
Okay.
I don't think he knew.
Do I have a decision to make right now?
You can, or we can do it.
He just didn't hear you. He was looking at his phone.
Yeah, it's either me or Nicky.
Oh, okay.
He didn't have a bear when you won.
The guy has a loop for thing on his arm. The H guy.
Hey, look at him just pointing.
He was in that game. You know what?
Yeah, I know what you're
Straddle
If it lands with the Quicksilver side face off, it's you, George. Right, it's George.
Straddle on. 50 to get. I had to get my hair back because he won't
Raise 150 for him. $150 to you, Frank.
Yeah, I got my hair back. I have a real hand too. I would not have called free flop, dude.
No way, dude. You earned your bear with that one, bro.
I would not have called free flop if I had a hair.
Who took a bear? Oh, I thought he took his bear.
No, he couldn't because he didn't have a bear yet.
Todd didn't have a bear. Like,
But you got the message. The message was already done. You didn't have to take my bear to get it for me to go to somebody's bear.
I think that's what you're doing.
Yeah, he's just winning day 3 and he's just taking his bear.
It's like saying he's got to hit our foot this year.
100 to play. Restart. 100 to go.
It's Cam from out of town. Fuck yeah.
I like it. I like the energy.
Now we have a good poker game. Everybody's good and tilted.
Raise 600.
Yeah, been a very entertaining game so far to kick things off. We're only, man, it's actually been flying by pretty quick too.
Raise 2,600.
All in.
Call. I'm calling it twice.
Sure.
2 times. All in and draw.
All right, so gonna run it twice. All in call. Pocket tens versus ace 4. Yep, George is definitely ahead. A 10 and only a 10.
Good news, I only have one overdue, Ken.
Nice.
All right, so George does take down the first board.
That's right. Make him a straight.
Wow, and then this.
There's no jacks out there. Oh, put it clean and let's punish him.
That might happen.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna chop it up. George's ace on the first run out secures it, and Mooch flopping a set of 10s, but it was getting a little dicey.
I'm putting 2,600. I'm not going to pull it back.
Yeah, I agree.
Smooch, you want to start?
I'll say when it came down to it, you needed a set to win a board. That's hard to do.
George, we're not playing.
We all got to get story to tell.
Start on 50 to play.
All right, we got to raise the 200. Just wait for the action tracker to pop back up. I think it was Nikki that put in that raise. Yep. Pocket kings. Todd immediately puts in the call. Gets a couple folds. Dave's in there with the ducks. Queen 9 for Mooch. So here we are, 4 players at a flop. I think the ace of diamonds showed up again. I think the ace of diamonds is having a hard time. Oh, wow. top set for Nikki. Top pair for Todd. And now Nikki boats up. Let's go check, check.
Call.
So Nikki's gonna get a pretty big double up here with the turn boat.
Pretty good hand.
Yeah, King's full of jacks is pretty good. Better than jacks full for Todd.
Sick run out, too.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, it looks like it could have looked like a potential bad beat board. But we're playing 10-25, so would not work on this one. So now Nikki, after that big hand there.
Straddle on the button.
So now we got a button straddle from George here. Action's going to start with Dave. Could be a couple folds. And Don pocket fours. He's like, no, I want to play. So I'm going to go ahead and put in the raise. George queen 6 on the button. And he selects the fold, and Don does show the fours.
Get me up there.
Just give me a bear.
I love your confidence. I didn't see it, but I didn't see it.
It looked like it was.
There you go.
7 diamonds. First turn card.
Todd opening it up. Pocket 9's from early position. And everybody's letting it go.
Interesting.
Roadhouse laid 4.
Yes, you're calling it your five.
Until he doesn't want to not defend his straddle. And he's going to put in the call.
How long have you been in Jacksonville for?
Roadhouse does flop a gut shot. It came down to King 7-6.
Yep.
Or were you before?
Small bet from Todd. Roadhouse going to call, looking for that 5.
And it said Todd turns it into a set.
Does give Roadhouse open-ended, though.
Does.
Might see him stick around for a little bit longer than planned.
Hey, your buddy was there. The guy that worked for you was in here the other day.
Todd again betting kind of small, bets 250, trying to keep Roadhouse in.
And it looks like it's going to do
wow,
it for
Roadhouse is going to raise.
What is your favorite place to live?
Whose house? Roadhouse.
Call from Todd. See what the river brings and see if Roadhouse gets put to having to fire a big bluff or not.
So the river is a 6. So Todd boats up.
He is praying to see Roadhouse put more chips in, and more chips in is what it looks like it's going to be.
I mean, South Florida's pretty.
Roadhouse picking a spot to go for it. And unfortunate for timing for him for sure.
Oh, you died.
Yeah, but Todd puts in the raise.
Where do you go?
He gets
And
the bad
Roadhouse,
miss.
yeah, Roadhouse like, ah.
He's been having a
Around here?
pretty shit go of it tonight,
Yeah.
Roadhouse. I was thinking about censoring it, but, you know,
Yeah.
no, that's how bad it's been.
Yeah.
That's like one of the few times he decided to make a move, and just unfortunate he couldn't.
Tough one.
I,
Tough one for sure.
Frustrating evening.
Yeah, you can tell frustration's a little bit there for Roadhouse.
But a lot of time left. About 5 more hours to go. I mean,
Oh yeah, and I know
the
he's
night
al-
is young.
And I also know he's in the game for tomorrow too, the 2550. So I mean, I know he's pretty well prepared.
It's a marathon.
the problem with trolling is
Not a
you're
sprint.
not really fighting the fish. The boat is just going to swim like the word for you. So. It's not like fishing on the beach. Like if you.
All right, Ace 10 offsuit for George.
Dave going to put in the call, King 9 suited. he's got to let it go.
Yeah, Roadhouse King Queen offsuit. I think he already did. He already fold or did he call?
Definitely not folding that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Fishing big in Jacksonville. Or?
Yeah, he's still in there.
So it wasn't a question of fold. I think it was more 3-better call. He called. Nicky called behind and flopped a set.
What is it with the sets tonight?
Action checked around on the flop, so now Nicky's going to bet. Unfortunately for him, nobody has anything on this board.
Right, nobody's been able to come along and battle with him.
You flop a set in this action of a game and get nothing out of it.
That's kind of a
it's like a loss. That's like a loss.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of I've seen a lot of trips and sets already.
I will believe you if you flop
Oh yeah, it's a let me guess. Type of grouper. It's black grouper. Yeah.
80 pounds.
That's insane. That's a really big black grouper. I almost thought it was a.
Thanks. George opening up a little light here. King-8 offsuit.
No.
An ace queen now.
It's not as big.
Can't imagine. He's not going to put in a 3-bet.
Yeah.
See him thinking about size, giving his stack.
He's got 2K behind.
So if he goes with small size of like 600.
He goes 500.
Yeah, so say he wants to go a little bit on the smaller side. So normal size is usually around 3x, but he's going to bring it down a little bit given his stack.
King 5-9. Man, George again connecting. Pair of kings.
Roadhouse gonna have to put in the call. George's small bet on this flop.
And he does get rewarded.
There we go.
Ace, yeah.
About time he gets some good news today.
Does go check, check.
River jack.
Right.
Just goes check, check again. Roadhouse gets to take a pot down.
Yeah, I wonder if he was maybe concerned a little bit, maybe Queen 10 getting there.
Maybe he believed in Joe Hendy. I don't know.
Joe Hendry, yeah. Say his name and he will appear. It's a wrestling thing, in case you don't know what that is. Joe Hendry, by the way, registered in the as like actual trademark registered meme is Joe Hendry. His wrestling entrance theme that he also made as well, because he's also a musician, also got the top made 4th on the Billboard 100 for Britain. So yeah.
What?
Yeah. Just look it up. You'll be entertained, even if you aren't a wrestling fan.
Yeah, it's a
Well, after George opened it, Roadhouse with the 8 tray debated whether to raise or call. Just puts in the call. They are playing with a Octo Crab bounty tonight, it seems. That's why we're seeing it happen so much.
10-5 deuce. So deuce for Todd. 4s are technically in the lead still.
Yeah, and when it checks around to Roadhouse's button, he's going to take this opportunity to try to bluff it.
Yeah.
You see a lot of players go big pre-flop trying to steal it with this hand instead.
George puts in the raise, the 600 after Todd calls it.
Good read of the situation by George.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a fish for one.
Again,
Yeah,
great spot for Roadhouse to start a bluff. Story could have worked out. Instead, George is just in there.
Yeah, to get that deep, yeah, probably like 2 pounds.
No, he would have hit an 8 on the turn
just
there.
insult to injury if this goes to showdown.
Yeah.
10 pounds.
Very much so. And George overbets it.
So they're not even reeling it in.
So check raise the flop and overbets turn.
It's a completely different type of fishing. The bite isn't even that big. If you
Needs
have,
to
like,
drag
a
the
fish
pot
on
down,
600
playing his 4s in that manner.
Well, the rod tip is like
Wow.
this.
Great play by George.
Yeah, actually had the best hand, which is pretty fun. I think he didn't think, he thought he was bluffing.
I promise you,
Yeah, it takes a while to get it. No, it's not as fun. The sports is really good.
100% I had a pair.
They just have a lot of mercury.
Something that I believe did it.
Every big fish.
Travel along, gotta go. A pair or better.
Hold on. Raise 150.
Mooch. 150 to go. The 8-7 suited. it around to Todd, puts in the call.
Very entertaining game for sure, though.
George is going to come along with his ace-9. Comes down queen 10-8. Quick checks around. 3 fast checks as we go to a deuce on the turn. Todd's going to fire out this top pair and gut shot now.
One of us is going to owe $700. For sure.
Looks like the other two just let it go.
It makes you feel better, Frank. I'm rooting for you. Like the David thing.
I do like Dave Money.
This would make you lose 3,000 or 4,000 just trying to
What do
catch
you guys
up.
want my money? Frank's so rich.
I don't know.
money.
I don't really
Dropping the bucket.
I know him losing 700 won't affect him.
Yeah.
You would have put a little crinkle in your game.
I don't like it.
How much utility? You took my $5,000 in first hand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, cocky.
Gotta give me an opportunity to get some back.
Thanks.
200.
Now, Todd, it's been the.
Crazy amount for me.
I think every hand that we've seen has been a 3-bet hand, or at least,
Well, this is going to be no exception.
yeah.
3-bet from George with pocket 7s.
I do want to pull up the next time we do stats. I do want to pull up pre-flop aggression too. And I'm kind of curious to see what those numbers look like.
Higher than normal.
Yes.
Todd smacks the jack on the turn.
I've seen you play crazy. The problem is you're not drinking.
Went bet call for 1K, so now River Trey just pairs the board.
Everyone's gotta be worried about the old 8-3.
Todd value bets.
When it makes
George lets go with the 7s, it looks like.
It's transitioning, right?
So another pot going Todd's way.
too many times.
I just got it in Lawrence.
George, the 8-3 has made it more out way too many times. It's crazy.
My stomach now went from 3 bananas down to 1 banana.
One time someone had an 8-3 during that.
What'd you get? What'd you get?
You don't understand what I did? I'll tell you.
I can't imagine that shit that he got like lap band surgery. It's weird. You didn't get lap band surgery. There's something wrong with your stomach.
No, it's
Joseph asks, why is it I never get a player like Mooch on my table? Listen, we barely get a player like Mooch on our table at times.
Well, I mean,
It's been a while.
You know the old saying, if you can't spot the mooch, then maybe you are the mooch.
This is true. This is true.
twice lost 60 pounds. I'm going to lose 20.
But, or yeah, it's more likely we don't get mooch even in here very often.
Right.
When they run out of like stomach so
Todd hits an ace there on this flop. And he's also got backdoor to diamonds.
You ever thought about just eating less and really exercising?
Yeah, I thought about it.
you can't play poker for exercise.
No matter how much I lose, these sets there will come right back. I lose 50 pounds. Now the 12 months goes by, I don't know how to get back on me, but it's back. So
Cheesesteaks.
close at my age.
Probably the cheesesteaks.
I mean, that is what I ordered for dinner tonight. So there is truth to that.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Just,
I was like, damn, called
just
out.
freaking nailed it. Like, oh.
That's why you are Mike Kruger. That's why you are card room manager, Best Bet One Card.
I know poker and food.
Yeah.
I have a particular set of skills.
Yes. Definitely been fun so far, guys. Hopefully you guys are having fun with us.
And if you too love poker and food, come on down. Monument Road, Best Bet Jacksonville.
Absolutely.
Nailed it.
Yep. Perfect.
My transitions aren't as good.
Hey, no,
We're getting there.
listen, that worked. As someone that finds ways to be able to do that as well, that worked perfect. It's like George's king is going to hold up here against Mooch. George bet 600 and Mooch just he
Mooch
just
call
goes.
with the A, yeah.
He just tosses the purple chip.
Sick overbet there by George. Somehow gets paid. Just makes it look bluffy.
you guys like what you're watching, like what you're seeing, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also hit that bell notification for when we do go live. And there's plenty of streams that's going to be happening. Of course, the 2550 that is going to be tomorrow. Event 1 final table. It's going to be Sunday night. We're also going to have a women's tournament featured a final on Wednesday night. A 5-10 game Friday night. Feature day of our mystery bounty on Sunday. And then, of course, final table on Monday for that main event.
Let's just say Tan called me light.
He called you very light on the card and moved it.
Correctly?
175 in the air.
No, I have one off. That was the fun part. Was it 200?
175.
You paid a jack on the river.
Don raised the 175. Dave calls on the button here, and Mooch also going to call as well. Suited ace for him. Now Roadhouse pocket sevens, closing the action. I feel like he's getting a good price.
Definitely a spot to set mine.
Yep.
Hope to spike a 7. Diamonds would be disastrous for Don.
Big spot for you.
Here we go, 4 ways to a 996 flop. Roadhouse's 7s are still best.
Yeah. So I'll check around. Now a king does show up for Don on the turn. And a flush draw for Dave.
See, Don's going to bet out.
500 in the 8.
Dave going to put in
A raise.
Ooh, sneaky.
Yeah, puts in a raise at 1,300 from Dave.
Let's see what Don decides to do here. It's really hard to believe that Dave would check a 9 on that flop. 2 hearts on board. So I think Don's got a little bit of alarm bells going off on the BS radar.
Yep, and a clean 4 on the river. That's what Don elects to do here.
It's just a matter of blocker bet or check it over. If you thought your opponent was bluffing on the turn, checking it makes a lot of sense because he may bluff again. Dave knows that Don knows that, so
Yeah,
he does just
give
check
up,
it back.
Yeah,
Which, hitting that 4 makes it a lot easier for Dave to check back. Just on the off chance Don had something like a heart or club flush draw that missed.
Yeah.
Like ace-high hearts or 7-8 suited, for example. 4 could be good at least some of the time. Would have been interesting to see what he would do on a deuce river instead.
Wait on a good hand.
If he would pull the trigger or not.
I wish I would have waited on a good hand.
Looks like we are going to bring in a new deck here too. Some of the cards we're not reading, so Kurt's coming in with a brand new deck. Well, in the meantime, we'll go ahead and show stats as we are an hour and a half in. First, we'll show the VPips.
Earlier, we might be distant relatives.
Yeah, that's about right. Todd 52%, George 45%, Mooch 40%. Don and Dave 21% now after they just were heads up in that last hand.
Everybody trying to get active, that's for sure. Very active game.
Yep, and there's the earnings. Nikki up 6K. Todd also, even with that hand with Nikki, Todd's still up close to 6K. Don up 2,900, which again, good news for you guys. Dave up 735. Roadhouse and George are the ones that are the most stuck at the table. But this is the number I want to see, the pre-flop raise that we've seen. Yeah, George has definitely been active the most in that. Same with Mooch and Todd. It's been a lot of pre-flop action in this game.
Almost 100% of hands.
Yes.
Very, very active.
Queen Jack 7 on the top, pair of trays and a 5 on the bottom. Rainbow boards. Well, George has trips on the bottom board.
Decide to play it coy and just check it. Nobody steps out and bets.
All right, so it's a jack for Nikki on the top. Still the trips on the bottom for George. Club draw now for Roadhouse on the bottom board. So it looks like Nikki and George at this moment are going to be chopping us up. Frank had a Broadway draw on the bottom board, or on the top board, excuse me.
I think when everybody goes passive. George is going to go big.
Yeah, yes, he did.
That is. If it goes bet call, he might go small raise to extract some value, but the way this is played out, he's just going to try to take this one down.
Yeah, no chop here. It's
obviously knowing his 10 high is no good up top.
Right. Nothing like 10xing the pot.
Nicky just reading it for a bluff.
Yeah. It's like, why would you 10x it here?
Let's go.
You have to do without Sky 10 high on one.
I was only getting screwed by like very, very small amount of hands.
Todd was like, well, if you knew that, just fold. Don't hold up the game, said Todd.
No, it wasn't straight. It wasn't straight. I wouldn't have bet that much in the straight.
They four.
10-3 was when I was scared.
Hey, shit.
That wasn't a straight there?
How did that less than had you paid more?
Oh my god, that's so gross. Yeah, we don't pay that. That's when you were like, yeah, we have 10 high on one board. I thought you meant that board you have 10 high. 50, right? 50? Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the one closest to Jacob. I thought 10 was straight. Yeah, wait, is it? That's like the biggest difference ever. Hey. They switch IP factors all over.
He's out and a call.
There's like 200 in the
How open-ended for Roadhouse. Gonna see him continue playing aggressive in position. C-bet, small. Frank puts in the call to ace high. And the ace delivers on the turn.
Does peel off for Frank.
He just goes ahead and rips it.
Now a gutter for Roadhouse. Roadhouse gonna let go.
I got a bear.
He's not a bear. He said he has a bear. You do not have a bear.
Oh, he didn't show.
You didn't lose the game. It's because the game's over while you're not getting a bear.
Oh, the game's already over.
You won. But you won't get a bear.
Frank,
That's right.
so you know, man, you have to show to win. That's the way that it works.
Oh, he didn't show?
I've had 3 different people that have fucked up already.
The very first game, I didn't show.
So mine didn't count?
No, you have to show to win.
You have to show them.
Why you don't tell me?
I have told you.
Because if they tell you during the hand, then they lose.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say anything.
So many rules.
No, I'm sorry. I can't today because I need all that.
Game still pays because
What's
it's
up?
broke that time.
I don't know, but I brought only enough for this game.
Raise 761.
All right, Dave, happy to 3-bet the ace-7 suited. Over top, George's 200 open.
So how much I owe, George?
You don't know anything. I'm playing defense for you, don't worry.
Well, George puts in the call, so just be him and Dave heads up to the flop.
Queen 8-7. So George has an 8, and Dave does have a 7.
Actually, still, George donk bet out here. Throws out 500. Dave, gonna read it for weakness, does raise it up. George quickly called, though.
Yeah, that's slightly alarming. Blank tray on the turn, and George quickly checks it over to Dave, who does check it back. Now hearts do complete, so I think it does go check, check.
Play deep for you, Frank. You gotta win this next hand, though, man. You gotta win a hand. And show.
Right now?
You're still alive. You have the right
I'm going to bluff the river until
Remember to show your win. That's it.
You have to win a bear before Dave does, not to lose this round.
And I really did, and I didn't show it.
You did, but you didn't show. And is that 2 other people that happened to me too? Happened to him, happened to him. Otherwise, I would say I don't care.
People think it's easy to remember. I've actually been in the game where I forgot.
I was surprised. It is not that hard.
All right, game on.
Game on.
At least I know how to go in order.
Game on.
There we go. I just wanted to get you with something.
I was playing with these guys, and we were playing an actual stand-up game, which I fucking hate playing. So literally, I won the hand, I sit there down, I was like, I get to fucking sit there. They're like, stand back up.
Frank, 3-betting it up. Actually, just raising it up over a limp from George.
You weren't up that long.
I don't think we've ever seen George limp in his life.
No, not right now. Not in this game. I think it's the first time, yeah.
Defense for Dave, too.
But Nicky going to 3-bet it to 1,500 with the ace-queen off.
That would actually steady up.
Frank's first. Big raise of the night.
Yeah.
Nicky 3-bets it.
Frank really wants to take this
I
down.
might have gone a little cautious if I was Nicky there.
No, I'm just calling.
Here we go. Nicky and Frank heads up. 3K in the middle. See if Nicky can hit an ace or queen. If Frank's 10s stay best.
Jack 7-6, so 10s are in the lead.
Nicky continued telling a story and ripped it. And Frank snap called. Here, everybody's reading Frank for a monster.
Yep.
You show.
Show us. There it is.
I think you had.
Get the fuck in the bear.
Frank with a monster pot
You won $100
with the pocket 10s.
and did lose $700.
That's the main.
That's the main thing.
You didn't lose them.
And the best part is Dave did.
Sweet, sweet Dave winning.
Sweet Dave money.
Bear down.
Game is off right now, guys. Love the show today.
It has been pretty entertaining, too, to see all the chips basically going to different spots on the table, too.
Yeah, they're flying around.
They definitely are. Definitely been a fun one. But again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 10-25 game we got tonight. Appreciate you guys being with us here. Jack 10 ace. Mooch is going to take this one down. Got some Mooch fans in the chat too, rightfully so. Like I said, definitely remember Mooch from the last time that they were here.
Glad they liked it enough to come back.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny, a lot of out-of-towners that do come to our room talk about like how much they love this room because of really all the action you see in the room. You get a lot of tables going, even on our weekdays. It's always a lot of action. You definitely get a lot of games. Well, guess what happened? Todd just flopped another set.
Sheesh. Frank does have a gut shot, and George, let's go with his ace high. Let's see if Frank tries to peel the 9. He did call. No 9 as it comes down to king. Frank checks it over. Todd trying to extract some value. Goes half pot, 500. Frank lets it go. Stop if you heard it before. Pot goes Todd's way.
Yeah. And again, flopped set, trips. Seen a lot of those hands tonight. Wow, Justin saying he's thinking about hitting the pit over in Orange Park and getting some Kruger chips.
I'll go for it.
Yeah.
Take them all.
Aaron Judge.
This is your alma mater of Turning Banks, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Definitely don't mind anybody hitting big in the pit, that's for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
Just don't give it back when you do. That's the trick.
That is a trick.
One of the hardest parts, even.
Very much so is.
We're going to see Don assemble a 3-bet. Ace queen from the button.
George going to put in the 4-bet.
Cold 4-bet with ace jack suited.
4 purples.
Let me play. Can I play his hand?
Todd saw what Don was folding and says, come on, it's a monster against this guy.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Todd's right.
I got him.
Got you smashed.
Yeah, that's why I said that was going
They were suited.
Well, that's the worst thing I've ever done.
Crazy. Todd said, tag me in. Let me play this.
Give me that hand.
Yeah.
We see Frank limp under the gun with the pocket 5. So Roadhouse makes it 100 to go with the king queen.
Kimberly asks, what's the buy-in for this game? It's 2,500 min, no max for this 10-25 game. I want to say the average buy-in was between 5 to 7K.
Yeah.
I want to say for this lineup tonight. So I want to say that was the average buy-in.
I feel like a good chunk came in around that 5 mark, and then
Right.
Todd and George come in for probably closer to 10. And
Yeah, I want to say George came in for 15, and then Todd came in for 10.
now they both have 15.
Yeah. Although George did have to top off, but he is back. He's working his way back to even. Is George still a little more work to do? And now Mooj puts in the raise to 1,500 with ace tray suited.
Yeah, big check raise. So Roadhouse didn't necessarily believe Mooch. Almost put in the call.
Wow, here we go. All in and call.
Just like that, 10K in the middle.
Yep.
Oh my God. King
That is disgusting. So that first board is going to go to George.
turns open ended.
Oh my gosh, George got him twice! Ew! Wow.
Yeah, I just want like the small.
That's disgusting, man. Mooch, again, flopped 2 pair on that, but then
Against a gutter ball.
against a gutter ball, George hits it there, and then George runner for the other straight.
Yeah, they say run it twice to reduce things like that happening. Instead, we see the nastiest run out possible.
Yeah, that was gross.
But now Mooch, who is already active, gets sacked, and can't imagine that's going to cause him to slow down. If anything, we might see things ramp back up even more, which will be sick. Mooch, might see him steam a little bit, rightfully so.
Wow, that is wild. Again, somehow, some way, that's George for you.
Yeah, George wins.
Yeah.
Why not?
Wow. Scoop, scoop, scoop. Oh no, he reloaded back up, Joe. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that.
I don't know if you saw how he lost him, Joe. It was pretty dirty.
That was, yeah.
It was pretty dirty.
Yeah, that was, oof. I mean, the likelihood of that running out the way it did,
Pretty low.
very low.
I ran the numbers, and it was low. That's math, baby.
That is. But honestly, you look who's dealing right now. It is Kirk the Cooler.
Oh, Frank, you didn't show.
Man, that was disgusting. That will be a YouTube short coming soon.
I don't think I can watch it again, though. So, sorry. This morning, I'm not viewing it. Views are going down. Todd ace-10, under the gun. Gonna see him open things up. Raises it to 150. Nobody has a hand worth defending as it completely folds around. Roadhouse with 7 deuce. He's got to let it go. Looks like Nicky was able to defend out of the straddle with something playable. King Jack. Actually goes check, check on the flop. Neither player with anything but a high card. Continues to check through until Todd throws out a little bet after he makes it straight on the river. Nicky's got to let it go. Pretty anticlimactic, that one. But, whew. All right, well, Mooch back in action. Going to try to recuperate some lost chips, raising it up with 8-5 suited. You see Frank immediately call it the 9-6 suited. And Todd's going to call it the King Jack out of the straddle. 3 ways we went. Everybody flops a pair. Jack, 9-5. Deuce on the turn after it checked all the way through. Adds a flush draw to Frank. Now Todd does bet out with his jacks. We're going to see Mooch call and Frank happy to call as well. Now river, 10 of spades, wrong flush draw came in for Frank. It's Todd's jack stay best. He puts out a little value bet. Frank puts in the call with those 9s and gets the bad news. And you see another pot get shipped Todd's way. Todd's so far 2 hours in, having the night that most of us dream of. We've seen him eat a nice meal, continue to stack pots to the point where he's up about 7K and enjoying a massage as well. Just the way you draw it up when you set out to the poker room for the night. Right, George's turn, the suited 8, raising up to 100 with 8-6 of diamonds. After Dave put in the call, we're going to see Nicky put in a squeeze, 3 bets up to 500 with King-Queen suited. George calling, Dave going nowhere. So 3 ways in a 3-bet pot, 1,500 in the middle. Flop comes down 9 deuce deuce, 2 diamonds. That's what George was hoping to see. Nicky fires a continuation bet with his overcards. Backdoor heart draw, backdoor straight draw. George gonna call it the flush draw. Dave gets out of the way. Allows George to then play in position if he needs to start bluffing at any point. A turn 7, beautiful card for it. After Nicky checks, George over bet, bluffs it, turning the open-ended to go with his flush draw. Just applies the pressure, and Nicky's got to let go of the king high.
Don't look now, things are starting to work George's way.
I mean, I think after the sick double board run out we saw,
yeah,
things went George's way.
yeah. Whew. They're continuing to go that way, though, too. Oh, boy. And listen, when George has chips in front of him, he becomes more and more dangerous.
Pocket pair for Roadhouse. Opens it to 150 with the 6s. One of the shorter stacks at the table currently. Nobody had a hand worth defending. Just lets it go.
What type of logo is that for the Orioles?
They'll show the logo on the school and they show the probably their city and dumb shit.
It's like IDA.
Yeah, it's just city shit. They told every team to come out. It's ridiculous.
Blue chipper something. Blue chipper something.
So $50 straddle on as usual. Frank limps in. Todd raising it up from the button. Makes it 200 to go with the ace deuce. Trying to isolate the limper, but isolating doesn't happen much in this game as we see George call, Dave call, Frank calls. So 4 ways will go. 800 in the middle. 10-8 deuce, 2 spades. A little bit for everybody as Dave flopped top pair. George flopped a gut shot. Todd hit a deuce, but everybody just lets it go when Dave fires out. He gets to drag it in. We haven't seen Dave get out of line too much tonight. I think most players are a little cautious when he's in there firing.
Yeah, Dave's definitely one of the more solid players in our room for sure, too. Definitely grinds the 2-5 a lot. It's been a while since I've seen Dave play in one of these big games like this. But he is a very solid player.
Nicky raising it up over Frank's limp. Makes it 250 to go. Similar to last hand. Player in late position raising it up over Frank's limp. Trying to isolate. Works for Nicky as he gets it to heads up. Unfortunately, Frank gets the better flop and it became king, queen, jack. Nicky does c-bet though, about half pot. Frank with middle pair and gut shot, puts in the call. Nicky improves to an ace on the turn. But Frank, he's gonna fire out like he has a 10. And it's gonna work. We see Nicky let it go. Frank, with some thievery, steals one away there. Not something we've seen him pull out of his arsenal too much.
Sorry, my bad.
Raise up from Nicky, makes it 200 to go. And that's it. That's maybe the quietest hand we've seen tonight. A raise and take from Nicky. Haven't seen too many quick, cheap hands like that. Generally, this game's been full of 3 bets, a lot of action. And Todd is up, so maybe that's a part of the lull. I think players are kind of rotating some bathroom breaks for a little bit. Another raise from Nicky, 200 this time with the king 10 suited. Don, ace king. Gonna 3-bet it up. Goes with a 600 sizing, 3 times Nicky's bet. Wow, Dave wakes up with ace king himself.
Man, on the button too.
Cold 4-ball warning.
Yep.
There it is.
That's been the way this game's played tonight.
15 to go.
Strong hand on the button, raising it up. Now Don.
He's going to get a little bit of accounting, seeing how much Dave started the hand with in terms of starting stack. Decide what he wants to do, whether it be a 5-bet or proceed with caution. Both seem pretty viable. And he does go with the call. So heads up, both players with ace king. Neither one obviously hits the flop, but Dave, as the 4-better, in position. Let's see how he wants to proceed after Don checks to him.
Does like to check it back. 8 on the turn.
Doesn't change much of anything. Now Don facing that flop checks. Besides, he's just going to check it over on the turn. Well, it might open the door for him to start bluffing. Dave. That's 1K. So 1/3 pot. And Don's just going to let it go.
Lets it go, and Dave's going to take it down.
Interesting hand there.
Yeah.
The thing about Florida is it's just always, well, I guess maybe bad.
Wow, 2 hour mark.
Yep, new
4 more to
dealer
go.
coming in. Bomb pot it is. Every dealer change been throwing in 50 apiece as we do a quick update on the winnings tonight. And there you go.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just Roadhouse and Mooch down now.
Yeah.
2 players stuck, everybody else up. Todd and George, the big winners. Everybody else pretty much hovering around, effectively even.
Yeah, George, of course, with that wild run out there. With that
That'll
hand.
do it.
With what he's done. And then
Very active
we'll take a look at the individual stat for Todd here. That's what Todd's done in this game so far. Pretty solid, to say the least.
As usual, double board bomb pots. Each board representing half the pot. Players have been playing the Hold'em variety tonight. Their King, Jack, Jack up top. 8-4 tray down low. See what the players wake up with as hands load as the action goes through. And see Todd with the jack.
Keep me honest, Frank.
After he bets out, Frank, the only caller, he's got a king up top. King high actually in the lead on the bottom. Stays that way when we go to a tray up top. 10 down low on the turns. Todd continuing to value bet with his 3 jacks.
That ain't nice as me.
Frank has to let it go, and that, first time we've seen a quiet bomb pot tonight. A lot of fireworks earlier. A lot of fireworks earlier in the last ones, including the first hand of the day. Saw George lose 5K. And, safe to say he's got it back.
Stand up.
The bear game.
The bear game.
But you got to show.
Sounds like some of the side actions back on. These players will play for some bragging rights. We've seen the game ramp up every time they've done this. I imagine this round will be no exception.
Raise 150.
There you go, Mooch. Raising it up from the button. Does have an ace. One of the best hands we've seen him have from a button open. Nicky going to defend the Strato at the 10-6, and just going to be those 2 heads up to a 9-8-5 flop. So gut shot for Nicky. Mooch with ace high, action went check, check. Deuce on the turn. Now Nicky's going to fire at it. Mooch going to call with that, proving to a wheel draw in addition to his ace high, and well, ace on the river. Nicky continues firing, and Mooch raising it up. Ace is good, and he's going to drag it. So a little bit of something going Mooch's way. We saw him on the unfortunate end of 2 runouts, getting stacked by George not too long ago. You're trying to rebuild your stack and get unstuck. Winning a nice size pot always helps. Boost that morale a little bit. So we'll see if that's the case for Mooch, or obviously being still stuck, might stay a little bit on tilt. We got 4 more hours to find out how he handles it. For now, George, ace-jack suited. Seen George open light very frequently tonight.
Can I do a Miller Lite?
Very real hand. Nicky, ace-king.
Thank you.
Goes with the big 3-bet, makes it 1K to go. Only 2,500 behind. We might see George stick it in. And there it is, all in from George. Quick call from Nicky. Sounds like they're off to 2 runouts. Turn for George. George has, in fact, win the first run out.
There's like
Or outside, Nikki wins the first run out.
like I've heard
Almost can't read, apparently.
I can see that.
On the second run out, Nikki wins again. So we're actually going to see Nikki scoop it here. Get a full double up through George.
I came down to move. My buddy came down to move.
After some accounting, we're going to see a big pot go Nikki's way. Stacking back up. You hear the noise picking up in the background as the tournament players look to be going on break from our opening event here in the Card Player Series. Event number 1, $400 buy-in, 100K guarantee, always draws a pretty big crowd, and Friday night flight room is bustling. But big pot for Nikki as he was dwindling down. Nice to get the full double after 2 runouts.
They have like their own TV deal, so you can't watch any of the games. Like if you go out in public, like it's very unlikely that you'll see. Yeah. The Nationals game. I mean, are you gonna try to get on the TV? I got it on here. Oh, I got it on there too. I just don't want to. I don't want to like keep watching somebody in the chat. Like, oh, he's watching the stream. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. No, I'll just check the
Saw Don open it up. A couple of callers, and Frank's gonna flop the best of it on Queen 4 Deuce. Top pair for Frank. Fires out a little over pot. 400 on the flop. Don gonna put in the call to Jacks.
Which is nice. This is the MLB TV. They kind of
the turn.
They just show like what's happening in all the games.
Don gonna check it over. Let's see how big Frank wants to bet. Instead, he just checks it back. A little trappy. And King on the river. Gonna freeze both players' action as it goes check, check. And Frank's queen gonna take it down.
Nice.
This is the most exciting thing in the game.
It is exciting. Very exciting.
By the way, Don, is that a new tutor? I've only really seen you for like, for my work. It's been a while since. So when I just seen the doctor, I was like, 50 to play. Live strap. Raise 200 in the 1, 2.
So we see Dave raise it up. Price of 200 with Jack 8 suited. After Frank puts in a flat with pocket 10s. We got a big 3-bet to 900 from Nikki, and he's got a monster. Now earlier we saw Frank happily kind of get it all in with 10s against Nikki. See what he wants to do when it gets back around to him after everybody else gets out of the way. Looks like Frank just going to call this time. Fortunate for Frank, they get a pretty scary board in ace-queen deuce. Came all undercards. Might have seen disaster for him, but as played, he checks it over. Nikki going to c-bet, and Frank's going to call. 3K in the middle. Throw another deuce on the turn, pairing the board. And it completes rainbow. Action goes check, check. Brick 7 on the river. Action goes check, check again. And Nikki's kings get to take it down. Pretty anticlimactic kings versus 10s. Could have gotten a little bit grosser. Different boards, but once that flop came out, it was kind of destined to stay a small pot.
I'm in here, but you are on.
To play a restart.
By one, they let it go until it gets to Todd. Never afraid to open a button, especially with King 9. Gonna make it 250 to go. Down with King 10. And he's not calling. He's putting in the raise. Three bets it to 900. Todd's not going to let this one pass. Puts in the call. They will go heads up to the flop.
And they both hit their king.
Todd with the better kicker. Also holding the king of hearts, just in case that matters on any sort of run out.
Is there anybody here had a bear yet? Or is everybody good?
Looks like it won't matter too much as it comes down to 5 of diamonds on the turn.
I don't have a bear frank man.
You know,
Don with 7K behind, about 4K in the middle. Debating how to navigate this hand. It's like a
2K.
yeah, a little under half pot.
Todd puts in the call.
You guys are just brutal.
now, if you want to start going into millions in your head and capping it out by 3 or 2 and 3.
Don with a little less than a pot size, shove behind.
That deuce on the river. Pairs the board. Don's 10 is still going to play, but Don could be, you know, against Todd. He's going to go check.
He checks it over,
Yeah.
hoping maybe Todd bluffs at it with a missed heart draw of some kind.
Right.
He doesn't think he can get called by something like King 9, I think, too often. So if you're not getting value in your shove, then maybe it's better to check it over and let a guy as aggressive as Todd
Bluff
potentially bluff, yeah. Todd obviously happy to show down a king. Thinks once it goes checked over to him, it might be good a good portion of the time.
But Don did have him slightly outkicked, so
we see a big pot go Don's way.
Which is good news for you guys.
In case anybody didn't miss it towards the beginning of the show or any of the references we made along the way here and there, Don is doing his classic 5% giveaway to one lucky viewer on tonight's stream. Obviously, that's assuming he wins because got to be optimistic.
Yep. But also, there's a lot of time in this live stream.
Yeah.
But
4 hours left. Maybe that means he'll win 4 times as much as he's up now. Who knows?
I mean, listen. I mean, he's up over 4,200 right now. 4 times
that. Was a nice pot. That was a nice pot.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right, Roadhouse and Mooch are going to be heads up here. And the queen is good for Roadhouse. Immediate fold from Mooch as soon as Roadhouse started putting together chips.
Straddle on the button.
Ooh, button straddle, mixing it up a little bit.
I know, it's to you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think he now just realized that.
What's happening?
Yeah, I think he just realized now that button straddle.
Yeah, we've seen the under the gun straddle on vast majority of the night. So button straddle throws a little bit of a curveball.
And then a huge raise, pocket queens.
For Todd to open it with 6 deuce.
Todd put in the call. Oh, wait, no, actually, he put a 4-bet in.
Yeah, raises it up over George is crazy.
Oh, my gosh, and then an all-in from George.
Todd goes, come on. How cool would this have been if it worked?
And then Todd's like, oh, that's why you had queens.
So, yeah.
He tried.
He definitely tried. We saw a 4-bet with 6 deuce, 5-bet all in from George. Just when you think there shouldn't be anything going on in this game, I mean, insane pots just balloon out of nowhere.
Which, by the way, with that hand, I think now George is up the most.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. 50 plays.
That was a pretty big loss for Todd in back-to-back hands. First against Don, then against George.
Hey, remember about 20 minutes ago, George was stuck 5K?
What?
And meanwhile, it seems like tides have turned for Todd pretty hard as he's back down to even after being the big winner of the majority of the night so far.
No, it's not. I would look at the guy who put money in the pot.
That's not what I'm looking at.
Well, that's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
You were fine earlier. I don't know what happened.
You can just say me. I mean,
Third time.
It's a fourth time. If it wasn't.
So don't do good to show my hand now.
Yeah, whatever
So Frank has the ace here,
Unless you want to show us that you're bluffing.
and then Frank is going to take this one down.
I never bluff. Yes, David Burke.
I think they had to put a new keg in.
100 to play, restart.
You're still working on your three?
Another nickel here. Hold on. Raise 300. Full three.
Now Todd has pocket queens this hand. Going to go ahead and put into 3-bet.
I lose again?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave,
Sorry.
that means you owe us 2,100?
No,
Yeah, 3,000.
Bears back.
we lost it twice. So, all right.
Down 1,400.
I think I'm catching back up.
I'm definitely stuck in it. Pretty good.
You want to play this.
Tell him, Frank.
50 to play. Well,
Pretty sure it was his idea.
So pocket fives for Don under the gun here. George pocket trays. Also going to call. Dave puts in the raise of 300, 9-8 suited. I think we can count on our hands how many times there has been a hand where there hasn't been a raise or a 3-bet. So we got 4 players at the flop. Ten, 4, deuce. So fives are in the lead for Don. So I'll check around though. The ace on the turn. Probably whoever bets at this one's going to be taking this down. Looks like it's going to be Dave. Will be Dave taking it down.
Before the game and the first hand after the game.
It's always the next
You
one.
won more than 700.
Should have got a bear. I'd have given it.
Also, Andrew, what's up? Good to see you in the Facebook chat. Nice. Good to hear you'll be making your way back to Jacksonville soon. Hopefully you are doing well.
Yeah. He probably don't bet the river. Probably just keep going.
If you're going to play, lose, you play it. Oh, nice. Yeah, those are already ours, yeah. King of spades and the
Such a fight.
Also, when Mooch folded, I guess the king of spades did flash, so players did see that. All right, so Todd and Nikki and Frank.
You get it right?
Nikki has a jack.
I was like, dude, it's
He's like, don't bet me. Talk to him, he's like, don't bet me. I know my card. And he's like,
That's 200.
he was so
Oh, I remember this.
He's playing in the game tomorrow night, so. Drew.
Oh, like Drew.
That's up.
You
Check.
saw your hand and you
I saw my
And
hand.
it's
you
check.
wasn't like trying to guess it.
No, and he was
Check.
That's what I thought you were saying.
what my hand was, and I misread my hand.
No way.
Oh.
$1,000 away. And I said, I'll bet as much as you want. going up to all accounts that you have. I know that I covered it. Yeah, right. So,
I will give it to Drew, though. He's a man. Because Todd was like, you don't got to pay, man. I need my card. Drew's like, I made the bet. I'm paying.
he's always been that way. Yeah, he's a stand-up guy for sure. I've never once seen anything so like
50 to place, bro.
The funny part, he ended up buying it for 900 before we ever like learned it on this. So he was riding with a
150 now.
Hold 3.
What's you?
Oh, yeah. 8. 180.
Raise 700 in the 7.
Todd going to go ahead and put in the 3-bet to 700 here with Ace Queen offsuit.
Raise.
And Mooch right back in it. 4-bet, 2150. Todd puts in the call, so 4,500 in the middle, heads up. Todd and Mooch. 469 flush draw for Mooch. Mooch bets 1,500 here after Todd checks it over to him. Oh my God, Mooch is going to take this one down. Been a very fun 10-25 game that we've had on top for you tonight. Again, we're going to be taking this game to midnight. So an extra hour of live stream action here on Best Bet Live. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. Got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger. The dealers tonight are Trey and Kirk. Trey, who finally we've given a nickname to, the Poker Professor. That's Trey's nickname. And then, of course, Kirk the Cooler.
Okay, yeah, he wasn't here, so.
I can't help but picture Trey in a cardigan now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
you say it's a blind raise like that. I'm assuming that when I'm looking.
Okay, so, well, George can, okay, check, or whatever.
I would.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know I was allowed to straddle, that's why I said
You
that.
should have been, but like
You can straddle from any spot.
Okay,
I need you to say straddle.
okay, fair enough, fair
And you
enough.
did it internally after.
Wow, trips for George.
Top for Frank.
Oh, boy.
Kind of board that could get Frank in a little bit of trouble, especially as we see George play it coy. Just puts in the call.
Got 8 on the turn.
Frank checks it back. Thought he was going to be betting for value again. And George bets river. Frank does call. See a nice pot get shipped George's way.
It is turning into that night.
Yeah, I didn't know, I forgot to.
George's stack becomes a black hole and starts sucking up all the other chips at the table.
You always say really nice.
It makes that exact sound, too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes sense both ways. George's similar.
I had ace queen, so.
Easier
Yeah,
to
I'm
beat you on
glad.
straddle.
I'm glad it got held to the no,
You want
because
straddle?
I lost. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like.
Get out of that cheap.
Straddle.
Well, the ace nine was folding.
Boom.
I called him out of spite.
Oh, that would have really sucked. I believe you.
Raise 300.
Wow, pocket queens for Nikki.
Saw Todd immediately call the king 10.
Mooch with a suited queen, Queen Trey. Frank calling as well with his suited one gapper.
Four ways. King high.
For Todd.
Yeah, rainbow, king 9 deuce, Todd top pair. Looking pretty when everybody checks to you. It's a little 1/3 pot, 400 into a little over 12.
Okay.
Nikki pretty quickly does call as he's reluctantly kind of forced into doing here, especially given the fact that Todd would bet a lot of hands last act.
Very bad attitude so far. 500. Maybe once my beard
Todd
gets
maybe
here,
picking up on the fact that Nicky could be a little weak and stays small at the 500.
Looks like it goes check on the river.
Earlier for you? Yeah. That's brutal.
Should have been 6.
Yeah, it seems like Todd had a pretty good awareness of where he was at in that hand. That Nicky didn't have another king.
What general area that?
Maybe a weaker pair.
Somewhere?
Yeah, we're out towards
I wanted, well, I considered staying at Amelia Island, but it's too far.
Too far, man.
Yeah.
Mail Island is a bit of a hike.
It looks so nice.
is like
Race
an
there's really
hour
nice.
plus.
But
50 to place, right?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely area.
And with all the traffic at this time
But
of day,
it is a hike
probably lose my mind.
to get to this side of town from there.
You guys want me staying there. Actually, you guys want to put me up over there. Yeah, there you go.
Raise 200 on the 7.
You still Sunday.
So Todd going to bet 200.
I want to come out here for a golf trip. Let's do poker, yeah.
Frank going to go ahead and put in the call with Jack 7. Seen a lot of heads up here with Frank and Todd. Wow, and Frank just hit this flop with the trips, but Todd, nut flush draw.
Cool.
Yay. Action flop.
Yeah, golf and poker.
How did that session behind Senior Gibbs go?
And the flush gets there.
But it
Jason
wasn't
Hearts
him,
on
it
the
was someone
turn,
else.
giving Todd the nut flush.
Yeah, that's
Frank's
a-
still going nowhere with the trip jacks, obviously.
Waiting for the board to pair, and it does not.
You see him moving around, you wouldn't guess he's his age. Like,
No,
he's like sitting walking around.
Well, so I
Todd
assumed the
goes
some guy was him.
pretty big on the river,
Like,
gets
at
paid the max.
I didn't know who it was. There was some guy.
Eesh. Frank pretty quickly put in that 1,200 to call.
Yeah, he didn't believe
Yeah.
Todd. I guess he didn't believe Todd had a flush.
Hard to believe Todd.
Yeah, yeah,
It was really
that
tricky,
part.
though. They-
Could have stopped
You're
it
like,
there.
yeah, I mean, why would you?
I was having like a pretty bad round. And then the last
And that's
hole,
what that's what happens when you have that image. You get paid off in spots like that.
So I hit a shot.
That's
I'm like,
where
all right, I'm up like
a lot of money is printed when you're an aggressive
get
player.
up the hill and it's like a massive
You hope that you don't
pond
get
right
picked
in front
off on the bluffs too much, and then you
of me. Oh, I guess I'm in the wall.
do get paid when you have a big hand.
Todd back over 11K in his stack now after that one.
I don't think Coach would go off with it. He likes to bet.
Definitely still a little upstuck from his high point. Saw a couple big pots go against him in the last 30 minutes.
Yesterday golfing. I went golfing with Shane.
Bill was trying to talk me to go.
Raise 200.
You would enjoy golf.
George Jack deuce suited with the raise.
So long. Everything out there.
It would take you like a little
far it's
while,
working.
You could start out going to the driving range.
Roadhouse going to put in the call from the straddle spot. Take it heads up to 7-6-4.
Wow.
Roadhouse two-pair George with just jack high. George decides not to put out the continuation bet as a bluff on the flop.
Wow, George is a gutter. Queen on the river, 6-4 for Roadhouse. It's going to go check.
Board that heavily favored the straddle defend range.
It also completed hearts on the board there too, so
I also haven't bet.
Thank you, love. Everyone else okay? Drink, cocktails, coffee.
But I also haven't bet.
I haven't ate dinner yet. What's good here?
Sushi's actually really good. That's about it. And that's about it. You get anything other than sushi, it'll be disappointed. What I'm telling you.
I've had, yeah, I believe it.
Raise 207.
Todd's got the octo crab.
Cam, have you ever
That's why we see him raise up 200.
What is it? On the RTJ side?
No.
On Roadhouse with ace queen in the big blind.
Easily see him
Oh, no, those are
possibly rip it all in here.
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of destination.
Well, Robert Trent Jones designed
2K stack size, a little awkward out of position.
A couple weeks ago in Myrtle Beach.
But he's not afraid to put in that 3-bet.
You want to be a real man, get a VR headset. All you need on a 7.
VR headset?
VR tracker.
No.
I made fun of him for months for having one.
Todd hits an 8 and Roadhouse hits a
I literally
queen.
made fun of him mercy. I went to his house, tried it one time. I bought
Plus, he's also got the back door to spades.
Yeah,
Now he does go ahead and go all in. And Todd calls.
gamble.
Todd going to call it the middle pair, bottom pair, hoping to improve.
What do you have? Whatever you want to do. What did we do the last time?
Yeah.
I just didn't want to go short.
Yeah, they're called meta now. But I don't really care.
Sounds like one time they're running it.
I didn't know that there was
There's like 3 of them.
Time it is, and Roadhouse Queen is going to hold. Gets to scoop it in for a full double.
1,275.
Oh, excuse me. I was giving the option a second time. When you get the chance, you know, like you go around and you find one ace high. So like whatever, say one. Yeah, sushi menu. Just the sushi. Yeah.
All right, well, we have hit the 2.5 hour mark on the live stream. V-Pips, yep, Todd leading the way, 50%. George, 42%. Mooch, 36%. It's the way things look after 2.5 hours. Look at this, Don up almost 4K now.
Oh, yeah.
George up almost 7 after he was stuck 5K to start. Has been able to turn that around, especially with that gross run out that he had with the scoop against Mooch.
Todd, who was on that leaderboard 30 minutes ago, now pretty much break even.
And there's individual stats right there for your earning, top earner right there for George.
Not shown on that stats is how to win the 2 runouts when you're well behind.
Right. Right.
Really should get that one on there somehow.
Yeah. I'll reach out to the GFX crew and see if they can find a way to work that in there.
It's called the run good factor. He's got it 100% today.
Yep. Oh, Frank pocket queens in the bomb pot.
What a waste. Never fun looking down at a monster pocket pair.
Yeah.
Fortunately for him, it is still the best hand on both boards.
George has a jack on the bottom. Well, now he has a jack on both boards. Oh boy, this could be big for Frank.
They're getting to see it in Virginia, so
It's hard for it to really blow it up too heavy, one pair versus one pair, but
you and I.
so the runouts can bring.
I don't know what they're gonna have like.
Imagine just goes check, and that's what it does.
Yeah, it does go check the entire way, yeah.
Neither player has a monster on either board, but they're happy to show their hand.
I'll give it one go.
Well, especially on the top board, clubs complete on there. Plus, there was a
And he
4-liner.
makes a straight.
Yeah.
But Queens stayed best for the scooper, Frank, so a win's a win.
Yeah. You'll take them.
Especially on scary runouts in a bomb pod.
No. But the people in my area will. Bristol too. Bristol might have more potential than Danville.
I'm right there with
That was. I mean, that was.
I'm in second place.
That peaked like.
What you should do, you spin it up and just be like, you wouldn't know about that.
I don't have it in me.
We're so focused
I get bored so quick.
Just be an EA coordinator or something over there. Just part-time residency.
It's 150, folding 3.
Just be like the disgruntled coach from dodgeball the older you get.
There was one guy that went there that was an exchange student, and he was obsessed with poker. So he would run games at his apartment, which was just like 2 poker tables in his apartment. So.
Mooch, open-ended. Todd, just 9 high in a dream. Action goes check. You see Mooch throw out a little bet on the turn. He's going to take it down. Todd couldn't do much. Just the 8 of hearts. Easy to believe that even if you hit, you're no good.
I mean, I'm used to it, honestly. I expect something like that to happen. I did not. Well, it's me. That's
No straddle on this hand. Just a normal 10-25, no limit hand. Straddle's been on, say, the vast majority of the time.
Well, I mean,
Here we see Dave raising it up to a hundo with 8 tray.
did it work?
Frank immediately calling it the Jack 9 offsuit.
I mean, I've done it so many times, I don't remember which time it was.
Woodhouse out of there from his button. Small blind out of the way. Todd calling with an ace out of the big. 3 ways to the flop we go. Jack 4. Frank flops all of it.
I can't live with myself.
Yeah.
3 of a kind for Frank. Action checks over to him. We're going to see him bet it out.
It's worth losing the 30K, but not see a bluff.
Todd
It was like 34,000.
throws in a little check raise. Makes it 500 to go. Obviously, Frank going to put in the call. He's going nowhere.
Well, you gotta be a sure stick of the show.
Trail in the turn. Todd picking up chips, going to keep firing.
All within about an
He's
hour.
reading Frank for weakness.
Was that the same night with the 230 call
Instead.
off with Ace of Hearts?
I think the bad news is Frank rips it
That was the morning.
all in for
No,
his
this
remaining
was in Vegas.
2,000.
No, that was.
Oh, it was there.
They all know about their hand.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, that first game at Resort said it got better though.
Yeah.
The game got better that first one.
I think that the time where I bluffed you or tried to bluff you or whatever, that must have been with the race car. That
Gets
game.
the full count, sees it's a little bit more than he wants to pay, and he's going to let it go.
Oh, damn.
It was you were drinking. I think on first night playing.
Oh, you went to Arts?
Much needed Frank pot gets his stack back to about 4K.
That's the one where what's his name? Poker Pro.
Oh, Mariano.
Mariano called you for like a bunch.
It was a lot. Yeah.
He was not impressed.
That was nice. I deserved that one. I felt like that was some. I was finally running good.
Raise 150.
Talking about cafe model?
500 re-raise.
Talking about model
500 to you, Frank?
No,
Frank, 500 to you.
a vlogger, poker vlogger.
Mine?
Is he also saying
That's
that?
Steve.
Full 3. 500.
500.
Make it a nickel.
1 nickel.
45 of them.
Full 4. Full 6. Full 7.
Can't you sit there and wait on the octo crowd all night? It's never gonna come.
I've had to fold it twice. The one time he had pocket nines on that one, and I had everything blocked, and I was like, he's got to fold.
I mean, I
Too much
didn't
of
fold
straight
it.
there
I just
from our,
called.
and you just snap it off. No, you should snap jam on nines. I'm like, really?
Oh, yeah.
That pair board?
You had-
Yeah.
That's when you had A3?
Huh?
You had A3 then? Oh.
I had king queen, so
And as soon as you jammed them, I was like, good
I was happy. Four. Makes sense that you didn't call, because I had a good hand.
Start on the restart on you too. $100 to go, guys. For to go. 4. 6. 300. 1 3 bills. That's it.
Check.
Which money do you think the kids are losing at David Buster's right now?
They're losing. I told.
I've earned more money at that fucking place.
Dude, honestly, dude, I was talking to my buddies. We were in a cab in Vegas, and I was like, let's just go to Dave and Buster's. I was like, they can't get us there. I was like, what are we gonna do? Lose a couple $100? Like versus going to the casino.
Oh yeah. It's fun too.
It's fun, yeah. It's the same experience. You can drink, yeah.
To be done with them and been to the beach this year. So like,
I guess the worst thing you could do at Dave and Buster's is bowl, because then you could gamble on the bowling. And, you know, things could go crazy.
150 C7 fold. 9. Raise 8 bills. 800.
That's strong.
shit screwed me up.
Yeah, the 8-3.
Oh, I should have checked. I know you're not calling, so that's what I have.
You might as well show your hand.
I mean, yeah.
I'm kind of excited for Trey to
I
come
don't
back
think it's
here.
worth the chasing these plays. I don't know.
Man, shove on the turn would have been badass. Probably would have worked.
Action of it without having to pay.
I'd have been so tilted.
We have a guy named Bill that really likes that game too.
Oh man, dude, that's what I was thinking though. Because Bill likes to golf, we could come down here and do a golf trip. Me, him, and then like Shane likes to golf.
I was saying if you want to come down, we have something going on.
We could plan a golf trip in the
Bill's
winter.
scared of George though. He's not gonna come down.
I mean, he could at least golf.
I'm saying that in
Reach
case
for that
you
glass
show
so
you hear
hard.
that.
Yeah, it's almost as bad as reaching for like a dip container and accidentally get out of it.
That's bad.
Check.
Holy turn card. Mooch makes the wheel, fires right out. Don, top set. This could be ugly. Roadhouse, meanwhile, top pair. Weighing his options. Tell he doesn't necessarily believe Mooch, but he lets it go. And now Don, with the top set, facing the overbet. After checking back and under-repping his hand strength on the flop, does put in the call. Do we get an action river card? Instead, it's an ace. That might save Don. Now any jack makes a straight. Mooch knows it's a scary board. Bet's tiny. Hoping to get an extra 6 hundo here, which he will. Don puts in the call and gets the terrible news. Whew. Just like that, Mooch scoops a nice sized pot. Don, huge bump in the road. Nasty, nasty 10 on the turn.
Mike Timms earlier in the session,
Literally like
ace,
Brett
ace.
Hunter,
I'm like,
right,
oh,
all in.
that's what you had. You got the 3 aces. I was like, okay, well, all right. There you go. Then value.
After that, I see George call Don's open. Dave comes along, Frank comes along, Roadhouse comes along. So 5 ways. We're going to go to the flop. 1K in the middle. Comes down Jack, 7, Trey, Rainbow. Top pair for Dave. Going to be last to act. Checks over to him. We're going to see him fire out. Does go half pot, 5 hundo. Frank's a non-believer. He's going to put in the call with ace high, even with the 3 players behind to act. All 3 of which do let it go. So it'll be Dave and Frank heads up to the turn. Which comes down to king. So it proves Dave's a 2 pair, but also gives Frank a Broadway draw. Dave continues with the half pot size, betting 1K into 2K, and Frank going nowhere with a straight draw. Does put in the call. May think that his ace is live as well. Frank with a little under 1,000 behind as they go to the river, which comes down to 5. Checks it over, Dave. Tries to get the rest of it, but Frank put in.
Did you not hear me? Did you call it all in?
No, I thought you said 100.
You wouldn't have called it. Just give me 100. Give me 100.
Sounds like Frank misheard what Dave said. Dave helps clarify the misunderstanding.
Did you say that to someone?
I whispered. I whispered.
I whispered it out, I guess.
We're all off the menu days, but he knows Frank is hard of hearing, and he's like,
Frank is coming back.
We did see big old pot go Dave's way after Frank missed, hitting Broadway on the river.
You got enough chips down there to break a 5K, George?
yeah, that's it.
It'll be small back there, Frank.
Frank's not going to continue playing short stacked. Adds on a 5K chip,
Jack high call or whatever.
topping his stack off.
Jack high.
I was trying to bluff.
Action gets back away after we see George break that 5K. Getting some check change over Frank's way and
Can't wait. Oh wait, we're playing the Haribo gun.
just let it go.
No, not yet.
So after getting settled in with those chips, action is on Frank with pocket fours.
Lucky, you just never get to deal with it.
Just going to limp in with them. Roadhouse with the 10-9. Going to limp as well. Action on Nicky. Given the option in the straddle. He's going to raise it up with ace-9.
I don't remember. I literally don't remember who dealt it. I was just flabbergasted. It's like, what happened? Thought he had a flush when he's like, that's me. I was like, oh, he's got a flush.
Both blinds do call, and 3 ways we went to King 5-4. So bottom set for Frank. It is all hearts. Nicky sitting there with the ace of hearts. Obviously going to be going nowhere after Frank bets out 500. Action on Roadhouse in the meantime, holding the 9 of hearts.
Is that what happened?
Dude, you're a
Does let it go a little reluctantly. He'll be happy to see when Nicky puts in the call. And now 10 on the turn.
Two pair, like what? Like that's a really good outcome.
Frank continues firing. Big bet here.
Dave sweat your hand. I was like, damn,
Fires 1,300.
I mean, there was a lot going on there. You're probably,
Nicky
he's probably trying
quickly
to bluff
puts in
me.
the call again.
You know, he shows his hand or whatever.
Brick on the river. So Frank's set is best.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously throws out a nice size bet. Nicky's got to let it go. And
It was such a weird hand.
fresh off of a bad hand, Frank gets to rake in a nice sized pot and try to undo what just happened between him and Dave.
Tom goes. That's what percentages mean. I've seen that happen in sports a lot. It's like horse meets.
BestBet's definitely going to make a meme of that hand.
That's great. That's great. I love being the butt end of the meme.
That's going to be a short for sure.
What's that? This parlay was the sickest. Like that was.
Oh, I mean, I'm used to it. Like you know, Nathan knows more than getting messed up.
All right, we're going to see a rare limp from George. Under the gun with pocket deuces, limps in.
Bring it on.
Mooch going to raise it up with 300 with Trey Deuce. Nicky in there with the 8-7 suited. George going nowhere with his pocket deuces. So 3 ways, almost 1K in the middle. 10-7-6. Nicky with the best hand. Middle pair and gut shot. Action checks through. A 5 on the turn. Looks like Mooch going to go for it on the turn delayed C bet. Nicky with a check raise. Both players have to let it go, and Nicky gets to drag that one in. A couple of folds so far. These things swing around. Dave bumping it up, and then an immediate 3-bet from Mooch. So price of admission 400 to Roadhouse's button. Gonna let it go. Tell he's itching to get in the mix. Keeps getting these middling hands and exploded pots. Can't stick around. But we saw Todd put in the cold call with pocket fours. Mooch's 3-bet. Everybody else out of there to queen 8-6. Action goes check, check. Another queen on the turn. Todd's fours stay in the lead. Till we see the 9 fall in the river for Mooch. He goes with a big bet. Todd tries to pick off a bluff. Sees the bad news that Mooch gets the absolute maximum with the 9 on the river. Makes it look like he was trying to steal it. Gets paid off. Mooch and Todd have been battling a ton tonight. Todd thought he had a read on that one. Unfortunately, it's all Mooch's. $50 straddle is back on. So we see action start on Dave. Let's go the 10-4 and fold from Mooch over to Frank. Don't have to let go of the 8-5 offsuit. Roadhouse, Queen Jack. Imagine we're going to see him open things up with a raise. Let's in fact make it 150 to go.
Right before the Georgia border heading down here.
Is it state?
Todd in there with the Jack 9 suited. Over to Don's King at Jack suited. Who's going to put in a 3-bet.
Oh, shit. You don't find that at the state liquor stores.
Makes it 450.
Speaking of Buffalo Trace products, last
The Roadhouse calls. We're going to see Todd call.
yeah, we had some Blantons.
Still the Blantons?
Which one? Which one?
3 ways to
What is-
5 high flop.
Which one? Oh, I mean that's been killed. I got killed at Christmas. I'm
He's
talking
going to
about,
check through to a deuce on the turn.
we had Blantons when we were at the beach.
Don now. Gonna rep the ace. He did 3-bet pre-flop.
Sitting on the table.
Gonna make it look like he hit the wheel.
The next day there was no liquor in the bottle.
He bets out 500.
I don't know what happened.
King high was the best, but
Somebody drank it all.
he thinks he's bluffing. Does get to take the pot down. Either way, it's a little bit of good news for Don.
Especially if we're paying market price for it. Nice hand, man.
It wasn't market price. It was a reasonably priced one.
All right, so we got the $50 straddle and a blind raise to 100 on this hand out of Mooch. So action starts here on Frank with the Jack 10. Gonna see him limp in. Roadhouse, Queen 9 suited. Might see him try to isolate the limper. Looks to be the case as he makes it 300 to go. He's at least going to get to play the hand in position as everybody behind folds over to the blinds. Or we see George put in the call now. Mooch from that blind raise position now gets to put in a 3-bet. Makes it 1K to go at Queen Jack. And Roadhouse has to let it go, but George isn't giving up just yet. Puts in the call. Him and Mooch super deep. As they go off to King 10 tray, so Mooch flops open-ended. You're going to see him fire the C-bet after George checks it over. After a little bit of thought there, we see George let it go. George maybe thinking about trying to pull a little something, but luckily for him, he would have been absolutely dominated. Mooch probably going nowhere at the open-ended straight draw on a better queen high.
The sushi and sashimi.
The sushi and sashimi play?
Can I sub the miso soup for seaweed salad?
They're not, they're probably not gonna like, because there's like a price difference. The miso soup is only like $3.50.
Can I just pay the price difference? I just don't want the miso soup.
I can ask.
Frank limping in with the pocket sevens.
Pay whatever.
Sushi and sashimi, so you want no miso, try and sub or seaweed, is that what you said?
Seaweed salad, yeah.
If they say no, do you want to add the
Just add the seaweed
Add it.
salad. But,
And I'll take his miso.
okay.
I'll take your
Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
Easy solution, I guess.
So,
Yeah, so just,
so add the seaweed, right?
yeah, add the seaweed.
And do any shrimp or soy sauce, though?
No thank you.
No? Anything else good?
I'm good. And just some
All right, as they chopped up a nice dinner meal, we see Todd put in the 3-bet and Frank call.
Exactly. Friendly table.
I had some seaweed salad earlier. I mean, it's good. I also now suddenly want miso.
You just had a pretty good sushi spread, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's tofu. It's like boiled.
Meanwhile, we did see Frank take down a pile of the pocket sevens. When he let out on the ace-high flop, Todd just lets go of the king-jack.
Missed some stuff. Frank's got over 8K in front of him now.
I think some things have happened in the last little bit.
Yeah.
Not all of that's because of good news for Frank.
Right.
Did lose a big pot, then top off,
Okay, gotcha.
then win a big pot. So
Gotcha.
believe it's a net negative, but not terrible.
No. Well, the way this game's playing, a lot can change in a hand.
I mean,
We've seen that I don't know how many times tonight.
we'll see it on the next update from Todd. I know that's for sure.
Yeah,
When you
right.
see that update, you might throw up in your mouth a little bit.
Okay, I gotcha.
Remember when he was the biggest winner an hour ago?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay.
But I've also noticed that he does not have as many chips in front of him as he did at one point.
Yes. Not so great.
It's been that type of game, though.
It is definitely a swingy table. I mean, fortunes will fly, and we still got right around 3 hours to go, so
Yeah, we're about ready to hit our halfway
not
point.
gonna slow down, it seems like.
Georges have 2 pair now, queens and jacks. It's been that type of game, though. I mean, when you get action like this, every hand we've seen a 3-bet or a 4-bet, pre-flop, it's 100% going to be that way. Lots of action.
I mean, average pot size has to be 1,000, 2,000. Just every pot's huge. Things change quick. For everybody that's been with us for the first 3 hours, hope we'll enjoy the next 3 hours as well. Greatly appreciate everybody hanging in, tuning in with us, chatting it up, watching some poker here on a Friday night. Meanwhile, we see Don raising up 200 with 10-9 suited. George immediately 3-betting the Octo 8 tray.
I can't see very well from here, but it looks like it's like a bases loaded.
Trying to steal one here is George, and it
like 4.
so far is working.
4 yellow.
Goss lets it go, so it just comes down to Don, who does let it go. George.
What is it?
Celebrating the bluff with the 8 tray.
There you go.
Gets a big win.
Add it to the Somebody's going to owe 4 times bigger.
We had a straddle.
Sir, you owe 5.
If you would gone to the streets with that. Small line there, Frank. Where's that?
So yeah, straddle and the restraddle 100 to play.
We saw Don let go of King Jack there. Luckily for him, he did, as George, fresh off the bluff, wakes up with aces. Raises it up and, oh, God. Frank with kings.
Oh, no.
Going a 3-bet.
I owe money.
If you don't like to see car crashes, I would look away. 'Cause there is no way this doesn't inevitably get all in the middle. And in the meantime, George going to be a casualty of punting 1,000 when he cold calls. And there we see George rip. Frank is going nowhere. Puts in the call on this all-in. Todd looked both ways before he crosses the street. He's thinking about it given his stack. But has to know that Frank is very strong in this scenario. Doesn't necessarily believe George, but does let it go.
There's aces. Do you want to run it twice?
Frank gets the terrible, terrible news. Hope to spike a king on one of these 2 runouts. So they did agree to run it twice.
Looks like George is going to take this first one, and he does.
See if Frank can spike a king and keep his chip stack.
Oh, no.
Well, I was going to say he did. Fortunately, ace came along with it for George, and we're going to see everything get shipped George's way. Absolutely nasty there for Frank. In literally the last hand, we just saw George bluff huge with 8 tray offsuit.
That sucks.
Now, he just wakes up with aces. You got kings.
Yeah, writing was on the wall on that one. And then, of course, on the second board, you get your king, but unfortunately, he gets his ace.
Just pretty mean.
Very mean.
Oh, yeah, quite
The Kings have not done well.
No.
Just nasty. Nothing anyone could do there when George wakes up with aces against their kings. Cool. All right, well.
And
Kirk's going to go take a walk and think about what he just did.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's
Get a couple lashings in the parking lot.
show the stats now. Yeah, V-Pips, Todd still leading the way. George, 41%. Mooch, Frank, and Roadhouse all in the 30s as well. Nikki, 27%. Dave, 21. Don really hasn't played much lately. 19% for him, but
he is stuck between the 2 top
he
V-Pips.
is he is stuck between 2 of those players that are giving all the action. And look at that, George up 14, almost 15K now. Nikki up 24. Yeah, it's a tough one.
So it's double board bomb pot time.
That it is.
102, 202.
So I think, let's see, Mooch bet 100, and then a min raise from Frank, who has Queen Jack.
Yeah, straight draw on both boards.
He does.
And now Nikki
all
Rippy.
in. Yep, has a pair of kings on the bottom and a 10 on the top.
Mooch letting it go, and over to Frank. Frank is in full F-it mode.
He is.
F obviously stood for Frank.
Yep. Yep.
He's looking for a double up, and well,
He does have a queen on the top. And I
got
think he's
straight
got a
on the
straight on bottom.
He's gonna
yeah.
scoop.
Frank's gonna get some back.
Frank scoops a monster.
He does.
6-6 sick. The crowd goes wild, except for Nikki.
Except for Nikki, yeah.
Full double up for Frank.
Wow.
Plus a little extra. Just like that. Frank's back in the mix.
You got a quarter hot on the
Wow. Whew. You want to talk about a roller coaster?
9 good? That's
Took
what I
that
have.
beat, took
All I
that
have is
beat
a
bad
9.
the hand previous, and now a double board bomb pot. It's a scoop for Frank. Tail of 2 different tails there. Wow, wow, wow. This game is silly.
All right, so Frank, a little over 10K in front of him now. I wish we could do one of those chip count graphs Frank stacked the last 30 minutes. It's been he has been involved in a lot of big pots. And it's 50-50 the way they're ending up right about now. Looks like we see Nikki does add on a couple of thousand.
He started the hand with 5,000.
He started with 5.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Chips are fine.
Remember you gave it to him?
I feel like I played too fast for the stream.
Yeah, just has
Oh.
2K.
Can't keep up.
Yeah, it's just shy of 1K, like, or just shy of like 7K.
Nice.
I try to help.
Raise 201. Oh, stand-up game's on, everyone. Raise 702.
All right, so we saw a raise, immediate 3-bet from Mooch. Now Mooch, been doing a lot of these 3-bets with lighter hands, has a monster this time around in pocket queens.
Well, there are now all of a sudden a lot of chips on this table, and now Nikki with ace king.
All in.
There's the all in from
So
him.
go ahead and just
He's
jam
gonna,
all in.
him and
Yeah.
Mooch are going to be all in here. We'll see
Yeah.
how it doesn't end up.
That they are.
There it is. Frank going to get out of the way.
Frank's like, no.
Oops.
Oops.
Sorry for trying. just like that. Classic race, ace, king versus queens. No?
Nope.
Huge turn.
Yeah,
Any spade for Nikki, but
King Jack wins. Holy shit. I'm
Mooch.
so lucky that it was.
Slight needle in there to Frank. Off to the second run out. See if the queens can hold again. They don't as the king comes down. So chop chop.
Yeah, I faded it.
Fade, refade. But 2 runouts. Queens, ace, king chopping it up. Just seems fair.
Oh yeah, it was a brief show of the stats. I was you're asking me to look at Todd where he was.
It's not pretty.
Looking at it again, yeah, no, it's not.
Like for the game? Like for the game?
Also go down so fast.
Frank wants to know how much
It happens.
It does happen.
Bo, again, you said earlier, we're only halfway through tonight's session, so
Yeah,
only at the halfway point. And the table's only gotten deeper stacked.
Yeah.
So anything can happen in the next couple of hours.
And there's a quick look at George's stats as we've hit the halfway point. Yep, definitely has been aggressive.
And not shown is the win your all-in percentage. It's 100% right now. That is the trick, boys and girls. Win your all-ins.
Yep. George is back in this with pocket tens. Raising up to 300.
Roadhouse putting in a light 3-bet from the button. We haven't seen him do this very much. George says, I can't lose, so 4-bet with the 10s, hoping to get it all in.
All right, good call, I guess. King Jack is good. I'm literally cursed.
So there it opens, you 3-bet?
I opened the large number.
You opened 3-bet. Yeah, you opened.
Yep.
Roadhouse forgetting that he's the one who 3-bet.
Yes.
It's like when you forget to count yourself.
Right.
In the total.
Right.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
wait. It's like, wait, how did this happen? Yeah, they're going to run it twice.
10s?
Yeah, 10's in the lead for George.
Now George boats on the first board.
No king for Roadhouse. The first run out. See if George can fade at diamonds or another 8. Oh, there it is.
Yep, trips for Roadhouse.
Yeah,
Chop this up.
Rarely seen loss from George. 1 run out.
I thought you were fucking around with more than 10s.
As you can see, everybody's kind of ramping up the aggression on this game.
All right. I gotta hang up. You don't have to. Nothing to play the trust.
Frank with the 5-4 suited. Gonna limp in here. Gets around with the blinds. Todd, he's 5. Raise incoming.
But I
Makes
think
it
it's
200 to go.
So like dumb. Like it's always so slow, and like my phone's like super high right now. Might be the case.
So after Frank called, we're off to a Jack 10 deuce rainbow flop. Nothing for either player.
I think it's badass with a magnet on it, but wireless
Doesn't
chargers.
stop Todd from betting and Frank from calling
No,
though.
the wireless chargers are just
Thanks
like
for the charger, but it sucks.
like my car has a wireless phone charger, and it's just
9 on the
always a
turn.
disaster.
Todd
Like, it never
continues
does
betting.
I think it's convenient to play your phone.
Frank
no, it's
just letting it go after turning no equity.
If
Obviously, he was looking to turn a spade or some sort of card that gives him a straight draw. 9 of clubs in the opposite direction, that's for sure.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't.
Kind of knew Todd was up to nothing.
I need one of those though. How much are they? Like 40 bucks, 50 bucks? 30?
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. Did have a chance to check to see how many entries we had for flight number 4.
You can just like prop it up.
It was 117 entries with still an hour left of registration too. So
50 to play?
So cool. And how long does this last?
It charge at least two phones.
Start the new cameras charging.
You just like
one thing I learned about Frank, the more I talked to him, the man's Mr. Gadget. He has a lot of tech devices. There was one device he brought in. I thought it was like a Bluetooth speaker or something like that.
I always get important texts.
And it ended up actually being like a an Omni mic that only picked up what he was saying instead of like picking up the room noise and stuff like that.
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, I didn't know either, and I usually stay pretty intact with that when it comes to technology and everything. But yeah, it was just a really strong Omni mic that won't pick up any background noise or anything. The only thing it will pick up is your voice, and you actually program it to read your voice because you read a few lines for the device to like register your like voice waves and stuff, and it works amazing.
Raise 100.
That's why I call him Mr. Gadget.
Huh.
Oh, update from Marvel Allen, who's watching the live stream, I guess, out on the floor. Says 120 and counting now for flight number 4.
Getting live updates from the flight itself, huh?
Well, I like that. It's like we have a correspondent out on the field, you know?
Patricia Takanawa.
600 total.
Glad you got that.
We got lots of buy-ins here. Back to you in the booth. But best of luck to you if you're in that event, Marvel Allen.
You watch any F1?
Obviously a fan of getting on the stream. If you can do it the old-fashioned way with a tournament final table, I know that's a little bit more fun. Speaking of fun, nut flush for George. As Frank flop top pair, calls the bet. Clean on the turn, George continues firing. Frank continues calling.
Oh no.
Most people think about something, I'm like, they're all like...
River 10.
Everybody's like all hyped about it. Somebody called me today.
George goes for the max, betting 5K.
I couldn't be less interested in something.
Pretty rough run out for Frank. Obviously now King 10 beats you. But he thinks George is bluffing and he puts in the call. Just like that. Massive pot going to be going George's way yet again. Now he's probably up a used Honda Accord.
Yeah.
Just in case the deliberation didn't satisfy it earlier. He's definitely got there now.
Keep it.
Take that back. Take that back. That's 5.
So we're just going to add it to your total.
Nut and then another nut.
I know.
All right, good to hear. Marvel Allen says he is still playing, so
nice.
Our live correspondent is still in the field.
The Netflix thing on it. Driver Survivor, whatever. Which one?
Yeah.
Documentary?
It's like a reality show, but F1, they only follow F1. Basically,
I mean, it's probably really cool if you're like into it, but like, dude, Vegas
Yeah.
is really, like,
That's one way to word it.
Sun running is in full effect.
Oh, look at this super exclusive sport that all the rich people attend. Like,
You remember about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago when he was stuck 5K? After the first
No.
hand?
Watch a sport they know nothing about. He's so fake. It's also Vegas. Vegas is so
They
fake.
completely failed in Vegas. They lost money.
Yeah, it's
Like,
all.
there were so many rooms got sold. They tried to up the prices.
It's all fake over there. It's so like they're just trying to fleece everybody for the max. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still go out there, but like, it's like
Basically, my Honda CRV that I have on the table right now.
Just like,
Times 5.
you'll get my money, just like don't like pry it from my hand. It's like $20 water
6
bottle
queen
from the
4,
hotel.
2 diamonds.
Yeah, monster flop for Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Open-ended and flush draw. He's obviously planning to check raise, I would assume, on this flop. And when Todd throws up the bet, there's the check raise. Todd with just 10 high. Can't imagine he's going to do anything with it.
Yeah.
But you can have that.
I
Does, in fact, let it go. Nick's saying George might use that money for some of the rising HOA fees in the area. Don't forget the homeowner's insurance. Property taxes. You know, it's basically gone already.
But now how was Bill? How much did y'all play together? You get any like altercations?
Small black, big black.
No, pretty civil. I was only there for one night. I went up there and fired.
Y'all didn't play any carnival games?
No? Yeah, sorry.
No carnival games, huh? Did he crush y'all?
No.
No.
But I,
Who all else?
Now we're going to see Todd open it up, making it 150.
Toby was playing.
Was it just 5-10?
Philip was there. Came back from Texas for a little bit.
Oh, he's in Texas.
He lives in Texas now, but he was up there visiting his family, so I got to see his
Raise 800.
walk by.
There's Mooch squeezing
So 5-10.
large 3-bet to 800.
Oh, yeah, it was 5-10. Nothing else bigger than that.
All in.
Todd is
Over it.
Yeah.
Todd's over it.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was.
That's I'm tired of your shit, Mooch.
Uh-huh.
I'm all in. Doesn't matter what I have.
Scam. Oh, let's go.
And Mooch puts in the
Mooch
call.
just puts in the call.
Sick.
Heard him say, let's gamble.
These two,
You want to show?
their gamble knows no bounds.
So they're running it once or twice. It looks like an ace. There we go. So it looks like they ran it once.
Mooch gonna scoop it with the king high. So just like that, Mooch might be all out of doghouse by far.
Wow.
Todd's got to reload.
There you go.
This game has been so wild.
A little bit. A lot of it.
Yeah. See, I think Todd just reached in and grabbed whatever chips were in that bag and just threw it on there.
Whatever this is, that's what I'm in for.
Nate, it's 20. Brad on the 6.
Not possible.
I'm the world.
Not possible.
50 to play.
Brandon said today, he said he might actually try and slip out if he can, like last minute. He didn't want us to hold it for him anymore.
Ooh, monster for Frank.
Yeah, wow, Frank's been getting these type of hands lately.
There?
No, I ain't got one. I need one.
Frank says, I need a bear. Nikki puts in the call with 9-6. 10 tray, 5 flop. About an ideal flop you could ask for queens.
Oh! Almost lucky.
Almost there.
What made you remember?
That's all right.
I was thinking the same thing.
You're sick of praying I didn't turn it over, huh?
Strad on the side. 50 to go.
Shouldn't do that when he came here.
50 to play. Live Strad on. $50 to play. Strad.
Nothing was that bad.
Pocket fives for Don. First to act, gonna raise it up to 300.
And George, seriously, where do I stand at the bear game?
Mooch is gonna call the suited ace. Ace-8 of clubs.
I'm just curious.
Looks like Todd's gonna call, closing the action with Jack-4 spades. It does come Jack high, but
What I do, lose
includes a 5, so set for Don, top pair for Todd. Don gonna fire out a C-bet.
You lost one, then you got a bunch of 8-3s.
You've only lost one bear.
600 to go, and Todd goes nowhere, puts in the call. 9 on the turn. So now we know Todd's drawing dead.
Am I crazy or does Eddie look like he's aged 30 years?
Quick bet and call. Don did go about half pot, betting 1K and 2K.
Eddie.
Now river 6 pairs the board, filling Don up.
I agree. I actually not getting it like.
Don, Todd checks it over.
I know we joke around, but you look really bad.
When I heard you have a big top. You get all silent. You get all silent.
That's Eddie in the back.
Mickey gets all the
Wait, Nick was excited when you said big cock. It was like,
No, I got excited at big
okay. There's no fucking smoking.
So Don boats up, and
That's anybody that hasn't watched the stream before, that is a massive tank from Todd there.
Yeah.
Todd is known for making his actions within a split second. Definitely pondered that one for quite some time before letting it go. Came to the right conclusion.
it's rare.
Dismissing the old adage of think wrong, think long. Think long, think wrong. Whatever that adage is. I never learned it. I'm not good at it.
Yep. It is rare.
Yeah, not Todd.
Straddle in the 9 seed. Extra start there. I'm a cool player.
Thank you.
No, you're good. Raise 330.
After Frank opened it up, we see Roadhouse call from the button with the king-queen. Todd, the only caller out of the blinds with the ace-8. Go 3 ways to a 1K pot. Clock comes down 10-9-6.
So a little gutter for Todd.
And gutter for Roadhouse. A 10 comes on the turn after they check around. Checks through again, so we're going to see Roadhouse stab a little bit here. Todd quickly puts in the call. Frank also going to put in the call and stick around.
Deuce on a river, ace-jack.
Just a question of whether Roadhouse wants to fire
bluff
at this
it,
river.
yeah.
No problem.
It's always tough to do into 2 opponents. Definitely a clean river on the offsuit deuce, but
Yeah.
doesn't think his bluff can get through both until he sees the cards as they get shown. But Frank, rare bright spot for him, gets dragging that pot with ace high.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching this 10-25 no limit hold'em cash game. It's lived up to all the expectations we had for tonight. Been a lot of pre-flop action that's been taking place. A lot of hands. I think the majority of hands, maybe outside of like maybe 1 or 2, have all been like a 3-bet or 4-bet.
50 to play. Straddle.
A very aggressive table. A lot of ballooned pots.
And that leads to bigger pots, as you mentioned, and more chips going on the table. As the starting 8 has been here since the start. Came prepared. They knew it was going to be this type of game.
Can't imagine anybody will be getting up off of this table tonight.
No.
Game's too good to get up regardless. But
Put me out of there.
whew. Speaking of, huge 3-bet from George. Just trying to squeeze this one out and steal it from everybody. But it looks like Roadhouse going to stick it in.
With his pocket 8s.
It will be him and George going off to 2 boards yet again like they did the last time.
So they are going to run it twice.
See if either player can scoop it here.
5-6-4 flop. A little gutter. Paired board. 8s are going to take the first one.
It's a Roadhouse. Open to fade. Queen or Jack on the second run out. Love a full double up.
Yeah, but Jack does show up. Well, 2
twice.
of them now. Yeah, twice.
Once it comes out once. I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't really matter too much, but
you know, just for extra security, I guess. We'll throw the second one on there, so they will chop this one up.
Yeah, no, Hard Rock has good prices, but the problem is like there's no like incentive for them to have good prices.
Because I don't want terrible shit. Especially the top board. No heart. You must know right.
Yeah, like I said, that's like,
Yeah, man, I do have some.
I like that. You in the tournament?
50 plays.
100 plus. All the action happens.
oh yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Restart 100 to go. 100 to play.
We play VR golf. Almost every single day.
Another playable hand for Roadhouse, this time King Queen.
Raise 300. Raise 1100.
I think Todd's spicing it up a little bit. 3 bets, 9-5 suited. Mooch waking up with pocket jacks out of the straddle. Gonna just flat call. So Mooch v. Todd heads up yet again. And we get a doozy of a flop. 8-7-4, all diamonds. Go snap, all in and call.
One time.
And they're gonna run it once. 15K
Max
pot.
Payne.
5 on the turn, add some outs, but ace on the river means this pot's going Mooch's way.
Wow.
Todd stacked by Mooch again.
Something load back up.
So we've seen Mooch stack Todd twice now. After Mooch had a really rough go of things the first couple of hours. Things have turned on a dime for him the last hour.
Look over at Mooch's stack now, and you look at George's, at least the table's balanced out, just between those two players.
I wouldn't say all the way balanced yet, but it's getting there.
It's getting, I mean, it's balancing out a little.
Balancing, yeah, we'll go with that. I like
balancing.
It's actively.
Joe says, what time are we rolling? We got way too much time before we even do that. I mean, again, we're ending our live stream at midnight tonight, so you gotta sweat along a little longer.
I took that as a different question entirely. Yeah, glad you got it. What I thought it was
Post,
not the same at all.
Post 420.
I'm like, okay, man, whatever you're trying to arrange.
Yeah.
But action's going to keep on rolling. In the meantime, it's Todd and Mooch yet again in a bloated pot off to the flop. Ace King versus Ace 10. Mooch again with the best of it. Gets to drag another pot.
Everyone asking, what time are we going to roll for Don's earnings? Listen, I mean, you guys keep asking me. I may just say, you know what, probably not going to do that.
No, you have to. Overruled?
Overruled. Objection. Again, we are going to midnight tonight, special live stream, so we are going to do a 6-hour stream. So if things continue the way they are for Don, we'll probably roll for it like around 11:15, 11:20 or so.
Nothing's worse than drawing a winner too early and then having one pot erase it.
Which is what's happened before.
Seen it. And it
Yep.
sucked.
Yep. Poor bowling.
I feel like you're like watching two people lose, like Don and somebody else. Yeah.
Poor bowling dude had to settle for a T-shirt.
Was it a good T-shirt?
I mean, it was a Best Bet Live T-shirt.
Oh, then the best. All right. All right. In the meantime, we actually have Todd winning a pot against Mooch.
6 is full, but Mooch is going to go ahead and bet here.
Keeps betting. I mean, a 6 on the river could bail Mooch out. Let's see if he can river the quads for a chop. doesn't. Finally, Todd gets the best of him in a pot. And look, Mooch was looking. Oh, I thought he was reaching for more. He immediately was looking down at chips. Thought he was going to reach for some.
Todd does bet 5K there.
Now, it's crazy, but Mooch's king high does beat any bluff. Just saying.
Yeah.
We just watched Mooch kick Todd's head in for a couple of hands.
Yeah.
So now maybe Mooch is thinking that Todd's trying to steal one away as revenge.
Could be.
And that his king high is good. I mean, hearts missed. Oof. He's really mulling it over.
He is.
I think he thinks Todd's just trying to get some revenge here.
But he is going to let it go. It does fold.
He's going to be very happy he did.
King high.
Whew.
Yeah, Rebel, we usually keep our live streams anywhere between 5 to 7 hours typically when it comes to the cash games.
Final tables can sometimes be shorter.
Or feature.
Sometimes longer.
Or feature days.
Feature days go a little bit longer.
Yeah, a little
They're
longer.
fun.
They are very fun. Especially when Sunday we got coming up with the Mystery Bounty feature day. That's going to be a fun one.
Those ones are awesome. That's just a fun sweat.
Yep. All right, so V-Pips. That's the way things look with 2.5 hours left on the live stream. So that's how things have been going so far. And then the earnings, yeah, George up 22K. Look at Mooch. Mooch now up 12K. Wow, that's the way this game's been.
Stuck 18.
Yeah, and then Don is up 3,400. So not too shabby there. And then there's a look at the Mooch as far as what he's done so far in this one. So there we go. Double board bomb pot time. So Frank has the better king right now. He's going to put in the raise. Roadhouse, ace 5. So he has an ace in the top board. But he is going to let it go as the only connected on the top board. Yeah, Frank's going to take it down.
You gotta show. You don't get the. He doesn't get a bear.
A bear for Frank?
Did I get a bear for that?
No.
When the bear, bro? Bears over again?
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate that. Small blind, big blind. Right here, quarter, all right, big blind.
Todd gonna open it up. King queen offsuit this go around. George with an ace gonna put in the call. Frank happy to call it the king jack offsuit out of the big. Now Roadhouse for that price, hard to let it go even though it's only holding 5 deuce off. So 4 ways to the flop of queen 9 deuce. 2 spades on board. Todd c-betting with the best of it.
There was this like Chinese restaurant, but during the morning they.
Frank's gonna call it this gut shot straight draw.
I got a breakfast platter.
Roadhouse with bottom pair. Lets it go. So Todd and Frank heads up to a 4 of hearts on the turn.
That was last night.
Todd bets yet again, similar half pot size. And we're gonna see Frank just let it go.
Oh yeah. Oh, for breakfast. I mean, McDonald's has really good breakfast. Bojangles, I don't know. I mean, Bojangles is one of the really the biscuit, chicken biscuit. Oh, they have great breakfast. Hardee's too. Hardee's too.
Tell him,
What's
Frank.
your best breakfast spot for fast food? Yeah. And I know you know a lot about it. You had the stomach.
If Harvey's in any
But I will settle for 6.
Okay, well, Chick-fil-A doesn't count. Chick-fil-A is like real food, so Chick-fil-A is like Chick-fil-A is in a level all by itself. I agree with that, but assuming it's like,
I agree with you. I do like the biscuits at Bojangles a lot.
see, Bojangles.
Every time I have it, it's like it's not even.
You are like the only person from North Carolina that doesn't like Bojangles.
Their chicken's even. I like their chicken.
They have great
Nicky
chicken.
spikes the 2-pair, beating out Dave's
Their
aces.
seasoning is great. Like it's just spicy.
Dave
enough.
does a delayed C-bet. Nicky
Those are those
just
are good.
calls.
Those are good.
But a Popeye's biscuit's damn hard to beat.
When it comes to biscuits, you're the authority.
Dave bets River. Nicky just calls until he thought about check raising for a minute. Doesn't think you get too much value.
I mean, Hardee's
Out of worse.
If you had Hardee's,
Thus,
or
it's just
you're in the
flat call.
Hardee's isn't this far south, is it? They are. Hardee's has really good bread. I'm like 5 minutes from Hardee's, so like I gotta control myself. Because like it's so tempting to go there every morning and just get like a chicken biscuit. They have made from scratch biscuits. They're the best. Like,
So what's your favorite biscuit?
I don't know if he likes anything. So. Other than the best biscuits. What was the burger place we went to? That was a.
Go for dinner?
Yeah. What's the name of that place? Yeah, it's not fast food. It's a chain. What is it?
Daddy's Burgers.
Bad Daddy. That was a big burger.
Don with the raise. George just calling with ace-queen suited. Usually you'd see George 3-bet a hand like this. Maybe Don raising under the gun. Feels a little bit more snug.
We don't have back home. It's Freddy's.
Bro, no. Steak and shake is better than bread.
I instigated.
Freddy's did steak.
Actually, I had steak and shake.
So I like steak and shake. I mean,
About a week ago, I had steak and shake at the South Point in Las Vegas.
bro, we need a smash burger place.
We had one.
We had one.
Closed down.
I know, I was the only one eating there before that.
You and John.
Yeah, you disqualified Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I love
I mean, Chick-fil-A is just like it's like no one can argue against
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A is the best.
Yeah.
For sure. But aside
They're
from
closed
that,
on Sundays. That's the
Best
issue.
because it's fucking.
Every day I always like, oh, let's get Chick-fil-A. It's Sunday.
Sunday morning hungover.
And they're not asking.
Yeah,
That's all I do.
I get on my DoorDash app and I'm like, oh, let's find Chick-fil-A. It's not on there.
God, I know, it's so
Opens
annoying.
Monday morning. What?
But like North Carolina State, I would say Smithfield's barbecue. You ever had Smithfield's barbecue? Like,
No, I mean I've heard of it, but I haven't had it.
I threw a king ten away.
they do like a vinegar pulled pork thing there. It's like
That sounds
yeah.
really good,
Hush
yeah.
puppies.
Hush puppies. No, but I saw one.
I'm loving this fast food discussion. I don't even want to interrupt it. Love that it's even hopping in the chat a little bit.
I've had cold.
Making all sorts of notes about where to go tomorrow for lunch.
Freddy's or yes.
Burger with butter bun, and they got a fish sandwich.
You know what's really good is Raising Cane's or Zaxby's. What's better, Raising Cane's or Zaxby's? That's the real question.
Zaxby's kind of burned.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
Zaxby's gone downhill.
Gone downhill bad.
Yeah.
Zaxby's has gotten way worse, man. I don't know.
100 seat,
We got a Zaxby's or I'll
Any reason to go to San Jose, I would go to Brady's 300.
I think McDonald's is like underrated though.
I don't like it.
I thought you did that.
Everybody says that though, but they actually have.
I really don't eat breakfast.
Yeah, they have the best breakfast. Well, not the best. Outside of Chick-fil-A, man.
Dude, Whataburger.
It's a little weird.
Chick-fil-A's in a different category. Yeah.
They're overrated too.
But they're pretty.
They're good, but they're overrated.
You know how much? Nobody will agree with me here. I guarantee you. One of my favorite burgers is Whataburger.
Yeah, Whataburger. That's what I said. I love Whataburger.
Big bun.
I don't know about
Oh,
Whataburger.
you don't like it?
I remember when I went out to Texas and everybody out there, I was asking about, because I never had Whataburger and everybody hated it. They're like, don't go there.
All right, Rebel Poker. Where is the habit? It's the best burger. It's in drivable distance. I gotta know where it is.
Make it, still build a new one.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
70-something years. 75 years of building them all over the place.
does take forever. God, if you're like 2 in the morning and you're drunk,
It's your best. I think it's your best option at like 3 in the morning.
Yeah. Check. Yeah. Yeah, take forever.
Oh, it's like Crystal Burger, man. For some reason, I remember that being way better a long time ago.
Nah, Crystal's fucking ass.
Shit, I usually eat a
Crystal
dozen.
is so fast.
I never actually had this.
Disgusting.
Tell him, Nikki.
Like 25 years
Meanwhile, Dave and Mooch are in a hand.
Especially if you're drinking.
Dave's got the best of it.
I used to like
Most things
Crystal
are
like in
better.
high school and stuff.
Might check, turn. See if he can extract any value on this river.
Right.
Wow. Instead, see a different maneuver as we see Mooch rip it. Representing the tray, or maybe a flush on this river.
It's not even a color of like what you think anything.
6th spot for Dave, holding top 2 pair. And he's gonna let it go. Mooch with some thievery.
That's like 6 boats. That's crazy. And he one time actually had A3 on that boat.
A3's loaded up like 3 times already.
Dude, if you have A3,
This guy's killing us, man. What the fuck? We're giving him a charge.
I'm the best on it.
You're too young to be this good.
Looks like all the fast food debates have subsided. Now I have a lot of places I want to try out. Shane says the best burger in St. August, Cali Burger. Don't think I've been there yet, so add that one to the list. Rebel says the nearest The Habit is in North Carolina. It's a bit of a drive, but next time I get up that way, noted.
Got a big hand.
Another replay. Smooch has deuces for the 2nd hand in a row. This time he'll be against Roadhouse's ace tray suited. Deuces stay best in the Queen 10-5 flop. 8 on the turn.
How many of you guys playing tomorrow night?
7 on the river. So Mooch. Hand stays best. He doesn't think it's the best. That's why we see him overbet this, trying to steal it. Crazy 3 times the pot bet size.
I think I had the best hand. I had two twos. That's what I had last hand.
All right, Mooch wins it.
You had against Dave, too?
Yeah.
All right, Joseph Matei throws his hat in the ring. Best burger, epic burger with gravy fries. Whew. You guys are making me hungry.
If you don't put them here, they can't see the cards.
That's correct.
All right, we got a premium hand here for Roadhouse. Pocket Kings gets to open it up to 150. Nikki with a 3-bet, 6-5 suited. And Todd wakes up with aces behind his 3-bet. Holy God. Todd is massively stuck at the moment and been playing very aggressive, so it's going to be hard for Roadhouse to not go bust on this one.
How about chain restaurants? Steakhouse.
Asian, you talking about steak?
Steak. Or American/steak. So you got the Chili's, the Applebee's, Texas Roadhouse, Texas Steakhouse, Longhorn, Logan's. What am I missing here?
Don't see how Roadhouse doesn't put in a large raise. There it is, all in from Roadhouse. Nikki folds, Todd snap calls.
They don't promise a product.
Another aces versus kings here on the stream. Second time we've seen it in tonight's coverage.
There we go. Speaking of products, they're super good.
King spikes for Roadhouse on the run out.
Kings have not done shit, man. They crushed.
Second run out. It's going to go Todd's way for sure when the ace came on the turn. So these guys are off to a chop.
I had a feeling too. I was like,
Nasty, nasty for Todd.
That y'all have down there. Actually, that we don't have back home.
Roadhouse avoids disaster on that one. Todd can't get anything going, even when he gets aces all in pre. Been having a rough night.
I've had it once.
Now, let me tell you something.
That's for letting King's list.
Born in New Orleans. Been eating Ruth Christmas since I'm 9 years old.
It went downhill.
They're not the same over there. They have all, now they start franchising. They still don't have the same quality meat as they have in. What is it? Pisses me off. If you get a real Ruth Christmas sizzling in the plate, I mean, you couldn't beat it.
Yeah, I know.
Here, Capital Grill beats
Cherokee.
it pisses me off. but I like it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you didn't want to.
No, it's okay. Can I have soy and then like a couple on the side?
It's a bunny shot on you, Ibra.
Yeah.
I got your sushi.
Oh, now I'm getting caught up with the chat.
There was a lot of chat debate going on at the table and in the YouTube about food discussion. It was pretty sweet. Right up my alley to just shut up and listen.
Yeah.
Salivate a little bit.
I'm just reading up on the chat here, though. Cooler, I guess. Aces versus Kings again.
Yeah, Roadhouse and Todd just got it all in, but it resulted in a chop. So
Okay, gotcha.
anticlimactic.
Gotcha.
Could have been massive, but it wasn't.
Speaking of ace and king,
One of each.
one of each, and Don does have the ace, whereas Todd and Dave both catch a king.
Longhorn's better. I don't know if I've ever had Longhorn.
I don't like Outback. I hate Outback. But like, if you're comparing the prices,
Well, now you're talking about the food discussion. Now I'm hearing it.
Yeah, now they've moved on to a different subject to debate about in terms of food. So
Longhouse versus
picking up a lot of steak places.
Outback.
We're talking about like chain sit-down restaurants at the moment.
So what's the best?
Interesting topic discussion.
I say Capital Grill in the state. Here. But if you tell me another city, I'll tell you different.
Don took it down another one. Which, again, good news for you guys because Don is up right now. Means 5% could be going to a lucky viewer. But here is the caveat. We are going to midnight tonight, so that means we will not be doing a drawing
Joe's Crab Shack? No, Joe's Stone Crab.
No. And they have
until
Vegas.
around 11.
Probably better in Miami. Yeah, no. I've never had it, but I mean, it makes sense.
200 seat 9.
You get there, you walk in, and you say, how long is it? They say, we've got 180 people in front of you. So
Yeah.
3-hour wait. Until you start putting out a few hundred, take your way in.
Ace, Queen, King, flop. Now 4 on the turn for George. Mooch is going to be the one to take it down now. I have a lot of you asking how's that going to work. Well, basically, the way it's going to work is you have to be watching on YouTube, right? It is a YouTube-only giveaway. I will be typing in a keyword that you have to type in as well. So I will give you guys the keyword, and then you guys have to type in that keyword exactly how it is spelled out in that YouTube chat. If you know how to copy paste, I would suggest doing that. And then we'll use Nightbot for the random giveaway. Nightbot will choose a lucky winner, and that's how that works. The only prerequisite is that you have to have an Instagram. You have to have an Instagram account. That is how Don does communicate with the winner. So if you do not have an Instagram, you will not be eligible to win the giveaway. And I will specify as well that this is not an official Best Bet giveaway. This is a giveaway that Don likes to do whenever he does play, especially in the big games. It's his way of giving back to the viewers. But we're going to wait still a bit because even though he's up a bit, the way this game's been playing, one hand can crush it all. Roadhouse does have the queen.
Plus 2.5, yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
There we go.
2.5 was crushing the entire game.
Yeah, but 1.5. My buddy bet the Phillies, and I was like, okay, the Phillies can win by 1, and then we'll all win our bets. That's what happened.
You bet the Phillies on the minus 280?
The money line, yeah. Well, I mean, he's
Well, Lucas, you have an hour. You have an hour and 15 minutes to figure out your password.
What is it? Is that what you've been getting wrecked on in MLB?
I mean, you'll just get wrecked betting.
Good luck.
In general, in my opinion, especially if you're betting parlays. But I mean, there's never going to be like.
I mean, like sports this season.
Yeah, there's not going to be like value on a big favorite in general.
Yeah, I think
Unless like the
baseball,
unless it's
Nick, I will let you ask Don that question if that ends up being the case.
I don't think it's winning.
I ain't laying that big number.
It's also intimidating.
It's baseball, like, a pitcher can go on a bad run and then...
Exactly.
Oh, Roadhouse with the Octo Crab. But how about this? Both players, Roadhouse and Todd, flop 2 pair. That is wild. So Roadhouse bets, and then Todd raises it, almost a min click. Todd does take this one down. Table's kind of quieted down a little bit now. Todd does take down this pot.
Appreciate this charger. Good now. Cool. Yeah, 80%.
All right, 3 players of this flop. Jack, Deuce, King flop. It's like 7s are in the lead, although.
Can I get a massage in like 15 minutes? I gotta use the restroom and then eat my food. Thank you.
Another card that does not benefit pocket 7s. Definitely got quiet at the table now. Might be a little bit of a lull as far as the table talk goes. Of course, now there are some players that are pretty stuck. Nicky 4-bets it, and then Todd's on a call. Ace King versus Queen Jack. Todd just hit a jack on the flop. Over backdoor to hearts for Nicky, and he's on bet 1,000. Actually, 2,000, excuse me. Didn't see the second orange chip there. Board pairs, and that also brings out hearts. And of course, Nicky gets air on the river. Nicky takes down that pot, and yeah, started off as a good night for Todd, as dwindled into a rough one. It's not getting any better for him.
You guys have 25K chips here, George? No. 400. No, I was just wondering because, like, we're playing 10-25 right now. Oh.
Queen 4-4 flop here.
I really like the color scheme of the chips here. I think it's the best, honestly. I like it better than anywhere else.
Pocket 10s, you're still in the lead.
I don't know any place that has a color scheme better than this. I just kind of wish the big chips were oversized, that's all. Yeah, I like that.
So now Nicky taking down another pot. Nicky now has over 15K in front of him.
Really, it was either going to be a really big one
Cards.
Yeah, it was going to be a whole other beer too. Because I would do that with a. Did we get your beer?
And soy sauce. Yeah, that was original. I'm waiting for beer.
I already got that. Yeah, I played yesterday because today we're doing this, tomorrow we're doing that. I played yesterday, and guess what? I bagged on one board, which never fucking happened. So it's all profit. We have to take private table.
Well, George getting back after it now, puts in the 3-bet to 700 with King Jack offsuit. Todd with Ace-5 suited, going to put in the call. So here we go. Let's see a flop. That's a hell of a flop for Todd. Todd flopping the nut flush. George does turn a king, but Todd will get a little bit back there from George. Love the food debate we got going on in the chat too. Also, Spencer, I do agree with you. I am also very happy that the Jaguar sub is back at Publix. Definitely be getting one of those soon.
Yeah, they're starving sushi. What's in the call? Right?
Yeah, but I'm a big sushi guy, so I'll just get sushi and then get something else later. How late's the kitchen open?
There's a steak quesadilla that's pretty good.
I'm not a quesadilla guy.
I'm just trying to think of things
They have like some
that are all
deep
right.
fried and greasy, like chicken tenders.
No, not sushi, just kitchen's all night on Fridays.
Also, a choice between IHOP and Waffle House. Go Waffle House. Metro Diner is good, but sometimes Metro Diner can be a little pricey. Scott asked, why does Don give away 5%? Because he wants to. Oh, wow, look at this. Pocket queens for Nikki, and Dave has aces, and he just flats with the aces. So we got 3 players at a flop. Aces versus trays versus queens. 9, 4, 7 flop, 2 clubs. Nikki's on bet 2,000. Let's see what Dave elects to do here. Flatted pre-flop, and he is going to go ahead and jam all in. So they're going to run it twice. Dave and Nikki, aces and queens, and Dave. Oh, well, there's no queens for Nikki. It's a wrap. They could run this 900 times.
8-3 blocker.
Somebody was going a little squirrely with it. I was like, not a bad flop.
Not a good time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nikki, he had no queens. And Dave's going to get a big double up here.
3650. 3650. 3650.
Rebel, it's a sub that our Publix does during the NFL season, since we are Jacksonville, you know, home of the Jaguars. They have what's called the Jaguar sub, which is like chicken tenders, barbecue mayo, a little bit of coleslaw. I forget the cheese they use, but I think that's the Jaguar sub that Publix does. Dave does take it down. Yeah, flatted with the aces pre-flop, and then was able to get a double up off of Nikki with the queens. Unfortunately, as mentioned, there was no queens left. They could have ran it 900 times. Dave was going to be taking it down.
Probably run out of cards around the 900th time.
Probably. Now Dave up 3,600 after that one. Don 3,700. George and Mooch are almost identical as far as their earnings, as far as they're up right now. You're right. Bacon as well. Can't forget a bacon.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
As long as the person who's making the sub doesn't forget the bacon, we'll be all right.
Right. And then there's a quick look at the V-pips there. As we are now in another double board bomb pot here.
I don't know if I want to get a burger or a Jaguar sub for lunch tomorrow. Too many options after all this discussion.
I mean, listen, we also had a conversation, what was better, Waffle House or IHOP?
Pass on both of those.
No, listen, I'm a Waffle House guy, so plenty of good times at Waffle House.
Yeah, definitely not going to debate that part of it. It's a place you end up at 4 in the morning. I mean,
exactly.
That's just natural.
Especially if it's an Atlanta Waffle House. That's like a like late night dinner and a show.
I mean, we're Jacksonville. We're basically
north.
We're very South Georgia.
Close enough.
Feels similar.
So we're gonna chop this one up between Don and Nikki, maybe potentially.
I don't see how it doesn't end in a chop. Though, I mean, Don has the nuts on the bottom, so he might just go insane, try and push Nikki off a chop. But I don't see how Nikki can fold.
Yeah, over bets it. That's 2,000.
Doing his best.
Nikki with the trip aces on the top.
Yeah, but even just the fact that he has a 4 helps him on the bottom a little bit. If Don has the nuts up top with ace queen, for example, then you still win the bottom.
Wow, oh, it does let it go.
I'm a little shocked by that. I mean, Don bets that big. Like, he's saying he has one board locked. So if he has the top board locked with aces full, then he has no pair on the bottom. I guess if you think that he's filled up a different way with a pocket pair, then maybe he would be doing that because he scoops. Just didn't see the fold coming.
We're waiting on the bear game. Waiting on the stand-up.
Bear game is not on right now. It's like
he gets back, I'm gonna go smoke.
I'm glad I'm not crazy. Nick from Yuma agrees. A lot of respect there.
200.
Well, keep in mind, too, they just did that Bob pot after Nikki lost that hand to Dave with aces versus queens. So I don't know if he was
Honestly, it's a good thing.
factoring in a lot of different things after that hand.
Well, I mean, I'm not preventing you from being voice.
Look, I like her. I just find it crazy that you took her as much as you have.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it bringing you your
It's literally like it happens every check. It happens every time.
Now Nikki flops trips, trip tens.
Well, we just saw him fold trips, but don't think it's going to happen this time around.
No, not this time around. Although Mooch decides to put in the raise with his gutter. Five on a turn. Diamonds are now a factor. 2,500. King on the river. Now Mooch is going to check it over to Nikki.
Nikki. Probably acting like he's debating a lot. Ends up checking it back. Maybe put Mooch on Queen Jack with a King Jack. Didn't go for value.
You little bitch. You can't have a smaller kid. What now?
Yeah, definitely agree with Spencer. Missing out on some value. That's for sure.
I think George also agrees with you guys too.
Yeah, I mean George. George said it in the intrusive thought kind of way.
Right. Yeah.
You know, when the intrusive thought wins and you just blurt something out.
Right.
But yeah. 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 Definitely way.
You know your hand's good.
Tell him, George.
What's the chances he takes you on? You check. What's the chances?
Raise 700.
Zero.
That was bad. Well, Nikki immediately knows that was bad.
Yep.
Loved it.
Yeah.
In conclusion,
Oh, Nick. Good quote. Good quote. So he messed you up.
that's fair.
I mean, I'm assuming you intentionally pulled that quote, and I respect it. That's a deep cut.
Kings and queens with the 10 for Frank.
Everyone else still okay?
I mean, also, shout out to Konishnik.
The man.
Hey, Frank.
Got one? Got one ticket, yeah.
Frank's been giddy about getting that bear every time.
He likes it.
You weren't, I wasn't here most of the time.
Oh, that was.
Oh, I missed it
If I
too.
can't go for the value, I at least want.
Everybody forgets about Konishnik. Don't worry.
You're right. 20 checks, I'm always ahead.
Dave making it 200 to go with the ace-6 suited. After Frank calls, Roadhouse with queens. See what size he wants to 3-bet. Goes with 9 hundo. Saw Dave get out of there. Now Frank gives the sigh. Cards follow suit. Roadhouse gets a drag in a pot.
And a bear.
Pot and a bear. Don under the gun, 100 to go with ace king suited. Saw George put in a
Pretty
call.
hand.
That's why we're gonna see Dave put in a light 3-bet. Squeeze into 5 hundo. Frank gonna call king queen. It's beautiful for Don. Definitely anticipate a 4-bet coming in.
Yep.
There it is. 2K now the price of admission.
Price of poker has been pretty high tonight.
You know, inflation's a thing.
Fluctuating rates.
And Dave has to let it go, and now Frank actually puts in the call, which is going to be rough if he spikes the king he's looking for. And holy God, Queen Jack 10, 2 diamonds on board. Don checks it.
Oh boy.
Frank bets.
Oh boy.
Top pair open-ended. Don all in. Frank, I think, commits himself.
Yeah.
Can't see how he doesn't put in the call for the last 4K he's got.
And
there it
is.
is.
Put in the call.
Massive
Oh,
pot could be
boy.
going Don's way. And, well, for all you following along.
22K in the middle.
I think I know who the YouTube chat's rooting for.
Yeah, this is board
10 on the
pairs.
turn.
So the first one going to Don.
Which means all of it's going to Don because they only ran it one time.
Oh, okay. So they. Oh wow, they did run it once.
So Don stacks Frank, gets a massive pot. Suddenly that Don giveaway is looking pretty valuable. Wow. Guess I got to learn how to set up an Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say do it soon because I was given a little bit of intel, and we are going to be rolling for that giveaway pretty soon. And by pretty soon, I mean in about 5 minutes from now. That is a massive, massive hand. Wow.
So if you are the winner of the Don giveaway, you can eat at any of the places that got named tonight.
Yeah.
Including the steakhouses.
Right.
I mean, this is good, good, good.
That was crazy. What a flop. Flop Broadway, and you still had a flush draw. Royal draw at that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frank was holding the
Frank
queen of
was,
diamonds,
yep,
but
exactly,
you know,
yeah. In Don's mind, that's
still,
what he had.
50 to play, straddle.
Considering your opponent could turn a chop and then you could still river the flush to scoop him, I mean, sick.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. Yeah, and listen, I think, Lucas, yeah, you brought it up. The past few times that Don has played on a live stream, they have not been good. Don's had a pretty bad swing of live stream games lately, but tonight, wow. Big one.
Yeah, I'd say definitely rebounded.
$1,100.
Spencer says I may be able to get a full sub at Publix instead of half.
I mean, as long as you get the one that's on sale that week.
Right, yeah, exactly.
It's barely any more than the half.
Exactly.
That's the trick.
Sheesh.
Whoa, extra bake. Okay.
Well,
whoa.
you might be asking for too much here. But also, Spencer, you got to win the giveaway too. I'm just saying. And again, guys, the prereq is you have to have an Instagram. You have to be watching on YouTube, and you have to have an Instagram. That is the way Don does facilitate his giveaway that he does. And again, I do want to specify this is not an official Best Bet giveaway. This is a giveaway that Don likes to do just to give back to the Best Bet Live community.
100 straddle. 100 play, re-straddle.
Oh, let's start with half an hour.
So I definitely do want to specify that as well. So you have to have a giveaway. Or you have to have an Instagram in order for the giveaway, I should say.
Gotta have Insta.
Gotta be watching on YouTube.
All right.
And you have to type in the keyword that I am going to be submitting to the YouTube chat here momentarily. Nick, I don't know Don's Instagram off the top of my head. But I can ask him if
always ask before he leaves.
Yeah.
Okay, do you think there's anything with volleyball in the name?
No.
Ah,
no, there is not.
Megalodon.
No, we've done that one before.
No, I'm talking about his Instagram name. I'm like,
oh, his Instagram.
I'm trying to think of what his username would be. Like, I'm like, ooh, since we don't know, I mean,
I don't think so. I don't think so. What I do know is we will be rolling for the giveaway after this hand. I do have the keyword. And I will be sharing
after this hand?
After this hand,
all right.
We are going to do the giveaway. Not the last Don. Definitely not that.
I mean, if anything, the only Don. How about the last, right?
TOD, the only Don.
Too long, didn't read down?
Yeah.
Oh,
trips
Mooch.
for Mooch.
3 of a kind. Doesn't look like anybody else is going to stick around too much, though.
I like that one, Devin. That's pretty good. Oh, there you go. I think Kev knows Don's Instagram. I think he just shared it there.
Very well. Didn't think Mooch would get too much action, but Todd decided to start bluffing at it.
Yep. All right, everyone.
Guess we'll take it.
It is time for the giveaway. We are going to paste this keyword into the YouTube chat. Again, you have to be watching on YouTube, and you have to type this word out exactly the way it is.
And to only do it once.
Only do it one time. If you do it multiple times, you will automatically be disqualified. And then also as well, again, the prereq is you have to have an Instagram in order for Don to facilitate the giveaway. And here is the keyword in the YouTube chat. ! Broadway Don.
I mean, yeah, I guess most of it did come from making Broadway.
Yes. Yep. That is the keyword. ! Broadway Don. You have to type out that keyword exactly the way it is. And we will be rolling for a winner momentarily. And again, as I mentioned before, you have to have an Instagram in order to be able to qualify for this giveaway. Carl, you're already eliminated. You didn't spell it right. Forgot the exclamation point.
Tried.
Did try.
Did try.
Did try.
I'm number 4 on the list. That's who I'm like.
There you go, Carl. You
there you
redeemed
go.
yourself.
Now you redeem yourself. You're in. Frank Castle, the Punisher? Really?
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
I don't want to see him win.
In a world where copy paste exists.
I don't think Don has enough reach.
There's a couple people that's misspelled it.
We're playing a stand-up game, and if you win the
Joseph, you misspelled it, so you're eliminated.
steal the person's lanyard, which has a little bear.
Same thing with Sarthok. You misspelled it.
Oh, boo-hoo. 50 to play.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
Is that Purple Bear?
It's honestly
Is
trash.
there that many greens? I didn't know he could
All right. We will roll for the winner after this hand.
5 players.
In the meantime, it'll be a interesting hand. Flop came down king high, 2 players holding a king.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 players holding a king. Jesus. Didn't even pay attention to Frank's king 8 there for a second. All right, best king takes it down pretty quickly.
All right, so
Game on.
I guess that means it's time to roll for a winner, right? Is that what that means?
Yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and roll for a winner. Who wins 5% of Don's earnings? Nick from Yuma.
That's because he quoted Knish earlier.
He did, yeah,
deserves
exactly. Nick from Yuma has won the giveaway.
Yeah, I mean, whoever just said it's rigged must be right.
Right, the winner.
Probably should redo it.
The winner said it's rigged. Well, Nick, congrats. You won 5% of Don's earnings.
So now, Nick and everybody else can sweat and see how Don wraps this session up. Money's on the line.
Oh, shout outs to the bot. Nightbot, you did it again. Nightbot never disappoints. Well, Nick, I guess, do you have an Instagram?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you? 10:45? 10:25,
If you want to type your Instagram in the
you playing the tournament?
in the chat there, I will give it to Don so he can reach out to you.
Meantime, Mooch baked the nuts on the turn.
He did.
Easy game.
All right, Nick, what is you can type your Instagram in the chat.
You can? Is that safe?
That is safe, yeah. The Instagram is safe.
How's the tournament going? I played the Thursday one just so like it's confusing. Dave, I played golf yesterday. Connected as quick as possible.
Oh yeah?
We played till 2.
Rates 150.
You want to play Thursday night and Blue Sox? It's a fun little game that we play. There's 40 guys to play.
No.
All right, I will let Don know that is your.
Hey, I pulled my back out.
I'm being serious. It was bad. Drawing board. How you doing? Still got 100? 500.
All right, so. All right, Nick. I will let Don know that is your Instagram, Chat Pro Poker, which makes sense. So, Nick, congratulations once again. You did win 5% of Don's earnings, and there's still a bit of time left. But
What's he at? Where we at?
I'll show you where we're at, though.
It didn't seem like you did.
So
Pretty spicy.
I mean, you're getting 5% of that. That's pretty good, Nick. George still up the most. Mooch up a bit as well. Nikki's up 3K. Todd and Frank, unfortunately, stuck buckets. And then here's a look at the V Pips. Is about to hit an hour and a half left on the live stream tonight. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us.
You wouldn't have noticed, I promise you. It was literally like a little thing with the camera.
Spicy. Yeah, everybody point out 750 range. Spicy sweat. Nice hit for Nick.
Happened in Bears game.
So obviously, see how things conclude for Don the remainder of the time.
Too, but they also got away with it.
Meantime here, Todd bets for value, Nicky calls.
I don't know exactly how much they won, but I heard the same suspect from the Bellagio game played the other game and won a lot of money. So, I mean,
Just
accusation.
Todd ekes out a little bit of max value there on the end. An extra little too hundo from Nicky.
I don't know.
I'll let it slide, man. I'll let it slide, man.
But do appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us tonight. Wish everybody could win the Don giveaway. We do enjoy everybody that likes hanging out with us in the YouTube chat here on stream. I know it's a lot of fun for us watching, doing the commentary, chatting with you guys. Enjoy bringing this high stakes cash game coming live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. The country said we're back at it again tomorrow. A lot of these players in the game for a 25:50 actual kickoff, a little bit after 4 p.m. And Spencer, yeah, I agree, says he's hungry now. After all that talk, I cannot wait to stop at a Steak and Shake or a Whataburger on my way home. They got me. They got me. In the meantime, about an hour and a half left of this high stakes game. It'll be, let's see who ends up with what. George obviously been crushing Todd, getting killed. See, anybody wants to make a push to try to get dug out.
100 play,
Unfortunately, Rebel, it's only one drawing at the 5%, but
oh, thank you, Frank.
maybe
Thank you.
at some point might have to evolve it.
300 in the seven.
But it's such a big payout. I don't know. Food for thought later, though. Appreciate the suggestion for later. Oh, man. Nick from Yuma. I hope your eyes are getting a little wide as Don woke up with pocket aces, gets to put in a 3-bet. It'll be him heads up against Todd. Todd with the pocket 10s. Off to a king-queen 4 flop, so going to be hard for Don to get too much value out of Todd here, but Don checks it over. We did not see Todd bluff at it. Don does bet on the turn. He gets to drag in the pot. Yeah, there's the eyes wide. You're safe for now, Nick. Don didn't extract too much value, but better lose win a small pot than lose a big pot, that's for sure.
You can steal a man.
50 to play, last row.
Amen. Lucas saying that was an anticlimactic hand. I agree. King, queen on the flop kind of killed all the action for potential for Todd to do something. Meanwhile, we saw Nicky open things up with the king deuce suited. Here comes the domino of callers. After George called with 10-8. See Dave, jack 9. Blinds do get out of the way for the most part, though. The straddle position. Comes down king high, so Nicky flopping 3 of a kind. See George put in a call, assuming he's going to try to steal this one away from Nicky on a later street. Here we go. George leads out on the turn when it came with 7 of diamonds. Question for Nicky is raise or call. Obviously, if he could see George's hand, he would happily just trap, but given how wet and dynamic this board is, we're going to see Nicky raise it up right now. George, though, started reaching for the chips, but then started telling everyone who could hear, I mean, that he shouldn't be doing so, and decides to let it go. Thought he might put in a call there and just rep any flush that came in on the river. Obviously, he had a gut shot straight draw, but any harder diamond, he could maybe put the pressure on.
You guys love like needling each other.
I think I'd be in this deal if I was him about this fucking bear shit.
Yeah, I don't know about
He's lost about 7,000. Fuck, you can't even win if you do
that. How
that.
much have you lost?
That's quite a bit more than that.
So as has been tradition all night, no exception here, $50 bomb pot on the dealer change.
Yeah, I mean he's been absolute. I don't even know if he's playing well, to be honest. He's kind of giving it away. He's on tilt.
$50 per player going into the middle. We'll be straight off to 2 flops.
He's never had more than a couple stacks of chips in front of him. Yeah, he's always adding on.
Been adding too.
I added on one time.
Now you can be calling like ace high.
I've been adding on via other people's stacks. Check.
2 very different boards here. King 9-7, 2 diamonds up top. Ace 10-10 on the bottom. See Frank immediately lead out, holding 2 pair up top with the King 7. Nothing to speak of so far. Todd, though, 8 tray. Gonna put in the call and try to steal this one away. They went heads up to the turns. Trey hearts up top, 7 of spades. Down low, Frank bets about half pot, 500. Here we go, Todd getting after it, raising it up to 1,500, setting himself up a big river jam. Frank pretty quickly calls though. Instead, we see Todd just wave the white flag and check it back on the river after Frank commits a good portion of the stack, doesn't think he can get him off on the river. He may have been able to with that ace up top, but nonetheless, whole pot getting shipped Frank's way. Frank been having a pretty rough go of things tonight. Todd, maybe the only player having a worse evening than Frank. See if either one can recover in the last hour and a half of tonight's game. In the meantime, we're going to see George throw the button straddle on. Seen it a few times tonight. Action started on the blinds. They let it go. Folding around to Todd, who bumps it to 200. The 8 tray again. Deja vu from the last hand. George and Dave both putting in the call. 3 ways we go to Jack, Jack 8. So Todd actually does flop the best of it. Dave has a gut shot. Chooses not to chase it, lets it go. After George put in the call to ace high. Ace on the turn. And now 8 on the river, so when the classic suck, resuck. George spikes the ace. Todd respikes the 8. He gets to take that pot down with the 8s full.
It's just one of many hands, so it's quick.
book.
So what's he get?
He's gonna need to go on the backside of the tape.
Dude, it's calculus at this point. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, if he figures it out somehow.
Don't ask me any questions.
All I know is George just hits right.
That's all you gotta know.
I think it's bad news for you, to be honest. Yeah. I don't know if I've won a single hand with 8-3. I've won like maybe one.
At least one. Let's see if the turn or river can bail Don out here. Currently Dave's in the lead with the 10. Jack on the turn does give Don open and straight draw to go with his nut flush draw. Don's going to apply max pressure, really put Dave to the test. That Jack on the turn might scare Dave out of here. There's a lot of hands that Don would continue with that didn't already have him beat do improve. So Don gets to drag in another pot. Good news for the YouTube chat, especially one particular person. Don rakes in that pot.
I don't know. I never get them. No.
With some aggression. Not something we see Don utilize super often, but picks his spots well. George, getting a little frisky, raises it up to 200 with the queen 5 off from late position. After Frank flats, Roadhouse going to squeeze with the 8 tray. This one may get through. But instead, George calls with the queen 5 off, which invites Frank to call as well. 7-5 deuce flop. George flopping the best of it with a pair of 5s. Roadhouse going to continue to tell his story. Puts out continuation bet like he would do with an overpair. George with the pair of 5s going to apply the max pressure as usual. Raises it up. Roadhouse counting up his chip stack, seeing if he were to possibly 3-bet shove here, if he could get away with it. Until he's really thinking it over. But in the end, he's going to let it go. George stealing one. Thought he would just let it go pre-flop, but in the end, he gets to drag in a pot of almost 4,000. Don ace jack under the gun. See him open things up here. Makes it 200 to go. George immediately 3-betting. Jacking the price up to 800 now. Action quickly folds around. Don lets it go, and George drags in a pot. With the 3-bet pre-flop, gets the job done. Don folding the better hand. George open things yet again. Mooch did put in a 3-bet to 300 with King 10 offsuit. Maybe he's feeling that George has been being fairly active, which he has been the last couple hands. But after Todd calls with the ace-9, George goes nowhere. 3 ways to King, Jack, Trey. Mooch flopping top pair. That's the 3-better, gonna c-bet. Both players gotta let go of their ace-high, and Mooch takes one down.
You guys decide what size of chain, steak, house, or whatever?
What is it?
You guys decide.
It's really funny they did that. Like
George says Longhorn's the best. I mean, as far as like just like casual steakhouses, yeah. You like Texas Roadhouse the best, right? Oh, Longhorn? Okay, so Longhorn. I haven't had one. Oh, it's Straddle. I haven't had one.
So the 100 is actually going to be on this hand. 10, 25, 50, 100 to go. Roadhouse, King-9 offsuit. We'll see a rarely seen limp from him. Gets over to Todd in the small. Raising it up with the ace-9 suited. Over to Dave now. Ace-5 suited, deciding just to let it go. After Mooch puts in a call, Roadhouse gonna call as well, closing the action. So 3 ways to the flop. All 3 players holding a 9, weirdly enough. Comes down king high, so Roadhouse far and away the best hand. Mooch though, throws out a donk bet at 400. Roadhouse gonna call. I'm sure he wants to see Todd reacts behind. Todd lets it go, so now Roadhouse in position. Pretty strong hand. Mooch.
800.
Firing again. 800 this time. Did improve to a straight draw on the turn. So not dead yet. Here comes a raise. No, sorry. Just moving the pumpkins around. Just a call out of Roadhouse to a queen on the river. Mooch bombs it. Trying to steal it with just 9 high. Roadhouse with top pair. Has to evaluate what this means. Mooch's bet pretty polarizing. Although given Roadhouse's stack, it's not as big as it may seem, but after some deliberation, Roadhouse does put in the call with his king. He's gonna get rewarded, finding full double up.
3150.
Mooch almost got away with it there.
I remember the last time.
I don't think that was
really much.
Can I have a water too?
Saw a similar hand a few hours ago, I believe, between those 2 player specific, where Mooch did something similar, betting huge on the river. Wonder if that dynamic came into play a little bit, given the fact Roadhouse has seen him do it once or twice to him specifically before. Maybe it makes the alarm bells go off a little bit stronger than they would normally. Make you more inclined to put in that call.
Yeah, celebrate. Give me one too.
Tito sugar free?
Yeah.
Anything else?
All right, Frank open to 200. Roadhouse, king, queen. Just going to put in the call. Frank did open him the gun. Frank plays a little bit more on the passive side. So we're going to see Roadhouse proceed a little trepidatious rather than putting in the 3-bet King Queen. Looks like George will be the only other caller out of the small blind, and through ways we went to an ace-high flop. George and Frank both flopping top pair here. Frank did raise pre-flop from under the gun.
Make it 45 minutes.
So his C-bet 500 is going to carry
11 o'clock.
a lot of weight. Roadhouse. For a minute is holding that king of diamonds, which could be a key card on a few runouts, but with George behind, he's going to let it go. George going to put in the call. Obviously can't let go of an ace at this point in the hand.
Oh, you upper back. Yeah.
Imagine he'll continue playing a little cautious here as go to the turn. Frank continues betting big. George puts in the call. George did improve to a wheel draw on that turn, so probably plays a little bit of a role. And action goes check on the river. Frank's going to drag this pot.
Like right. A little bit lower. Right there.
I had a gut shot also.
Don, you want to straddle this?
All right, Don's gonna straddle. Thanks, Frank.
All right, Don back in the game.
Don is gonna straddle and
So with Don straddle, action will start on George there on the button. First act pre-flop.
actually gonna be on the road.
Mooch going to complete out the big. Call for the quarter more. Folds around. Todd, he's going to limp as well. So Don gets to check his option with the 10-7 and play the hand in position.
You gotta win it.
Flop came down. Ace 6-5. Mooch with the pair of sixes throws out a little bet. Todd does call, holding a gut shot. 9 on the turn. Action goes check. King on the river changes nothing. Mooch's 6 is still going to be best. He'll take it down. No one wanted to stab at it.
The good thing with WSOP changing that for the main guy.
Oh, it's just annoying. I play day 2. You play for hours, you're like another $300.
Play the turbo. Load it up, start at 4 p.m. and be done by 2 a.m.
I didn't even want to play this one. I did it anyway. You never know. If I win it, it's worth it. If I win it, I'll say it was
On Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Starts at 12. 150.
Yeah. So we have this game, then we have the game tomorrow, and after that tournament. So my weekend's pretty good.
Familiar foes here after Todd bumped it up. Mooch called, but looks like it won't be those two dancing as Frank wakes up with ace king, gets to put in a 3-bet. Goes 325. Such an enticing price. We're going to see Todd and Mooch call.
Tagged along.
Third ways to the flop we go.
Oh, really?
I hadn't seen him in like a year.
And wow, doozy as Todd flops 3 of a kind. 10 tray rainbow. Frank bet big. Near full pot.
It's like after sitting down, I was there playing.
Todd, slow playing, puts in the call. Frank continuing to fire here. 2K on the turn. Again, Todd. Happy to just flat call. Now river 9. Does Frank empty the clip? Triple barrel. Said he slows down. Todd throws out a bet, trying to get some value. Praying Frank has an overpair. Frank letting go of his ace king. Todd gets to drag that one down.
Losing piles at D&D, George.
Todd showing Frank that he made the right fold.
DMD.
Are the kids around the same age?
Oh,
Small one, big one?
Minor sucker for like the big games that they just like, you know, the quick press. It's almost just like.
I love the one where you just pull down the thing. It's like 10 points. I'm like, this goes
It's the same way slot machines work, really.
It is. It's a kiddie casino.
Yeah. It's acceptable.
And adult casino. That little coin thing that moves.
Fun, yeah.
Mooch opening the button with the 10-8. Frank calls with 6-5 suited. Nicky with pocket sixes in the big. Just a question of call or 3-bet. He's going to put in the call. Go 3 ways to the flop. Comes down king 8-7. A mooch, the pair of 8s. Frank, though, open-ended. Backdoor hearts. He is just going to lead right out with that hand, betting 200. Mooch clicking it up. 600 the price to go now. Frank comes along, putting in the call. So turn 4, giving Frank the nut straight. He's going to lead on the 4 of spades turn. Mooch pretty quickly puts in the call. We go off to a 7 hearts on the river. Frank going for it all. Shoves all in. Mooch has to let it go. Frank dragging. Decent sized pot. Gets him most of what he just lost to Todd not too long ago back.
How long do you think the score cap in would go whatever? Okay, probably.
That one might go after.
Yeah.
Scramble, 7, fold 8, fold 9.
Dave, King Jack, bumps up to 200. Nicky and Todd both putting in calls out of the blinds. So we go 3 ways to a king high flop. Dave far and away the best hand. C-bet should just take this one down. Sure enough, Todd. Nicky quickly let it go. And it looks like Don is preparing his leave over there, starting to rack up. And there it is. Don is done for the night. So Nick from Yuma in the YouTube chat, the lucky winner of 5% of Don's winnings, taking home a nice chunk of change. Dave, open a 2 from under the gun. Mooch immediately 3-bets. His turn with the 8 tray. Frank, meanwhile, wakes up with pocket 10s next to act. Just going to cold call the 3-bet. Some action back on Dave. Does he want to put in the 4-bet or just call? He elects to go with the 4-bet. Makes it 1,700. Mooch rips it. The 8 tray offsuit. He wants it. Frank has to let go of the 10s with all this action. Now back over to Dave. Nasty spot for him. He does have 4K behind, a sizable amount. Not pot committed by any means. And he does have to let it go, I believe. Mooch suddenly showing the 8 tray. Scooping that pot in. Absolute animal.
Yeah, write that one
See you tomorrow.
You're just lucky.
Well, my big one.
Wasn't a deep stack.
Good meeting you guys.
Have a good one.
With my run history with Tens, yeah.
Is that what you had? 2 tags?
So, whew. All right, so GG is to Don. Massive win on the day for him. We're going to see him call it a night. He had to leave by a certain time. Didn't quite get to stay all the way till the end, but he will be missed, that's for sure. So no straddle on this hand. That's why we see the raise to only 75. 3x the big blind.
I'm like the opposite.
4 ways will go to the flop.
I like going once when I'm like way behind. Those people like one time you're like, ah, I'm like just totally like that.
Your hand can't win twice. The only way you can scoop is once.
Yeah, exactly. You got something?
150.
Yeah.
Frank's ace high, no longer in the lead as Mooch. Mooch improves to a jack on the turn. He was looking for the gut shot. Instead, he hits a pair. After a deuce on the river, unless Frank finds a big bluff, which he does not. Mooch gets to take this one down with a pair of jacks.
You say this game is a break time? No. It is break time. About tomorrow, same time?
No, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
No, what time does it have a break time?
10 on the stream. If people want to play afterwards, there's a chance. It's called on big blind and against Scramble.
The last time we were one late. It was like, what, 3 in the morning or something? A long stream.
Frank gonna limp in under the gun. 9-5 suited. Calls the 50 Roadhouse. Trade deuce suited. Looks like he's gonna bump it to 150. Todd calls from the button with ace-8. Now George putting in a 3-bet with a 9-7 offsuit. Tell George is on 1 speed setting today.
Yeah.
I mean, he does kind of look like him, but I mean, I think grip it and rip it is in full effect. Now with 1 by 1, the players are letting it go. Gets the Todd on the button, and he does find the fold as well. George stealing another one, taking it away from everybody.
Well, with an hour left in the live stream, we go ahead and show stats real quick. And Nick from Yuma, you're going to be taking home 5% of that.
Which would be a lot.
That's a pretty good chunk, I would say.
Ran the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
It's pretty good.
Well played by you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. To put in perspective, that's my paycheck on a weekly basis. That's pretty good.
It's because you have so many dependents.
Yeah.
You pay child support deductions.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other stuff to make up here.
Yeah. Minus the dependents, though. I stayed away from that.
Well played by you.
Yeah.
Might be the most plus EV move anybody's made today.
Right. I read the instructions.
I did not.
And Nick, Don does have your Instagram handle. He will be sending you a message to try to square away everything there. 5-7 deuce flop. So we are probably going to be 7-handed the rest of the way with this final hour of the live stream.
It sounded like they were hard breaking in an hour, not continuing the game off stream.
Correct.
Just based on the discussion. I mean, they know they're going to be playing tomorrow, and that'll more likely be the game that carries through the night. So
yeah, especially with it being a bigger game too, with the 25, 50, 100 basically. So end up being the case.
Smart by them to pace themselves. A lot of times you see the 2 big live stream games, and the Friday night game ends up carrying over till the morning.
Yep.
Makes Saturday a little rough.
It does, but yeah, there's the V-Pips though, as we are going into our final hour of the live stream, and then that's how Don finished up. Yeah, pretty good night for him. With that, you get to see his individual stats there, as far as what Don did tonight. Pretty solid night for him.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the individual stats we get to show now.
That's cool. I did like seeing that on that VPIP leaderboard. It was George 1, and Don at the bottom.
Yeah.
And they're the two big winners on the day. So.
Right. Two completely different.
Yeah, more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I think that's the lesson we learned in this tonight.
A lot of different ways to win.
Yep.
Just find a way to win.
Yep.
That's the hard part.
It is, especially in this game.
But I mean, it's fun seeing two different strategies both kind of work out on different ends of the spectrum. Many ways to attack this fun game of poker.
But as mentioned, most of these guys you will see on the live stream tomorrow.
And most of us guys you'll hear again tomorrow. Sorry, not sorry. Oh boy. Roadhouse decided to turn two pair at the right time.
That he did.
As Mooch is making a move, putting in the raise over Nicky's bet. I think Roadhouse's plan was to bring the check raise. Mooch beat him to it, so now how does he want to react? All three players are super deep in this hand too. Roadhouse, the shortest of the stacks with 9K effective right now. We're going to see him fold. He reads Mooch for something massive. Nicky doesn't read him for something massive, puts in the call. Well,
Mooch does catch
the
wheel.
Massive river card for him, spiking it.
As mentioned, we are entering our final hour of the live stream. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. By the way, flight number 4 saw 125 entries with tonight's event number 1 flight.
So that opening event continues with flights tomorrow. $400 buy-in, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. With day 2 on Sunday, which again, we get down to that final table, we'll have the live stream up as well.
Yep.
Love a good live final table.
Especially when we get down to the final 9. That's when that final table will start up on Sunday night.
Yeah, usually around 6, 7 p.m., somewhere in that range.
Sometimes.
Just whenever they get there.
Yeah, sometimes 8 p.m.
Yeah, it just tends. How long does it take to get down to it? But
yeah. But with this flight, that means with 125 entries, 13 players will advance to the final day. There is a multi-bag bonus that's also in effect too. But they'll have that all figured out probably on the final day to see how many of those were multi-bags.
haven't seen Marvel Allen in the chat in a while. Wondering if he's still out there. I know I saw him physically last time I walked out there, but it's been a while.
Yeah, so. I didn't look to see if he was when I was looking at the final numbers.
Ooh. Nick.
Chick-fil-A.
Picking up Chick-fil-A.
Huh?
All right.
So Mooch has a flush draw on the bottom board. That's about it. But he is going to put in the raise.
Dave. Another player with a real hand. Pair of kings plus nut flush draw up top. Straight draw on the bottom.
And a king on the bottom and the flush completes on the top. So kings and nines. Scooper.
We'll see if Mooch continues to get after it. After Dave checks it. Good check by Dave there. Praying Mooch fired, but Mooch checks it back.
Like I said, Dave, a really, really smart player.
I was really impressed with the check on the river there. So tempting to go for value. We've seen Mooch bombing a little bit, so might as well open that door. Obviously didn't work out at that time, but we know if he value bet, he would have just gotten a quick fold, so it's definitely the correct play. Well, Rebel, don't look at it like a waste of time. You could always message Nick from Yuma. We got his name on there.
Well, and look at it this way, moving forward.
Check him out. Become besties.
Well, and also moving forward as well, Don, will be continuing to do those giveaways, and you'll have Instagram already downloaded.
Yeah,
And what's not to say Don gets into a bigger game and gets a much bigger score.
obviously, Don's going to win every time.
By the way, guys, for those that do want to follow Don on his Instagram account, I will type that in the YouTube chat for you guys. That is his Instagram, don.pokereyes.
Give him a follow. Nice guy.
Yep.
Gives away 5% a good chunk of the time he plays.
Yep, and Poker Eyes is the clothing brand that he also launched as well. So that's that Instagram. So that is the Instagram handle to follow if you want to follow Don and support his ventures. As Todd does go runner for the flush. Yeah, don.pokereyes. That is his Instagram account. Definitely give him a follow there.
To play, restraddle. 300 in the one, fold four, pinch down.
Yeah, so
See any good spots over there? See any good spots over by where we're at?
Yeah, there's some good lunch spots. Yeah, I got several places tomorrow. What time?
At like around there.
Okay, that's perfect.
Just I don't know how the branch is gonna be tomorrow. So
I just realized you guys shouldn't care for Dave like he was.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
just ever driving out there. I'll just
I'd rather do it around that time because I got a phone call at
buddy.
well, I'd rather do it around noon if it's possible. 'Cause I have to call
It's
at
like the second time we're saying it tonight.
1:30 with someone, and I'm gonna be on a call till probably like 3 o'clock and then come here. I'll text you in the morning.
yeah, I'm just trying. Yeah, I'm trying to ride over because that was gonna be out. So hold up there.
I mean, worst case, I can just, if you don't, I can pick you up. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'll be
Nikki
up
and George heads up to the flop here. In for 300 each, and George does flop the best of it. When it came down ace, queen, 6, Nikki does bet out. Continuation bet. Slows down on the turn, goes check, check, and now 9 on the river. Nikki checks again. George going to go for a little thin value. Nikki does, in fact, put in the call with a pair of 9s.
Bases loaded.
George gets the maximum yet again.
I'm confused. Every time I look, I'm like, what? I'm not thinking about it.
Pretty big spot. Oh, I guess it's 100 straddle.
Restraddle 100 in the two. True, restraddle 100 in the two.
Absolutely.
Hey, restraddle 100 in the two.
Makes sense. So all my flush draws.
Just putting heads to work.
Yep, that's what it is.
We did see the 50 and the 100 straddles both on. So we saw Frank limp for 100. Now George going to raise it up to 600. Mooch cold calling with 6 trays suited. Mooch and George heads up to the flop. Mooch out of the straddle, George out of the big blind, so Mooch is in position. Action went check, check on the flop. George just trying to trap a little bit there after flopping top, top. Mooch did check back on the flop, and George takes it down on the turn.
A lot of good double work flops.
Haha. See? Got Rebel to follow Nick.
yeah, there we go.
I'm just out here playing matchmaker, baby.
Yeah, you are tender and bumble.
Thanks. Thanks. Might be some of the nicest names I've been called recently, but
Yeah, well, you know.
Still without a bear. 5 of us without a bear still. Or no, just 4 of us. He has a bear too.
Nicky back at it again, raising it with King 7 this time. Tilly's trying to make some stuff happen here as things wind down. Roadhouse put in the call and flops it open at a straight draw.
Yeah, like it.
Nicky continues firing about half pot. 300 on the continuation bet. Roadhouse does call with the open ender.
Now ace does peel off.
It's going to be a double blood.
Good card for Nicky if he continues firing. Not going to slow down and check.
King on the river, so Nicky does get there already. Was ahead though, but now with that king peeling off on the river.
Roadhouse with just 7 high. Electing not to bluff, checks it over. Nicky bets now. Trying to extract some value if Roadhouse has a 9. Really targeting a hand that he has beat with his king. Similar to what we just saw George do to him not too long ago. Roadhouse obviously not going to call with 7 high. Lets his hand go, and Nicky gets to drag one in.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, don't forget, tomorrow we will be back in at 25.50. You'll see most of these guys back on the table tomorrow for the 25.50. I think it's going to be subbing out Don, though, and then inserting Drew in the game. So I think that's the way the lineup will be tomorrow, but you'll see most of these guys back on the live stream. 4 p.m. start time tomorrow, so live stream will get up and running around 4:15.
Rad.
And I would assume it's probably going to be another longer live stream than normal. Probably 6, maybe 7 hours. Probably wrap up at 11 by the latest for the live stream, but I'm sure they will continue playing upstairs into the hours of the night.
Or morning.
Or morning.
You never know.
Yeah.
I mean,
night does go into morning.
Sometimes it's a Waffle House kind of exit time. You never know.
I mean, listen, that's the best time, right? George going to take down another one. And then, of course, Sunday night, final table, event 1. Adonis and Mike Kruger will be leading the way for you that night with the final table.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait.
Definitely going to be a good time. Definitely looking forward to it.
You going to tune in? You going to watch?
I'll tune in for a little bit.
Talk trash in the about the commentators in the YouTube chat?
Listen, I've said before, I know I am by far the worst commentator when it comes to these poker live streams, so there is not much for me to talk about. You guys have forgotten more about poker than I'll know, so.
Whew. I mean, the game's definitely evolved over the years, that's for sure.
I would like to win a bigger pot.
Certainly it changed quite a bit.
Frank and Roadhouse both hitting an ace here.
And Mooch leading small. Kind of names his own price to get to the turn.
It's amazing the equities are so similar because the king could pop off and Mooch would hit it straight. Or club draw for Frank now. He picks up a lot of equity.
Yeah. Did make Mooch open-ended as well, so that's why we see him continuing. For a little bit more this time. Might get Roadhouse out of there. He's got kicker issues, nothing else going with that hand, and facing bet call. Hard for you to ever be good.
And
we could see that he was going to chop, but
yeah,
hard to believe that in game.
Right, 9 double pairs the board, so Frank's ace is going to be good.
I only got the 100 counters to pay, you know?
Oh, you got one.
Oh, 22, okay.
I gotta be winning money off these bears, you know, man. I gotta be ahead, huh?
You're ahead on Bears. Oh, no, you're not, because you lost one.
I won more than 7. Everybody else gotta give me a piece.
We've only played 6 of them. This is our 6th one.
There's only this is our 6th one. So because you lost one, you pay out.
You only lost 100 overall in the
You
game.
got 100 there. But then you have hundreds for the 8 threes for every time.
I'm only down a couple hundred.
You're probably down a couple hundred. I'll bet
Frank,
you're
you're
down
in for
400.
10, 50 is the extra.
Fortunately, in the actual game, he's down pretty bad too.
Yeah.
He's like, I mean, it's not the end of the world considering how terrible this session has gone.
Yeah.
I couldn't even hear you.
50 to play. Team.
You wouldn't tell by looking at him, and he's getting his head kicked in as bad as it is.
Yeah, Frank's
Nice guy, nice guy.
he's a very nice guy, pretty good sport about it. He understands that this is the way it is.
He's had a garbage run tonight for the most part too.
Yeah.
This one time he got kings, but the other guy had aces.
There you go. You gonna fold on the flop?
Yeah, pretty tough.
Oof. Speaking of things going your way, it's been that kind of a night for George as he flops just the nut flush with a straight flush redraw. Almost a straight flush on the turn. Instead, it's a one away from, and we're going to see Roadhouse about a little stab. Bets 200.
I love this.
George going to call and reduce. We'll see if Roadhouse tries to do anything besides just to shut it down. And George will throw out a value bet. Goes for the over bet here. Bets 1K into 600. Roadhouse with just the tray of spades, though.
I'll lose. He writes me down for money.
One card that
All the money for the Bears.
one card I can beat.
Now there we go.
Nice to hear, Nick.
That is very nice to hear. Yeah, Don's very, very quick about that for sure.
Roadhouse really mulling that one over.
He did an outs fold.
And that's just, it's so hard to get a read on George the way he's played all night.
No.
He's had everything from complete bluffs to the nuts. Just
Like I could beat one card.
very well balanced. Keeping everybody guessing. And everybody's been guessing wrong for the most part. Combined with, you know, winning a lot of the runouts. That's why you see him crushing it this session.
Right. Went to the A's and someone without money. And then you flop the nuts.
Too many spades out there. Doesn't have spades. 50 goes. Raise 300.
Mooch in there with the 6-9 of spades. 300 to go. Frank going to call from the button with the king 10. Roadhouse out of there from the small. Nicky puts in a 3-bet from the big blind with the king 9 of clubs. 1,500 to go. Gets back to Frank's button. Looks like he's going to put in the call with the king 10. So Frank well in the lead and in position. So we go off to a jack 5 tray, 2-diamond flop. Action goes check, check. Deuce turn. Still check, check again. 7 on the river.
3,000.
Now Nicky fires. Pot-sized bet. Frank lets it go. Nicky stealing one away.
Nicky does, yep.
He has not had much luck stealing away tonight, but gets away with it there.
Yeah, Frank not the best kicker in the world there. Plus, I guess there are a few like low straights that do connect on that board.
I think you get 200 parts on the rim.
So again, as mentioned before, don't forget the final 2 flights of event number 1 take place tomorrow, noon and 6
p.m.
Right, yeah, noon and 6 p.m.
I would imagine tomorrow's flights will be pretty popping. Usually that Saturday day flight is the biggest of them all.
Absolutely. And I know we definitely have surpassed the 100K guarantee off the 2 flights today. Might make that guarantee tomorrow, depending on the entries as well. Of course, the flight number 3 had 137 entries, so 14 players advanced out of that one. And then flight number 4, registration ended at 10:20.
You got 8-3 and all?
One time, but I didn't.
Be careful. There you go. I had it one time as well. It was like
Had 125 entries in that one, so 13 players are going to advance out of tonight's flight to go into the final day. Actually, I did see flight number 3 update occurred. Let me see who the chip leader is from flight number 3. It's like Nam Vo is the person that is the chip leader. 633,000 for him. Trying to see if there's anyone else. The young tournament player himself, Thomas TB, bagged as well. YouTube supporter, goes by Slim Jim on the YouTube channel, also bagged. In fact, he had the 5th bag, 319,000. So one of the YouTube chat regs who flew out here to play in our room has bagged for the final day. Not bad, like that.
Obviously, it's because they're listening to all the advice on the stream and ignoring it.
Yes, that part too. Commentator for Best Bet Live during our tournaments, Kelly Slay, also bagged as well.
600.
That's just a few of the names that are the notables of who did advance out of flight number 3 earlier today. Pretty good stuff.
And 2 very notable hands here is Dave George, both with monsters. Dave decided to trap pre-flop with the aces, just calling. Nobody made a move behind. Could have ballooned up faster. Instead, we went off to a queen-9 tray, 2 diamond flop. Frank did hit a pair of 9s. But he lets it go with all the players behind when Dave fired out, and everybody gets out of there.
Aces again for Dave. He did the same thing last time with aces. He flatted and then ended up being a heads up with Nikki and ended up getting a big double up.
Didn't get all of it that time around. He went for the big one. The way this table's been playing to open the door for somebody to 3-bet behind you, can't really blame him because I've seen an insane amount of 3-betting. Something you can do with pocket aces in the right scenario. You don't necessarily want to do it with other big pocket pairs. Just too susceptible. But so far we got limps. The $100 straddle was on. Now he's going to check his option. So it'll be 4 players, all 4 of the blinds going to the flop. King 7-6 rainbow. Some middle pair from Mooch. But checks through to a deuce of clubs on the turn. Frank adds a flush draw.
Frank is going to bet. Or no, call, excuse me. Mooch already bet. He also has a flush draw.
Yeah, Frank's a little bit higher, but Mooch with the pair of 7s. They're going to be the only 2 to the river. Crowd goes wild for the Queen of Hearts. It's really anticlimactic river. I don't know why they're going crazy like that.
You know, I mean, listen. sometimes you never know with our room. Mooch will take this down.
Slow and steady for Mooch tonight. I know he got stacked early on, but then fresh off of that reload, there was no looking back. He just keeps climbing.
You know,
all night.
It's interesting how this game is. You know, it was early on. Todd was up quite a bit, but then things unfortunately derailed for him. And then yeah, it's been the George and Mooch show.
Sounds like a cartoon.
Could be. Like one of those old-timey cartoons.
George and Mooch.
Yep.
Go to the beach.
Raise 150.
The way George was writing on that paper looked like he was an analyst. So Dave puts in the raise to 150. Frank's going to call with the suited Adonis. Roadhouse. 3 bets with pocket 6s. Dave going to call, as will Frank. Queen tray 10. So Frank is open-ended.
Dave with the gutter.
With a gutter.
Roadhouse, meanwhile, was the one who 3-bet pre-flop.
He's going to check, and Dave is going to go ahead and bet 800. 2/3 of the pot.
Frank didn't even hesitate to grab calling chips.
No.
His open and straight draw.
Now Roadhouse. Going to let go of the 6s, so we are heads up. Oh no. Roadhouse, what a turn to set, and he goes check, check.
Said Frank bluffs his way to a dragon a pot.
I'm playing crazy now. There's no bears
I
tomorrow.
ain't got much time left.
We can keep playing.
I'll put it 12.
Like I said, there's always tomorrow, Frank, if you want to play.
Do what?
There's always tomorrow if you want to play.
You might run out of money with me, George. I don't know if I can get to a bank on Saturday.
A couple of limps for 50 until he gets a Dave. He's going to spoil the limp fest with a raise to 300. Mooch immediately 3 bets to 800. His suited connectors and 10-9 of spades. We saw Frank put in the call, ace-jack. Dave going to call as well with that 9-7 of diamonds.
You just want to see one? That's the best one.
5-4 king flop.
They're just showing off to each other.
I'm no good for 2 points, but
Who did that to? You.
500.
Checked around to Mooch. He did 3-bet pre-flop, so he's going to continuation bet this king high board. Goes with a 20% pot, betting 500. Frank going to call.
Now Queen does show up.
Yeah, Frank
Close
does
to
get a Broadway
complete.
draw.
Yeah.
Same 500 out of Mooch. Now we see Mooch go big on the river. Putting Frank to the test for his entire chip stack, and he's got to let go. Mooch. Thievery.
All right, so we are in our final 30 minutes. Looks like Kirk is getting ready to push in. First, we'll show the V-Pips. We're keeping Don's stats in there just to show what he did finish up with. But that is the way the V-Pips look with 30 minutes left in the live stream. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. And here is the earnings. George up 17,865. Don finished his night up 17,365. Mooch almost 15K that he's up. Nikki's up 2K. Dave stuck 3K. Frank and Todd have had better nights, unfortunately. Been a rough one for both of them. Queen Jack 5 on the top. Deuce 6 Ace on the bottom. And our final double board bomb pot. At least at the dealer change. I don't know if they'll do a double board bomb pot or so I got to end the stream, but. So Mooch, a pair of jacks on the top board, plus the flush draw on the bottom. Todd, 2 pair, Queen 5 on top.
Frank with a pair on each. Roadhouse with the ace. A little bit for everybody. See how the equities shift on the turns.
So now Todd will boat up on the top board.
But have nothing on the bottom, so we might see him apply pressure at some point.
Right. He does bet 300. Mooch puts in the call. So he does have the flush draw on the bottom board. And then Roadhouse with the ace on the bottom board.
Nothing up top.
Nothing
see
up
him
top.
get out of there.
Yeah, he doesn't let it
right
go.
Now, Todd would actually scoop it. Nothing changes, but it does change with a jack down low.
Yeah, jack on the bottom board will.
But now that it's heads up, that's where you might see Todd go a little bit bigger.
Or Mooch decides to raise Todd's bet.
And Todd calls
it, yeah.
Not the way you'd think it'd go, but
yeah.
Here we are. A chop nonetheless.
Very much so.
Yeah. I was really crushed there.
Gets around to Dave. Late position, opens it up to 200 with the ace-10 offsuit. Frank called from the button with king-7 suited. Todd defending the straddle at queen-5. It's down 9-8-6. So open ender for Frank. Dave with a gut shot. Todd's got the dummy end of a gut shot. He's going to let it go after Frank bets. Dave's also going to fold to Frank's bet. Frank takes it down without too much trouble. Frank with king-7 again. Decides to put in the call after he limps. Nicky raised it up out of the small. Frank flops top pair. Nicky checks. Frank's going to fire and take it down again. Back-to-back pots go Frank's way.
There you go.
Sounds like fun to me.
Starting to get to the last few minutes here on the live stream, about 25 minutes left. Like I said, you'll see a lot of this crew back tomorrow for the 2550. Should be fun. Pretty sure it's going to be a pretty good buzz in the room, considering we're also going to have the final 2 flights of event 1 of the Card Player Poker Tour. Imagine a pretty
pretty busy tomorrow. Not that today was slacking in that department by any means. Mooch and Frank both flop top pair, came 9 high. Mooch's kicker is better for the time being.
Yeah, the Adonis working out for Mooch right now until that happens.
Until the Roadhouse. Ace
Roadhouse.
on the turn, giving him the best hand. We see Frank lead right out. Checks to him. So Roadhouse going to call.
And Mooch also in there.
So continuing 3 ways to a river.
Oh my gosh.
And Mooch gets it.
He knew. He knew that jack was coming.
It's also a clean jack as it's not the spade. And
wow. Pretty big overbet there.
I mean, not terribly, given the fact that Roadhouse has a pot-sized bet behind.
Right, yeah. This is essentially
and Frank
what it
had even
was.
less.
Right,
So
essentially just puts them all in the...
it's just a pot-sized bet at this point.
Right, yeah. Because that's all they can call right now.
Not often you see 2 players on the shorter side of things at this table tonight. Roadhouse giving it some thought. It's been having a very frustrating night. We've seen Mooch pull a couple of moves. We did see Roadhouse pick one off earlier. It's just a matter of, is this in the, he's making a move bucket? Would he do that against 2 opponents? Not a lot of things that make sense. Hard to imagine how that jack on the river improved your opponent's hand.
Especially with all the flushes missing too. Spades don't get there.
Straight draws missed as well, like 4-5 and 7-8. At the same time, I think you have to think a little bit, just given the fact that Frank was so short, would he bluff into a short stack?
Mooch
gets all of the chips. Roadhouse's stack. As much as it's real easy to think Mooch would be bluffing you, I think with Frank sitting there with such a short stack, you can discount some of the bluffs. If they were heads up though, I think the call is way more than warranted. A lot of the pieces of that puzzle didn't add up right. It looks pretty bluffy. In the end, we saw Mooch scoop in and drag yet another sizable pot. He's having a heck of a session tonight. We will see if it carries over into the bigger game tomorrow evening. That's the one nice thing. For everybody that's stuck at this table, you can always, you know that tonight's not the end of that session. And tomorrow's game will be a little bit bigger for a little bit more money, so don't feel that need to get unstuck right away with another day looming with the same opponents and a bigger buy-in. I'm gonna be excited to see if all this action continues to tomorrow. I know I can't wait to see it. I hope most of you will join in with us. Sweat the 25-50 game. Given how often the straddles have hit the table today, I would imagine they will do so again tomorrow. Essentially turn it into a 25-50-100. Todd raising it up with ace-7 offsuit. Late position raise. George going to call the button with pocket trays. Everybody else is just going to get out of there. These two heads up to a king, queen 8. Goes check, check. Ace on the turn, checks through again. Jack on the river, puts 4 to Broadway in addition to 3 hearts. Why does he just see the action check through, and Todd gets to take it down with an ace. Small pot, but a pot nonetheless, getting shipped Todd's way. Slim Jim says we're burning the late night oil. It's not even midnight yet. I don't know about hard work. Something about watching poker and talking to you guys doesn't quite feel right to put in that category. Been a lot of fun hanging out, watching these guys battle it on the table, chatting it up for a little bit. Can't wait to get back at it again tomorrow. Before we do, I mean, got a nice sized pot brewing as George made it 300, got 2 callers, and flops top pair, top kicker. Very dry King 5 deuce, a rainbow board. For Roadhouse Catalyst, let's see if Todd wants to appeal the street with his 5. Looks like he does. Puts in the call. 4 on the turn. Action goes check, check, and wow, 5 on the river for Todd. He's going to bet 1,000. Get called by George pretty quick. Check back on the turn there from George. Might have led to some value, but instead Todd spiked. Nice river card. He gets a little bit of a rebate for how terrible his night has been. George, another premium hand, ace queen this time, and it looks like he's getting sneaky with a limp. Mooch doesn't take the bait and raise from the button, he just limps in with the ace 9. Frank happy to over limp, and well, Nicky's gonna be the one to step into it. Raises it up to 400. In comes the 3-bet from George, makes it 16 to go. They just can't get too much going against George this evening, that is for sure.
No bears. No reason to live. Turn on your paper.
Another 500 and change going George's way after that hand. Dave's turn to raise it up pre-flop, 200 to go, ace-6 of hearts. Hooch calls with the king-jack, and we see Roadhouse. The deuce is Nicky, 10-6, and Todd with trays all put in the call, so 5 ways to the flop. Goes 10-9-4, 2 hearts on board, so nut flush draw for Dave. He was the pre-flop raiser. Imagine we see him continue. He does bet 4. We immediately see Mooch bump it to 800. Nicky, meanwhile, sitting here with top pair, ends up just getting out of there when he gets back to him. After Dave puts in the call, we go to a 6. Spades on the turn, so Dave hits a pair. As long as it's not flush. Dave puts in the call again to Mooch's bet. Now Mooch gets there on the river. Action's going to go check, check. Mooch obviously went from bluffing at it to happy to check back his rivered top pair. No longer having to bluff and taking a showdown value and scooping. 5K pot. Very fortunate run out for him.
Did I win 5,000?
Yes.
3-bet pot, 3 pocket pairs. Off to the flop we go. 7-5 deuce. Nobody hits a pair, but they all kind of like this flop. It's going to be a Roadhouse betting 1,100 when it checks over to him. Todd immediately calls. Lets Mooch get out of there. Queen on the turn. Actually went check to a board pairing 5 on the river. Todd throwing out a quarter pot size bet for value. Gets looked up by Roadhouse. Todd gets the maximum on that one. Way it played out. Nice 1K bet on the river. Gets it done. Slim Jim, thanks for stopping out. Have a good night as well yourself. Hopefully sneak back in to the live stream tomorrow. The game will be a good one. That's George raising it up big pre-flop this time around. Dave, happy to put in the call at the 7-8 suited. Mooch gonna come along as well with the king-queen. Almost 2K in the middle now. So we go 3 ways to the flop. Comes king high, king 10-6, but 2 spades on board. Action somehow checked through. Now Dave's gonna fire. He's got a double gutter, plus a flush draw. Mooch, top pair, gonna call. George gets out of there. Now 8 on the river, just giving Dave a pair. Looks like he's happy to try and show down that pair, checking it over to Mooch, who fires. Big bet for all of Dave's stack. Puts Dave to a decision. Looks like he's going to call Mooch. Going to scoop another big one. Now from Dave's perspective, if Mooch had any spade flush draw, then Dave would have it beat. And obviously, if it included a 6 or a 4, his pair is better. If it was just a naked ace-high flush draw, he can beat ace-high. If he had queen-jack, also would be no good. So a lot of the bluffs that Mooch could have, Dave had beat. That's why we see him look it up there. But time and time again, Mooch shows the goods on the river after he makes a big bet, and he gets to drag the pot in. He had a lot of bluffs early into the session, and now it seems to have paid off as he makes hands and players are looking him up after that early dynamic. Sticks in their minds. Also, very much not afraid to make big bets on the bluffs in the same way he is right now for value. Saw Frank open from under the gun. Roadhouse put in the 3-bet. George going to cold call out of the small blind with king-jack suited. Frank with his king-jack off going to come along now, putting in the call. So it'll be another 3-bet pot going multi-way. Comes down ace-high. This one's all Roadhouse. So 2 players check it over to him. He fires out. See George put in the call. He's looking for some backdoor Broadway or backdoor diamonds. Gets Frank out of there with his king high. No backdoors. Too many flushes. Now 8 on the turn. Full of a heart. George bluffing at it now. Can't imagine Roadhouse is going to go anywhere. Just such a very interesting line from George. Roadhouse's hand just too strong to let go, even though this is maybe going to throw him for a little bit of a whirl. Now the river we go. George decides to rip it. Going for the big bluff. towards the end of the night. Putting Roadhouse to the test with any one pair type hands, exactly like the one he has. Time and time again tonight, Roadhouse has been in these god-awful spots.
Yeah.
Really tough decisions. Let's see what he can make out of this one. Don't envy the position he's in. There he is. He came to the right conclusion, putting in the call. George is like, shit, I didn't mean to bluff a hand that good. Oops.
Well, big. Roadhouse needed that one.
Reverse that 8-3 call.
Nice call there.
29.75. So it should be 2,029. Give him 100, George. Give him 100. That's right now. Oh, I see.
Well, Rebel, unfortunately, it won't be on for very much longer. Just a few hands to go in tonight's coverage.
Yeah,
the good news, though, we're back in like 16 hours.
Right, exactly.
So if you go to bed for 8, that's like half the time gone.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, we are getting close to our final 3 hands, so we will be wrapping up probably about 10 minutes or so. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. 10:25 live stream that we've had for you tonight. Again, most of these guys are going to be back tomorrow for the 25-50. So you'll see George, you'll see Dave again, you'll see Roadhouse and Mooch again. You'll see Todd and Nikki again, and
it's all the action.
No Frank and Don, but there will be a Drew and there will be a Toby.
Oh, Toby.
Yeah.
All right, game on.
Yep. So it'll be a good lineup tomorrow as well. All right, so Frank and George, final hands here as far as how things are working. George's ace is in the lead, and George's ace is going to win. And Frank with his remaining 725. George is going to take this one down, and probably going to be the end of Frank's night now that we're close to wrapping up here.
Right.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
It's a little tough. Tough night for Frank.
Hands of the night, guys. Final 3 hands of the night.
Yep, and there is the announcement. We are now at final 3. Final 3 hands of the live stream. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, tomorrow's live stream will start at 4:15 tomorrow.
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we're out here in Jacksonville in Florida on the East Coast. Can't wait to come back. See. Can't wait to see what develops tomorrow.
Especially with a good lineup again. Especially with the addition of Drew and Toby.
You got a couple of these. I mean, it's going to be these guys for the most part. You got a couple of them that are stuck a little bit more than maybe expected. And you got guys that are up a little bit more than maybe expected. So see what attitudes they come in with tomorrow.
It's definitely turned into the Mooch show tonight. Wow. Almost 50K in front of Mooch.
Yeah.
Wow. Pretty big night for her.
Yeah. What am I doing?
Put on 2.
Yeah.
He was on the pot.
All right, couple of straddles up. Looks like all of them. So action will start on Roadhouse in the small blind facing the 400. All right, George will be the one to put in the raise, try and steal all this dead money. He does have ace-5, and it's going to get the job done.
Well, now 2 hands left.
2 to go.
And again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, just a reminder, final 2 flights of Event 1 for the Card Player Poker Tour Also tomorrow as well, noon and 6. Final opportunities to try to get into the final day on Sunday. And we got a George throwing on a wolf mask.
Like I said, I find out when was
Nobody was taking.
The wolf man.
Well,
Nobody tanked for long enough for you to get that on.
it is. It is truly now best bet after dark. George donning the wolf mask.
I hope you can see your card. Just gonna be.
Yeah. He's not even gonna be able to see his card.
He's
He
trying so
doesn't have the
hard.
glasses on and he's got the mask, so we're gonna see.
I'll see y'all tomorrow. 16. Raise to 16.
He's got a good hand too. King Queen suited. And he puts in a raise to 1600.
Yeah. Well, okay, I won't see one.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see somewhere.
Announce a flop shot. Heads up.
Kirk trying to keep a straight face, and the Wolfman does flop a king.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I'm sure I'll see you at some point down the road. But I'm gonna
George
get better.
bets 600 here.
Roadhouse with just queen high. Hard to stick around,
Yeah, I mean, I really
even
used
for
to
such a
do it.
cheap
I
price.
used to play a lot more, and then so I'm a lot worse than I used to be. I mean, I
Seeing
never
George
get
down betting here.
Still like learning how
Raising up
to
to
swing
1600 with pre-flop and then post-flop. At 600. That's going to be the end of that one. George takes that one down. And all right, enough of that.
Queen Jack.
It's been hot in that mask. George is a little red now too.
One hand. He's sweating.
Yeah. All right, so final hand of the live stream. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this final hand.
I'm gonna tell you how to do the one. Todd, you won the
Definitely can't wait to get back at it again tomorrow.
Oh, I guess that was the last hand. My bad. I gotta see them. They're finishing up. My bad. That was the last hand. So, all right. Trying to see it was so good. I was wanting one more. You know? So, all right. But here are the stats as we are wrapping up. Yeah, there's the VPIPs there. Todd, 49%. Frank, 42%. Don, 20% VPIP for him as far as how many hands were played by these players. And then here are the earnings. Yeah, Mooch, wow. Big night for him, up 31K. I think George is actually like 14K as far as he's going to finish up. Don, also a big winner as well tonight. But that is going to be it for this 1025 live stream tonight. Again, for your dealers tonight, Kirk and Trey, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. I will see you guys next time. Take care, be easy. Thanks for watching. Again, 2550 tomorrow, 4:15. Until then, y'all take care, be easy.